It's supposed to be the amount of substance in a space. Right now, we understand that that's just purely conceptual. We also were told that it's the resistance to acceleration, so it's hard to move. So lots of stuff that's hard to move.
Sure, but things that I can physically touch, smell, see, feel, you don't think that they have some sort of physical property?
Physical property, it's physical. Where's the mass come in?
Okay, so if we wanted to define mass, right? Do you think mass is just a conception?
Yes, it's conceptual. It has no place in physics. It only really exists within mathematical form. Sorry, try and answer. So in science, no, it's not physical. In maths, yeah, it's good. It has properties within formula that can help you understand, make predictions and so on. But it's not physical, it's conceptual.
Sure. So the things I can touch, smell, see, feel, what are those comprised of?
Like the molecular structure, like atoms, electrons, neutrons.
What are those comprised of?
I don't know, dude.
Sounds like he wants to define mass as material.
No, I think mass is energetic, but when you say I don't know, like everything you touch, smell, see, and feel, you just say, I don't know what it is? Do you think that it's non-existent?
No, I actually fucking answered. I said the atomic structure, electrons, neutrons, protons, these types of things.
So what are those comprised of?
You wanted to go on.
Yeah, exactly. So what are those comprised of?
I don't know. Energy primarily, right? Like you're trying to talk about?
Yeah, no.
Vibration, for example?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Frequencies, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. What's vibrating, in your opinion?
I don't know, dude. This is well out of my remit.
So you think it's a vibration of something or no thing?
No, it's something. I like to think it's something, but I don't know, dude.
So you just think it's a vibration of, like, do you have a conception of vibrating? Like something would need to be vibrating, and we established that space and time are not actual things, but what would you conceive of actually vibrating for you to say that there was a vibration? What is actually like vibrating?
Let's try, mate. Dude, I don't know. Where is this going?
Establishing ether.
I'm just trying to figure out, when you say I don't know, where does your I don't know line draw? Is it space and time? Like if you say I don't know what space and time is.
Yeah, because that's conceptual. I pointed that out and I walked through that with you. I pointed out it's a reification fallacy. These things are not actually physical in themselves, right? But they're given physicality within maths, like Einstein's field equations, all this bollocks. But now we're talking about the smallest parts of physical matter. This isn't necessarily my area of study, so I'm asking you, like, politely, where's this going?
I'm asking you if you say that there's no physicality, but you claim vibration.
Physicality of what?
Vibrating. Space-time is vibrating? Is that what you're saying?
No, see, this is why I'm confused, because now I think you're actually not following what I'm saying. It's like, are you high or something, dude? I'm trying to be really...
Napalm, what are you doing, dude?
I'm asking questions, right? Like,
are you following along with the answers? Because I've had to repeat myself several times.
So you don't know?
I do want to hear the conclusion. Hey, before we start fighting, I would like to hear a conclusion of this. If either of y'all
We're talking about space-time. What kind of conclusion are you hoping for?
Well, he was trying to say what's vibrating.
Space-time is purely theoretic, right?
Hold on. It's not space-time, is it?
Fallacy, but when somebody says it's a reification fallacy and that there is no actual, like, thing that's involved in space-time, what is your conception of reality when it comes to the like atomic level or whatever you want to talk about? You're talking about protons, neutrons, and electrons. Like, what are these things that you're talking about?
What's the ether made out of? Like if you keep going down, it's like you're gonna run into, I don't know.
I never said anything about ether. I'm asking
Yeah,
questions.
I get that, but like the same question could be asked to you, right?
Yeah. What is it comprised of?
Yeah, no, I'm asking what's your opinion? Like, where do you go philosophically with this?
No, so what is your worldview, right? So if we talked about the bending and warping of space-time and that's a reification fallacy, so then what replaces that, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm not. That's not my belief in space time. But like, I would say there would have to be a medium that vibrates. But like, if you ask me what that medium is, I couldn't answer that. You know what I mean?
Sure, I can appreciate that. Like, if we all can't understand what is actually vibrating, can we agree that it's something, right? Like, not a reification?
Sorry. When you're asking about something's vibrating, what are you actually talking about?
No, you're the one that claims.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the clarifying question.
Yeah. Exactly.
So when you're saying something is vibrating, what are you talking about?
No, that was you.
Fuck, right. That's not engaging with you anymore, dude. What the fuck?
Napalm, what are you doing, dude?
Why is this getting weird?
Because you're not following. It's becoming frustrating. I'm asking you a clarifying question because somewhere along the line, I think you've got confused about what's being said.
Yeah, okay, so it's not the bending and warping of space-time because you...
No.
That's
right, so you're talking about when we get rid of everything, what else remains?
You said it was
I'm talking about physical things like rocks and stuff. Like the physical things that inhabit the 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional space. Now you're asking me when we get rid of all of the physicality, like what's left? I'm going to tell you nothing.
I didn't ask that question.
So okay, then be more clear then. What are you fucking asking?
Sure. So you said there's an atomic thing involving
with physicality.
Neutrons and electrons.
With elements like electrons, neutrons, things that have negative and positive charge. Like standard models of atoms while you're talking. But this would be physical stuff, wouldn't it?
So I asked you, when you made that claim, I asked you what those things were comprised of.
I just told you.
So what is it comprised of?
I just told you.
You said vibrations, and I said vibrations of what?
No. What did I just say?
I don't know. You were talking over.
Yeah. What's the point of talking to you, dude? What do you think an electron is?
1 unit of dielectric induction. What do you think it is?
Okay. So that sounds a little bit complicated for me, to be honest with you. I just think something that can be described as an energy that has some kind of positive or negative charge. Right? Well, it's the smallest point of physicality. Now, within some atomic models, you have a nucleus that things orbit around. That's changed over time. Like I said, I don't know. But that's physical stuff, right? Why is that in comparison to space-time?
So when you say physical stuff, what is it comprised of? And when I said...
And I asked you a fucking question, dude. What the fuck?
When you said protons, neutrons, and electrons, and I gave you your definition, that's based on that's based on J.J. Thomson, who was the discoverer of the electron was J.J. Thomson. Would you agree or disagree?
All right, so I'm going to ask my fucking question again, and hopefully you'll answer it. All right, Why are you drawing this in comparison to space-time? Because this would be dealing with physical things, wouldn't it?
Yep, and if space-time does not properly explain physical things, you need a physical replacement. And when you send an electron,
isn't answering the question of physical things, it's answering the phenomena of why do things go round in space. Dickhead.
Wow, now we're ad-homming. Like, you're verging out.
I demonstrated why you weren't listening, and my frustration boiled over, and I called you a dickhead because you're obviously not following the conversation. Interesting, because you brought it up.
Look in the mirror. So when J.J. Thomson defined an electron,
fucking handsome. Yep,
he defined it as 1 unit of dielectric.
Sorry, why is this in comparison to space-time?
Right. So you're the one that claimed electrons replace that, right?
No.
In physicality.
No.
Would you agree or disagree?
No.
So what's your replacement for space-time?
I'm not replacing space-time with anything, especially the thing that you're trying to shoehorn on into it. This is why I got frustrated with you about 5-10 minutes ago when I realised you're stupid and you weren't listening.
You can't comprehend. Like, you lack comprehension.
Sorry. I'm not talking about the same fucking shit that you're trying to dribble on about because it's irrelevant to the subject matter of space-time.
Because you say, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a
Are you going to devolve into
what the fuck is going on, Napalm? What are you doing, dude?
It's just been a prick.
Oh, no. So the person that says what's going on, I'll have a conversation.
This is mad fucking weird.
That's fine. We can have this conversation if it's weird with that guy.
I don't want to have this conversation. I don't know what you're trying to do, dude. It's fucking... I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to, like, understand when somebody says gravity's not a thing. I'm like, I agree with you because the modern interpretation of it is the bending and warping of space-time. And I don't agree with that interpretation of reality. Do you agree with the interpretation of reality that it's the bending and warping of space-time which causes mass to attract mass?
The thing about the gravity claim and the one that you're looking for, that replacement, is that within the gravity claim, they make like an absolute knowledge of, let's say, this is happening out, on Earth, out across the universe, and they have this build-up imaginary construct, and they label gravity as causing things to happen, making things work. And you're asking what replaced that in the realist level. In reality, let's say we are within a construct, we know certain variables, we can verify certain things, but there might be like an outside input into this place that we're in that we cannot check what is the input. Let's say the celestial, the heavenly bodies. What is the full effect of those into this medium that we're in, into this enclosure? So there are questions that we won't be able to answer because we will have an incomplete testing.
I agree, but you also said that we are in an enclosure and that there's an outside thing that's taking place. Yeah, like a construct. So if that's the case, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but do we have any conception of that, or do we just know that it's not the bending and warping of space-time?
The word warping and bending of space-time, for me, those are words. Like when I talk about chakra in an anime, like an anime chakra, and like an attack, a ninjutsu, or something like that, it's just words. It doesn't have real meaning.
I agree. So when you say that there's an enclosure, does that have meaning?
Within what we can check and we know about certain, within certain parameters, like, the gas pressure argument and the way we can demonstrate it within that, because there's a bunch of things happening at the same time. There's not one thing happening, right? So within these whole pieces of the puzzle that you can put together, you're gonna hit a limit, a wall. And then what is beyond that wall what is behind the wall and what is holding the wall or causing the wall not to break down or whatever it is, or inputting from outside the wall into your side of the wall. That's unknown.
I agree. Would you consider something that would be able to affect physical things, physical in and of itself?
Well, the input into this system from the sun and the luminaries do affect this place.
Yep.
And there's also like an exchange of whatever, like I guess
energy.
Heat and high and pressure, energy. Yeah. But even when you mention vibration, like let's say resonance or sound or things that let's say we are inside a little box and whatever vibrations and sound that are happening or being inputted from the outside into this box or this enclosure is having an effect. But how, what are the mechanics of that completely? It's a wonder.
Right. So like the average conception of that, right, is that there's mass, which they say bends and warps space-time, which causes what we would experience as gravity, which would be nothing more than a measure of acceleration, right?
No, what I mentioned and what you just mentioned are like two different books.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to define your definition. I'm trying to say that the common conception, is that it's a bending and warping of space-time, right? Which is a reification fallacy.
Which is a bunch of nonsense that cannot be demonstrated. We know that.
Yeah, we can all agree upon that. So when it breaks down to the atomic level, I feel like a lot of people agree that there is some sort of atomic thing going on, but what does
that mean, though? Atomic level, thing going on?
So when we get down to the quantum, right, if you want to follow people that believe that there is some sort of thing as quantum physics and you can do quantum experiments, right, what is the quantum relationship of all of this? What is mass at a quantum level?
What is keeping everything together? What is the thread, the web that is keeping things doing what they do?
No. I'm just trying to ask what is mass at a quantum level, right? So if we take atomic, what is atomic mass?
Is there even such a thing within the quantum level? Is there such a thing?
Yeah. Like if you believe in the quantum, then you believe in an atomic mass. So what is atomic mass?
Is there a definition for it that we can reference from and see what it says?
Yeah, there's a common definition of it, but if you were to believe in that, what would you define it as?
What is the common definition, though? Can you say it by any chance?
Sure, right. So it's the relationship between protons, neutrons, and electrons, which are allegedly
relationship.
things.
What is the relation? What does that mean? The relationship? It's like a pattern or a behavior.
Yeah. So it is. So it's the amount of protons, neutrons, and electrons within a certain substance. Do you agree or disagree with that idea of reality?
I will agree with you for the sake of argument, sure.
Okay. So at the atomic level, if there's protons, neutrons, and electrons, these things need to be comprised of physical things. Would you agree?
Wait, so the neutrons that are the physical things that are made out of these neutrons and protons, those protons are a certain scale of those physical things.
So it's physical. I would agree with that.
That's what you're saying?
I just want to confirm whether or not you agree or disagree with that.
Sure. I mean, you're saying that from the physical things that we say in the physical and natural world, the physical world, when we go layer by layer, smaller by smaller, but like we grab the microscope, and when we go to the smallest layer that we can go, we're gonna find these protons and neutrons
and electrons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are those things comprised of?
I really don't know. Do you know?
I think they're a vibration of something, right? Because if we want to define them as a vibration, what is actually vibrating? But if you define it as something
that thing
else,
is vibrating,
like,
but the vibration is not the thing,
open
is
ears.
it? Is the vibration the thing, or is the thing vibrating?
No.
The thing, the vibration. Did I say
Right.
that right?
Yeah, you did. So the vibration would be something that would be vibrating, right? So when we break it down to protons, neutrons, and electrons, and we say that there's a positive or a negative vibration of these energies, because energy is technically vibration, what is actually vibrating?
The proton and neutron and the electron. You're saying that's vibrating.
No. Those are defined as vibrations. So what is actually vibrating?
An electron, neutron, and proton are defined as both physical and have a wave-like pattern. Like the
So
wave
what is
function,
okay?
right?
Yeah. So a wave function. So if you want to define a wave function, what is actually waving?
I don't know, that's just a math, isn't it? It's a mathematical idea.
Either way,
So reality is just defined by math. So we could just say it's any other reification if we just define it as math, right?
The wave function is the idea of the particle's path. This is why we have to look into things like the double slit experiment and stuff, right? Because of the quote-unquote wave function, but it's not actually waving. It's just the mathematics that describes it in that way.
Okay, so if it's not actually waving and it's mathematics that's defining it, what's being measured?
Oh, I don't know, dude.
So how do you get the
Like,
input
I just
for the
told
data
you,
for the
right?
math?
It's the physical thing that is given this mathematical idea to explain its position in space.
So it's a reification.
Well, it's a mathematical idea.
So it's a reification.
All right, we've been going around this drain hole for like 20 minutes, half an hour, dude. Right? Where are you going? Because in all honesty, where are you going?
Questions. What do you mean,
Why?
where are we going?
Is there an end to the road that you're asking questions for? It's like a logical framework, step by step, so we get to a conclusion, like a syllogism.
Well, apparently not. Like I could just say space-time, and you would be like, "That's a reification."
Well,
but when it boils down to your conception of reality, it's another reification.
At the moment, it's not my conception of reality, right? This is why me and Gemsy are trying to get these words properly defined. I'm scrolling away in the background, dude, just trying to define some of the words that you use, and I don't even think you're using them correctly.
It's more of a convention, just a way of thinking about it. I don't even think that, like, quantum physicists even accept that their bullshit's true.
So it's a way of thinking. It's not an actual, like, reality. So we can think about it differently, right?
Yeah, we can reify it another way, I guess.
Yeah.
So is my reification better than yours? Or, like, if somebody comes in here and wants to talk about space-time, like, their reification is just as good as yours, right?
Sorry, I'm not making a fucking claim here.
You made a claim.
What?
It's when people
trying to define a word that you asked me to define.
Yes, when people make like definitive claims about this shit, like this is definitely the way things are. You know, like this thing is true, it's real, it's physical, like all this shit. You know.
So it's is it spiritual then?
And it's just a prima materia. Like,
yeah, I can get on board with that. Like I've studied metaphysics, so yeah. So is it metaphysical or physical?
It's an unknown. Like I don't. At some point on either side, you're gonna have to stop it. Either like it's the prima materia, whether that's etheric nature or just elementary particles. Like you can't really go. We can't like logically go further than that, can we? We just have to make.
Yeah. Well, if not elemental particles, what is the definition of an elemental particle? It's
It is the
non-material.
base building block, is what they say. That's all they really say.
It's fundamental. Like, I'll agree with that, right? So it's fundamental. So is it a reification or is it fundamental?
I don't know. I mean, I guess they're saying, yo, we're going as small as we can, and from here we're just kind of taking it as a value, and then we work with that value. It is, even if we can't establish the qualities of that value or whatnot. Does that make sense at all?
No, it makes sense, but I don't think they define it typically that way, right? Because they claim physicality within space-time, right? So that's the reification. So when I boil everything down to what their fundamental claim is, which is atomic mass, right? What is atomic mass if not for a vibration of something? But they want to reify it into non-material things. So we can either agree that it's non-material things that are vibrating, maybe spiritual, I don't know if that's your claim, or it is a vibration of some physical thing. Or we can just say, I don't know, bro, but their reification is way worse than my reification. I don't think that's
When we're not making a fucking claim. It's not my or our reification. The vibrating, that was the wave function. That's how the mathematics describes it. That's not my claim, though, because I don't know, dude. Hanson, yeah? Honestly, don't fucking know. Stop saying it's our fucking claim.
So you claimed a wave function. If something is waving, what is fucking waving?
Oh, my God. You're talking about the smallest...
A conception, a reification is waving?
Talking about, you'd be a fucking idiot, the smallest physical attributes, right? Now, I don't know, but there's atomic models that describe it in this way. Now, is that in and of itself a reification? It's a fucking model. Did I come up with the model?
Energy.
Hold on. Did I come up with the model? No. So it's not my claim. But I can point at it and say it's a model, and models will be one of the first things that will come up when trying to give you an example of a reification. Now, any further than this, dude, I really don't know. So it feels like you want to get to a gotcha. I don't like dishonest people. That's how you are coming across at this point. Are you trying to get us to a gotcha or something? Why are you talking?
How am I fucking dishonest, bro?
Well, then stop. Like, where are you trying to get to, dude? Because at the moment, we don't know. But please stop saying it's our fucking claim.
Where are you trying to get to? Where are you trying to get to, bro? Like,
and it's not our fault that you don't have any empirical scientific evidence for your ether. Yeah, it's not our fault that you don't have any empirical scientific evidence for your ether, bro. It's not our fault, man.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and we're not making a claim. We know that gravity doesn't exist. We know that gravity doesn't exist. We've got no claims to that. The bending and warping of space-time fabric has no bearing on the reality that humanity is living currently.
I agree with you, bro.
It's a theory that was not proven. Yeah, right. That's it.
I agree with you, bro.
Move on.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
I agree with you. Yeah, what's up?
I listen in a lot. I don't talk that much anymore, but
go up there.
You don't see them go to space. You see them go up.
So where are they going? Are they going down if you see them go up?
Yeah, rockets also go down.
Oh, so you see a rocket go up and he's going down for some reason. You see a rocket flying up to the sky.
Yeah, it comes up and goes down. Well, why do things go down?
What I mean, like as SpaceX, it goes up and then it comes back.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
I mean, yeah. That's what they do. They send cargo to space and then they reuse the rockets. So it's more economical. It's less expensive.
Sure, yeah. I don't think they actually sent a car up there, if you look into it. But, maybe they did. So what?
I'm saying cargo. They send cargo.
Oh, cargo. Yeah. So, yeah, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with people sending cargo way up high.
Exactly. So, where's the problem?
I don't have a problem with space technology if you understand it in a different framework than with orbital gravity, such as the plasma cosmology, right? Which is pioneered by Henry Alfvén, who was a NASA researcher, by the way. And he detested orbital mechanics.
Okay, but you just acknowledge that people actually send cargo to space. So if they send cargo, the whole space industry that operates between at least that range is accurate. So they actually send things there, they send rockets, and they go there, and they have an international space station, and the whole sector that moves around that department is accurate. Because for you to send cargo to space, you need a reason, and the reason is that. So one thing implies the other. So that thing needs to be true, objectively, according to you.
What do you mean by accurate?
Hey, mate. You said, I have no problem by sending them. I mean, of course, you can say that. You said that. You said, of course, I mean, they can send cargo to space. Exactly, and they do that. And the whole space industry is revolved around it. Okay, so you acknowledge that they can go to space, and they can send cargo to space, but it's not a globe. It's a flat plane.
Yeah, man, all space is to me is a very inaccessible, ultra high altitude. I'm fine with that.
But what do you mean for you?
I mean, the way I understand what space is just a very high altitude, and it's very exotic up there.
Understand. What do you mean exotic?
Well, if you trust some of what NASA says about space, it's 97 to 98% plasma. I bet you didn't know that. Yeah, no, outer space is full of plasma. 97 to 98% of outer space is full of plasma, according to NASA astrophysicists. And they've built entire laboratories to simulate and study plasma that exists up there so that they can use technology within that environment.
But it's not like, okay.
It's pretty exotic, right?
Space. It's not the point. It's not space, dude. It's not close. It's not like your neighbor next door. Plasma itself is just a matter. It's a state between matters, right? It's considered the fourth state of matter.
Yeah, it's electrified gas.
Space, and when they say that space is predominantly filled with plasma, they refer to this is the most common kind of state of materials in space, at least the visible matter that we can see, not the black matter. And that's galaxies, those are black holes, it's all plasma, right?
Well, we don't really know what those are. Like, that's theoretical. Nobody really knows what black holes are.
Okay, wait a second. You just said something, and that's not it. Plasma, it's referring to the giant clouds of dust in the galaxies that are composed by plasma.
No, it refers in parts of the Van Allen belts.
Most of space is empty, and that plasma that you're talking about, that NASA says it is space, it's the majority of things that we see in space.
Dude, calm down. Google this, plasma sphere. It's part of the magnetosphere. Earth exists, whether you believe it's a globe or not. Earth exists encased within a plasma sheath. And NASA exploits this technology all the time, since the 1970s. The rest of you goons think it's something much simpler, like freaking Star Trek, but it's way more exotic than gravity orbits.
What I see is it's a ball of plasma. It's a spheric decorative glass thing full of gas in a low pressure that produces an effect of colors and ionized gas because of an electrode, a central electrode in a high voltage. So that's a ball of plasma.
I'll look at NASA tether operations. Tether, Tether. Did you know that the space shuttle, when it was sent up into space, that the space shuttle bay doors, they opened up and that gigantic steel girder, tens of meters high, would extend upward. And they would launch a plasma ball collector, sometimes 10, 15 miles in length, connected to a tether. And they would use this for propulsion and for charging batteries on board the space shuttle. I bet you didn't know that.
Well, you're confusing things.
No, absolutely not. Look up NASA shuttle tether operations. This isn't like a conspiracy theory.
You started by saying that, NASA says that space is filled with plasma. 97% of space is plasma. And I'm saying, yes, 97% of what we see in space is plasma, but not all space itself as a 3D dimension is plasma.
I mean, the 3% of everything else is something else.
No, what I'm saying is 97% of what we see as visible matter, physical matter, is plasma in space. But not all three-dimensional space itself, as in a literal term, is plasma. That's what you're confusing.
All right, so what are you talking about?
Okay, can I explain it? Because that's one thing you said. You said that NASA says, I'm going to tell you what you said. You said NASA says that 97% of space is plasma. Of space is plasma. And I'm saying, of course, 97% of space, as in a whole universe, is plasma. At least, plasma is a state of matter between. It is a state between. It is a semi-state between states, and it's 97% of the things we see in space, right? But it's not the 3D dimensional space itself right next door. Most of space is empty and is filled with particles, right?
Sure.
It's not ionized plasma, and it's not filled with itself with plasma. What we see, 97% is plasma.
It's not filled with emptiness. That's kind of stupid to say. Whatever is filling
Am I saying that?
Yeah. Whatever is filling the empty space, 97% of it is plasma.
It's not plasma.
Okay. I've got a citation and a source that says it is.
Okay, send me.
Okay, hang tight.
Panda, you're just like repeating what Sporadic was saying, but then you're acting as if he didn't understand that. I mean, he made the point that he was trying to make. It. I don't understand.
He's confusing terms, man.
How so? I didn't hear a confusing term.
I already explained it so well. I can explain it more well than I already did. You know,
outer space is plasma. 97% plasma. Most is plasma. And you're like, yes, it is plasma, but it's not all plasma. He didn't say it was all plasma.
I didn't say that.
That's not what he said.
Saying space. He's saying that space itself has every corner itself of the measurable universe, and I'm saying is no. Plasma itself is what we see the most in the physical matter that we see in the telescopes and in the radio telescopes, etc. What we see physically, 97% is plasma, but not all space is filled every cubic centimeter with plasma. You know, it's not plasma. It's most of it. It's empty.
Well, Panda, are you constructing a straw man? Because I never heard those words come out of Sporadic's mouth. So
maybe what he said was 97% of space is filled with plasma. And what I'm saying is 97% of the physical matter we see in space is plasma. Two different things.
Well, they say that everything, all the other 3% is now dark matter, right? But there's a lot of contention on that. So, I mean, what is that?
Actually, no. That's not the point. 97% of what we see is plasma, but in those 100% of physical matter, that only composes about 20% of all the matter in the universe. So 70% of the universe itself is dark matter, and in those 30%, 97 of them are plasma, and the other rest is like other things, right? So that's my point. And I completely made it clear now, and I'm still hoping for the source where it says that.
The source that says what?
I mean that I'm right, because this is just facts. I'm just stating facts. You know, this is factual.
Yeah. You understand the globe, what the mainstream claims is cosmology.
I'm not even talking about the globe. I'm not even talking about the globe. He just made a claim, and I'm saying no, you're wrong. And it's just factual. What I'm saying, it's not even about the globe or not. I'm just saying that factual things, and he's saying wrong things, and I'm not even talking about models or anything.
Okay, here's the first round of substantive evidence. Now I'm going to go pull up the documents as well as screen caps of the documents by, I think his name is Henri Alphen, Alfven, inventor of the Alphen drive, NASA research scientist, and father of plasma cosmology.
All right, let's take some time and look at this, Panda. Don't just react.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I already made it clear my point, but I'm going to see, and I'm pretty sure, I'm 97% sure that this is going to prove my point further, because I've not been saying anything but facts so far. So,
all right, next is a PDF. It's 300 pages called Double Layers in Astrophysics. What's a double layer? It has to do with cold and hot layers of plasma. Okay, so there you go. And in that document, they also modeled and simulated what they believe the environment to be using a flat Earth. So let me pull out some relevant quotes, because on the panel of people who proposed this document, it was actually from a conference that was held. Dr. Alphen actually made the famous quote where he said, based off of our best research, essentially 97% of outer space consists of plasma, and that we cannot trust our space data to astrophysicists because they do not understand plasma concepts, circuit theory, magnetophysics, which is necessary to take the fullest advantage of what outer space actually is, especially considering that they believe in orbital mechanics where gravity is 10 to the 40th negative power, as strong as the Coulomb, which binds material together in outer space. So let me pull up that part from that document. It's like on page 18 or something. I'm going to scroll down. All right, here you go. All right, if you don't mind, I'm going to read it for the audience because we have listeners. Okay.
I just before you do that, I just want to acknowledge the claim that you did. And what you said was 97% of space is filled with plasma. And what I said was 97% of what we see as physical matter in space is plasma. And and that only composes around 30% of the whole universe matter, since 70% of it is dark matter. That's my claim. And you said that 97% of space is filled with plasma. And which is wrong. And then I told you the fact, which is that 70% of what we see is physical matter is plasma.
What? Yeah,
and that only composes 30% of the whole universe matter, since 70% is dark matter. And that's a fact.
Okay, well, no. That's theoretical physics. What Dr. Alphen is going with is applied physics. He worked at the Applied Physics Research Lab at Johns Hopkins. Okay? He's not a theoretical physicist like an astrophysicist, cosmologist. He makes that distinction in this document, and he's berating the quote-unquote scientific community at NASA. It's full of pseudoscientists right now. It's a very seminal moment in history. Okay? He says in red, the conclusion is the astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. the billion-dollar telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics, circuit theory. This is all electrical engineering, by the way. And of course, with modern plasma theory. It continues, at least by volume. By volume, the universe consists of more than 99% plasma. Excuse me, I said 97. And electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 times stronger. Oops, I said 10 to the 40. Excuse me. I was off by 1 order of magnitude. 10 to 39 times stronger than gravitation. What are the implications?
Of course.
Who is this guy? This guy is like Dr. NASA himself. All right, not that I'm appealing to authority, but I'm appealing to mainstream cosmology that includes Dr. Alphen's views. Whether or not I agree with this is also beside the point. I'm willing to accept this, though. Are you?
Yes, but that it's not against what I said.
All right, what's that last sentence read? At least by volume, the universe
do you understand what by volume?
Of more than 99% plasma?
Do you understand what by volume means?
All right.
Do you know what by volume means? Explain it to me. What does it mean by volume?
Yeah, the entirety of the universe, everything that provides dimension to the universe. If you want to get technical, it's called the embedding space of the universe itself.
Okay.
No. Embedding space. Look it up.
Okay.
What embedding space means.
I know what that is. I know what it is.
All right, good. Yeah. Okay. So you had college level geometry. It sounds like.
No, I know what that is, but it seems like you don't know because that's not it.
What? No, that's what volume is, dude. Like the difference between a sphere and a ball is volume. A sphere is flat in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
volume. Is an embedding space.
Give me the definition again of what you said by volume. 97% plasma by volume. What does that mean?
I'm defining volume for you. If you don't accept my definition of volume,
I don't want you to define volume. I want you to define volume in the sentence.
He's talking about the entire dimension of the universe that gives rise to having volume. You need at least 3 dimensions for volume, correct?
No.
Yeah, area is 2 dimensions. Volume is 3.
I don't want you to explain it. I don't want you to explain volume. I know what volume is. Explain volume in that specific sentence. 97% is plasma by volume. What does that mean? Just say it.
And what volume is, Panic? Because Sporadic just told you it takes 3 dimensions, and you said no, and then you just kind of.
I'm not talking about volume. I know what volume is. Volume is a 3-dimensional. Is what the space occupied by a 3-dimensional object. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what does it mean? That is 97% by volume. Just explain it to me.
By volume. At least by volume. At least.
Why don't you just? Why don't you explain
it? At least
it?
more than 99% of plasma. At least 99, more than 99% of plasma.
Explain that
fills
sentence.
The volume of the universe consists of volume of the universe. The volume of the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, at least. That's how you can rewrite that sentence to be grammatically correct.
You're reading. Explain it.
The universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, at least by volume.
By volume, at least. Stop explain it. Don't read it.
What much further explanation do you want me to give? Like, I defined volume. I'm going through the grammatical structure of the sentence. I don't know why you have a problem with this.
I don't know. Why don't you just explain? Do you want me to explain it to you? Can you not explain it?
Yeah. Why don't you read the document and come back later and explain it to me?
No, I'm not. I know. I'm not going to read the document because I know what the sentence means.
Because I did, and I'm telling you what it's about. Jeez, dude.
No, you're saying volume. No, volume is a 3-dimensional object that occupies space. I'm not talking about that. Explain what it means. That at least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma. Explain that sentence. It's really easy. Explain the science behind it.
Plasma fills the universe.
Wow, you're giving me a 5th grade interpretation. Wow, that's really great.
Plasma
Can you give more content?
The universe. 99% of the universe by its own volume. Okay.
You're just reading. You don't know what it means. I can explain it to you if you want.
That's exactly what it means. That the universe is full of plasma. 99% of everything that's out there is plasma, dude.
You don't know
what do you think it consists
saying.
of? What else could it possibly consist of? You said dark matter.
Saying.
Cool story.
No. You
did say dark matter. You provided that as a counterpoint. Did you not provide dark matter as a counterpoint?
Dark matter sustains my point. 70% is dark matter.
Why did you bring up dark matter?
No, let's not go there. Just explain the sentence.
All right, what's not clear to you?
If you're not willing...
I am willing. I want to help you understand, and I'm confused why you're confused, dude. I want to help you understand.
I want to see if you know what you're talking about. That's it. The sentence is, at least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma. Just explain what it means. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma. What does it mean physically? What does it mean scientifically, that sentence? Explain it to me. Because I know what volume is, but I want you to explain what this means.
I already defined volume. Like the universe.
I don't want you to define volume. Define what it means.
The universe has volume.
You don't know how to explain it.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to explain it. Okay, guess what? The universe is acknowledged to have at least 3 dimensions of space, which consists of volume. Okay, and there's a volume to the universe that scientists in the Big Bang cosmology have calculated and continue to get wrong every time by their own accord because they're not really sure what they're messing with. But the entire volume of the universe is considered to be massive, on the order of like quadrillions of light years.
Okay, you're not answering my point.
What can be seen in the cosmic background radiation.
You're not answering my question because you don't know.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain it. Okay, so what am I doing that's not answering your question? I'm describing the volume of the universe to you.
I know. Listen, I asked you a very simple question. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma. I want you to give me the scientific explanation of that phrase.
Yeah. So of all the stuff in the universe that could possibly be within the whole volume of the universe, of all the stuff that could possibly be within it, 99% of that stuff is plasma.
And you're wrong. It's not plasma. It's 70%.
Okay, so you tell me what this sentence actually means, okay?
Okay, you're just embarrassing yourself at this point.
No, please go ahead. Tell the audience what you think you mean.
Yeah. Okay, I will talk. I will start by addressing what you said, which is that 99% of everything is plasma, and that's wrong. What it says actually is 97% of, at least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and that means that in those 99% of physical matter that exists, and that is stars. Those are, in other words, the observable universe. Every star, nebula, galaxy cluster, spaces between them. Most of it is filled with ionized gas. So solid planets, moons, asteroids, natural gas clouds. So are the 1%, right? All the rest of it, it's nebula, galaxy clusters, stars, and ionized gas clouds.
Sherlock. Okay, so what's your point? How am I wrong?
You didn't know. So now I'm explaining. So be quiet.
Okay. Yeah. So wait, I didn't talk about nebulas and planets and stuff, and that makes me wrong.
Yeah, because
come on,
you're not acknowledging. You didn't know what it was, and now
I did acknowledge that. I did, but because I excluded all that in favor. No. Of course, I understand where NASA's coming from. That they regard planets and nebulas and galaxies and things that are not plasma within those as consisting of the 1% or less than 1% here. Okay? All right.
No,
I agree with you. So what's next?
Well, no, planets, moons, asteroids, they are 1%.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you. What's next?
You didn't know, and now I'm explaining to you.
No, you agreed with me just now. So let's say we agree. Now, what's next?
No, you agree with me because you didn't know. I'm explaining to you.
I do know, and I agree. I think you misunderstand me because English isn't your first language, and I'm sorry about that.
I asked you for an explanation. You gave me a 5th grade explanation of volume. That's how much you know about this. It's embarrassing.
Oh, no, listen. We're also talking to a wide audience. Okay. Listen, I was ready to go into higher mathematics with you.
I will enter next time to try to talk.
I was ready to go into higher mathematics and geometry with you just now. So you cannot accuse me of not being able to take it to that level. I was willing to go there. All right.
He's gone.
You're being very dishonest. All right. Did somebody mute this guy or what?
He left.
Oh, you left?
Yeah.
I'm using NASA as a hostile witness, folks. Do I really believe all the stuff that Dr. Alphen is saying? No, I don't. I think it's interesting. I'm willing to accept it for the sake of discussion, but he was not. I was willing to accept this NASA document for the sake of discussion. One of the seminal, most well-respected, call them like founders of modern NASA, for the sake of discussion, and he was not. Crazier than dog turds. Guy spiraled out of here. He's like, what's wrong with that? Like, this isn't insane. I think I've actually got a clip of Dr. Don Pettit, who's talking about how much plasma there is out there. And he's talking about their plasma technology that they use to harvest the energy, charge batteries, and to slow down and maneuver space shuttles and satellites and speed them up. I'd like to find that now. Sorry for the noise. I just found a million pellets dying from inside the auger tube of my pellet grill. Trying to reassemble here with a new motor that's stronger and more powerful than the last. So I think I burnt the last one out on pellets that wouldn't get cut with a cutting mechanism to force fat pellets through the auger tube that don't fit. I think it burned out my motor. And this company, I won't say who, I find later that their motors tend to be cheap. But the good news is you can buy an aftermarket one for $25. It's 50% stronger. That's exactly what I did. Hooking this up now. Got the auger out. The new motor is here. Sure is nicer looking. Also looks very similar. I'll be damned if that's the same one. Are you kidding me? No, all this shit comes from the same, like, industrial park in Shenzhen, China.
Hey, apologies. I joined mid-conversation. What were y'all talking about?
So, I was just... Geez, yeah. It's kind of hard to go backwards, but basically, so I'm a flat earther. The other guy was a glober. And I'm like, look, man, outer space is a lot more exotic than you think. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, all the stuff about orbital mechanics and gravity is really not what NASA actually puts out in their own documents and research as being the most important focus of study up there. And is also not really descriptive of the actual technology that's being employed in space. They actually seem to be using plasma-based electric universe technology. Here's some documents from NASA from Dr. Alphen, whose seminal work and conference in the late 1980s at NASA. Basically, he called out all the astrophysicists, all the cosmologists, the theoretical physicists, and said, you guys need to bow down to the applied physicists. Those of us that work at like the, Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, dealing with real science. And understand that we can't trust you with all the satellite and telescope data that's being fed from these systems, because you guys are going to go oversimplify it for your fucking Star Trek and Star Wars fantasies. You guys need to get back to school and learn actual magnetophysics, plasma physics, circuit theory. You need to become electrical engineers like me, because we know what's really up there and how to fully exploit that environment, and you don't. So give us more money, Congress. That's really what it was. And he also built a huge laboratory where they simulated the plasma environment up there that they still use today for exotic propulsion technologies that are actually openly admitted and, isn't some conspiracy theory. So that's what that was about.
Are you talking about like Bessemer and some of the other tech that's like theorized but isn't in use yet, right?
I'm talking about electrodynamic tether operations. It's been going on since the 70s.
Oh. I mean that tech exists. It's just not widely used.
I know.
No, I mean, like 99% of satellites don't use that. They use Hall effect thrusters for propulsion.
Oh yeah, the Hall effect, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still electric propulsion, but it's like it's basically using
it's like gas. It's almost like a gas jet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's like super low thrust. It's like millinewtons. So they use it.
It's better than releasing gas into a vacuum with the free expansion. Fucking you up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, cold gas thrusters definitely are less efficient, but they get much higher thrust if you do that. So, no, I would say, the plasma tech and the tethering and all that jazz. Like I admit that it's being done in like research and development labs, but it's not on orbit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll accept that.
Like 99% of what's up there is using either chemical propulsion, cold gas, or some sort of like Hall effect or arc jet propulsion.
What's funny is nobody's got actual evidence from telemetry data demonstrating that these things are rotating with the curvature of the Earth. That curvature is actually subtracted from a datum, which invokes the whole map preceding the territory problem of concept reification fallacy. Same thing's happening with every airplane and every airplane's inertial navigation system. Every boat that has marine-based Sagnac effect gyros. Everything. The rotation vector isn't measured.
For satellites. I mean, for satellites, the rotation vector for the curvature of the Earth is just you just take the direction of the vector is the angular momentum vector, so the cross product between the satellite's position and its velocity, and then the magnitude of the rotation vector is 1 over the period of the orbit. So that's how they maintain nadir pointing for at least low Earth orbit satellites that need to maintain nadir.
Yeah, I mean, well, that comes out with the process data, but what we're looking for is publicly available TELEM from public satellites that are rotating at the gyro, at the flywheel, to maintain nadir, and the corrections that result due to drift.
Well, no, you don't need to maintain rotation. Like once you're in your operations. No.
Shit, man.
Yeah, but you don't
need to maintain.
No, there's very, very little amount of torque. So you only need to do a delta.
So what happens at separation on the second stage, dude? Seriously?
Well, you're talking about LEOP versus operations, like.
Oh, I'm talking both beginning? Actually, because during eclipses, these things tend to tumble too, right?
No, they
they do.
They don't during eclipse. I'm talking about lower Earth orbit telecommunications satellites. No, I
guess you never had to down a bird before, have you?
Down a bird? What do you mean?
Yeah, it happens.
I'm saying No, I'm saying you still provide telecommunication services during eclipse.
Oh, I know you do. I know, but the satellite goes wampus during eclipses, man, because it loses power.
Big enough batteries that you do depth of discharge.
Well,
no, they run off of battery power during eclipse.
Battery power too.
Where are you getting your data on that? I'm just telling you right now. This is
right,
how they
I used to work at Lockheed Martin.
Okay. That's fine. What's the payload?
That's about as far as I'll go with that.
I mean, dude, you can tell me if you have a clearance or not. I have a clearance.
I used to have one. I'm an older dude, man. I'm like semi-retired right now.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, you don't need to be weird about having access to classified programs. Like, people that are weird about it are usually just
it's
flexing
not part
for
of it.
no.
I definitely don't want any proprietary data. I would never ever suggest or ask for that. You know,
I understand, but even if you're working on proprietary stuff, you should be a subject matter expert enough to be able to point to public data that says the same information, that, or at least close enough to make your point.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yep. I've had
Like,
more obstacles than most people know exist.
Okay. Once again, the weird flexing is a red flag as somebody who actually works in this community. Like, that comes off as like really that's some Sunday League shit.
How about an older dude who doesn't give a shit anymore, who's got some PTSD and is a flat earther? All right. Now it makes sense.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, as somebody who actually, is actively in the space, like, not retired, not, who's, doing this stuff on a daily basis, like, the weird beating around the bush about stuff that you've worked on, or I'm
you're the first person. Anything that I've worked on. I'm just telling you. I understand. I understand industry conventions. I understand base level technologies, that everybody can talk about. There's nothing spooky or mystical here. If I worked like in a public facing sector, like for, I don't know, freaking the Department of Agriculture using satellites to scan freaking fields for erosion and crap like that, I could have talked about that, but that wasn't my experience.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that, I've
which
got
Lockheed has contracts for, by the way.
Okay. Yes. But what I'm telling you right now is that there's, at least in LEO commercial telecom, this is how things are as far as how the satellites operate, what propulsion systems are on board, what reaction control systems they're using. Like, it's all commercially available stuff you could buy yourself. Doesn't require any level of experience.
Well, the issue is a chain of custody. There's a chain of custody problem with all this stuff. Have you ever looked into what I mean by that?
Yeah. Where I was going to say, where is your definition of the line transferring? And I can walk you through how Amazon is currently doing it.
How about the payload integration facilities? You ever been to one of those?
Yeah, Amazon built our own. We own our own. It's actually just finished getting built within the last year. It's just north of Kennedy Space Center. We're one of the only satellite manufacturers. No, I'm saying yes. We have. Yes, we have live footage of
live footage. Facility. No, have you ever seen? It's a different question.
Physically, I understand. Yeah. I'm going down this fall for KA03, our next launch. I'm just I'm letting you know. We own our facility. The rocket provider comes to us. We do the integration in our own facility. It's different than most other satellite operators, where you hand it off to the launch provider.
I'd like to know if you've ever seen this stuff, though.
Seen this stuff.
It'd be really cool. It'd be really cool to see the clean room where they do all the assembly.
The assembly or the integration? What do you? Because the assembly is done.
A lot of assembly that goes on. That's what I meant, dude.
What do you mean?
Where the second stage is loaded, okay? Like the final step.
The second stage of the fairing.
Final stage, whichever stage it is, whether it's second, third, fourth, whatever. The final stage.
Are you talking about the fairing with the payloads inside, or are you talking about the payload integration
exactly.
panel that goes on to the second stage?
Both of that, but together, you got to see it all.
Why? Okay, so the payload integration facility for Amazon is, like I said, just north of Kennedy Space Center. They bring the fairing to us. We load our 24 or 27 satellites onto the deployer, and then we drive it over to the launch facility, where we have tabs on it the whole time.
Does that include you?
The royal we. I work on design.
Royal we. We hear royal we's all the time from people.
So I'm interested as to why, if you think that a publicly traded company is making false claims to their investors,
like Lockheed Martin,
their shareholders, like
Lockheed Martin.
Okay, I am I invite you to file with the SEC, like file a complaint.
No,
like,
I have no
like
problem with it. Look, I'm pretty sure Amazon has a top secret facility clearance for some of this stuff.
Top secret? I mean, we have SCIFs and things that we do this stuff in, but the commercial mission is not part of that.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, you need that as a prereq for a SCIF. You need a TS facility clearance.
An FCL, correct. I agree. I'm just saying that this is a commercial telecom system, has nothing to do with classified information.
Well, the payload integration facilities tend to be highly secure, and what happens afterwards.
No. I can tell you with 100%.
Once you bring this stuff to like United Launch Alliance or whoever's doing this shit today, you will lose complete custody of everything, and you will never know what happens to your payload.
That's not true. Just
yes, it is. Not just like nuh-uh.
No, I'm just telling you right now. I understand. So I work on the small team within Kuiper that does the government, facing work. You can. I understand where that boundary is.
I'm asking you about.
I understand. I work on the high side. Like, I understand what facility clearances are needed to access our payload processing facility. It has nothing to do with our top secret facility license. Like, that is purely ITAR and proprietary. There's no government clearance work going on at that facility.
There is at the launch site, and prior to it, you can't step foot anywhere close to that.
No, not at the launch site either. You're lying.
All right. No, I'm not. I need you to provide evidence then.
It's proprietary.
I bet you're not willing to do it because you know.
I'm either lying to your face right now or you're lying to mine.
Sorry to feel this way. And having access to two-line elements, KOE data comes from ground processing stations.
That's not true.
As for like satellite telem before, you're giving me crap that comes from the ground.
No, it gets downlinked directly from our space system and uploaded to spacetrack.org.
It's uplinked. The satellites don't know where the shit they are without the ground station telling them that.
That's not true. That
is absolutely true.
Do you have a primary source on that? Because I know how our
it's just how it works, man. With the KOE and the ephemeris and the almanac are uploaded to these things from the ground based off of a network of ground stations that do optical and radar tracking. And then they solve for like the mean anomaly of the KOE and blast that shit to the satellites, whatever the hell they are. And the satellites then take that, enrich the data, and send it down to their users. So WGS84 is built in from the get-go because where all of those ground stations are that are tracking these satellites relay their coordinate references in latitude and longitude, so the sphere is baked in. It's assumed.
No, it's not. It's not latitude. It's not latitude longitude. It's
the ground stations use that. But they're not using ECEF for the ground stations. Okay, there's several transformations that take place.
Yeah, it's ECI. We talked about this the other day.
Matrix transformations.
I was going to say it's ECI, so you need the rotation rate multiplied.
I'm talking about ground, dude.
The ground stations also use ECI. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's when okay. Yeah, so ECI is when they actually apply a quaternion. I can show you one that they use for WGS84 to calculate a rotation vector for the satellites. So they're understood to be nadir facing, whether or not they actually measure it.
They have to be nadir facing.
ECI to ECEF. That's how you convert ECI to ECEF. You just subtract the rotation matrix, the quaternion, and then you can actually subtract even more from that, from WGS84 to get the local tangent plane, which is how GPS systems work.
I mean, are you talking about trilateration at this point? Why we need 4 GPS satellites in view as opposed to 3?
I'm talking about how receivers receive local tangent plane, flat Earth coordinates.
Hey, you do a coordinate transfer. That doesn't change the fact that the original data is calculated raw.
Well, the original
satellites
are tracked using flat Earth. Then a globe is constructed out of it for Keplerian orbital elements. That is a preference.
So
KOEs maintained throughout, because if you use one coordinate reference system and maintain it, then you will be internally consistent and won't have issues. And then you can
what's the end game
unrotate everything and uncurvature everything back to a flat Earth again. That's how all the shit works.
Yeah. I understand you can do coordinate transfers and then subtract out relative motion.
What's happening with GPS receivers for the end user for local tangent points.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm wondering what your end game is here because we get back to propulsion issues.
Satellites don't prove that Earth is a globe. That's my end game for you. They don't prove it.
How do they? What? Okay, I guess. Do you have another model that backs out accurate satellite position data without Keplerian elements?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a whole history in the early satellite business when TRW and James Van Allen was building shit and sending them up into the upper reaches of the atmosphere of aircraft carriers. All right, so they had problems with imaging.
Are you talking about the Corona program at this point? Like, what are we doing here?
What is Corona? I mean, Corona was. Yeah, never mind.
Yes, dude. I know exactly. I was going to say, like, we have obviously run in similar circles, which is why I'm confused as to how you've come to this worldview.
Well, I know. One of my coworkers was actually hit up because the Hubble space program was having issues initially because NASA didn't know how to produce lenses for the environment.
Kodak fucked up the original lens that they put up there.
Right.
Yeah,
so they went to my coworker's office to go figure that out.
Are you from Rochester?
I'm not, but he is.
Okay, I am as well.
Okay, so you're up there. Okay. I wish I could give you names to look up. He's retired, but he's a legend up there, dude.
No, yeah. I mean, Kodak's a shell of what it once was, but no, I moved down to the DC area just because most of the jobs for those types of programs are not up there anymore.
I know they've consolidated everything.
But I can tell you, I understand where the interface is between what we're talking about and what Amazon is doing commercially, and I can tell you that the firewall is quite strong internally. I'm not trying to bullshit you.
I agree, dude. I know it is. It's a nagging question. Like I've been out of that line of work for at least 10 years, and I've only been into flat Earth for about 4. To give you some perspective.
Okay.
And when I was in that business, I had questions. I had major questions, and I ran into flat earthers, dude.
Oh yeah. What do you think I'm doing right now?
Yeah, putting stuff in space on a flat Earth.
I'd be interested in what propulsion system you think is being used by all these Starlink satellites that are up there right now. Right?
I don't know, man. I don't freaking know. I would love to know too.
So they have to file with both the U.S. government as well as the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union of the U.S. Well, no, but I'm saying they have technical appendices that are public knowledge. You can go pull the files of everything that they're claiming they're using for propulsion because there's space safety and space traffic management.
Right. I mean, there's going to be offset requirements for all this shit, dude.
I disagree on that because then it goes all the way down to every single CubeSat and university team.
I got issues with CubeSat. The chain of custody, man. They've commoditized the whole CubeSat thing. They give everybody basically a cage, so that they have to build their CubeSat to spec so that it can fit within the cage alongside all the other people that are developing CubeSats within the same cage system.
Yeah,
you turn it over and you never see it again, and then bam, bleep, 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 bloop, 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 Doppler effect, and everybody says, satellites.
Well, no, because the headers on the packets that you downlink and the encryption keys for that transmission are exactly what you encoded into the CubeSat, and unless you're claiming quantum encryption breakers.
Oh, you're not allowed to encrypt without giving the keys to the government.
That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
I've done this myself.
Oh, dude, you cannot do.
You said you've been out for 10 years. 10 years ago, the world might have been different. No, I mean 10 years. The world's changed a lot as far as the low end, as far as like academic
You can't even get a ham radio and like encrypt a freaking data packet over ham radio because of this shit.
No, you give the encryption scheme to the government. You don't give them the key though. You tell them, hey, I'm using OFDM or whatever encoding and encryption scheme you're using. You don't have to hand over the key though. I can tell you that for a fact.
Okay.
Like if you wanted to right now, we could build a CubeSat, launch it, and take pictures of the Earth. I don't know, like $100,000, $150,000.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like getting permission to take pictures of the Earth with it. That's just a big fucking goat rope.
No, I mean that's CRISRA, so it's the CRSRA.
Used to be called COCOM requirements in the day. You couldn't take any images below 60,000 feet without special permission.
No, I mean, I was going to say startups I'm very familiar with that process now. It's through CRISRA. It's an office within NOAA that you have to apply a license of basically what the imaging payload you want to fly is, what subjects you plan on imaging. And I do admit that they do a interagency review behind the initial NOAA interface. So State Department still sticks their nose into it, but it's not impossible to get one of these imaging licenses. I mean, commercial startups like Turian Space and Keo and a few other ones.
People don't know what the requirements actually are, though. I mean, it's a lot more than you think it is. Okay,
no, they passed a reform in 2022. No, they posted reforms in 2022 that completely overhauled the system. It's way more transparent now. You should definitely look into it.
All right.
No, I'm trying to be a straight shooter with you right now.
2022. Like before that, it was everybody loses chain of custody, no transparency, and now suddenly it's like all clear.
Yeah,
I'm going to need to see some more about that. Why don't you provide it?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'm doing some gardening right now. Go grab it after.
That's cool, man. I'm in the middle of repairing my auger motor on my pellet smoker grill. These things are awesome, by the way. When the motor doesn't burn out.
Aftermarket one. I've listened before.
Like the shitty thing is, dude, it looks like the same one that I just pulled out. So now I'm like, fuck, did I just waste $25 on another cheap Chinese motor?
Well, anyway. They might have taken a governor or something off of it, even if it is the same exact model.
When you first popped in, I didn't know it was you, man, because I'm not like looking at my phone. But I'm glad we reconnected, and I'm sorry for treating you like a shithead in text the other night.
Yeah, you're good. No, it's all good.
Okay, but I mean, I'll say what we say in 24/7, and I'm going to hear tires screeching and record scratching. But listen, like if people provide evidence for the globe, the second that I see verifiable evidence and it's true, I'm back to the globe, baby. So. And I'll shut down this channel.
This is gonna be more involved, so I'm gonna duck out for like 15-20. I'll be back.
Yep, cool, man. All right, I might be here. If I'm not, then feel free to hit up any of the others. You may want to talk to Indio, by the way. Indio 007. He's really chill if you're cool and honest. You've been really cool with me, man. He knows a lot of shit. It might be worth your while. There are a few others I can recommend names to as well who understand what we understand. Anyway. Am I by myself?
I have a question.
That was like the nerdiest conversation I've had in a long time. LaserComp. Okay, so Josh's LinkedIn. Okay, he shared this with we're not doxing Josh. Josh, who I was just talking to. I'll get with you in just a second, who has a question. But Josh does laser communications for Amazon. Sounds like satellite to satellite communication. So you got a bunch of satellites, right? Up in the sky really high. They need to communicate with each other. They're going to be flashing lasers, bloopity bloopity bloop at each other. And they're going to use that for communication. So he looks like he has some very interesting, intimate knowledge of SATCOM tech. I don't really know SATCOM.
Yeah.
But that's really interesting.
Go ahead. I got a question, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do we know where we're going if the Earth's flat? Because I've heard that.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a big question. How do you even know where you are? Right? How do you know where you are if the Earth is flat? Let alone how you're going. If you don't know where you are, you can't even know where you're going. So yeah, how do you know where you are? I think that's a more fundamental question than how do you know where you're going. How do you know where you are? You have available to you many different ways to figure that out.
You're not answering my question. How do we know where to go?
Trying to explain that your question is malformed, and we can expand your question and be more precise. But sorry. Are you still there? What the hell? How do you know where you're going? I mean, I don't know if our friend is still here with us, but what I was going to say is to figure out where you're going, you first have to figure out where you are. Because how are you going to know how to get to where you're going if you don't know where you are? Latitude and longitude. The most popular convention has been since, I don't know, the freaking Ptolemaic age. 150, 200 years or so after Christ. Maybe even before that. All right, so you look up at the sky, at the stars at night, because the stars, the constellations remain fixed within their respective location. Over time, they move. You can make post-dictions, not really predictions. You can make post-dictions about when and where they will be on certain dates in the future. So you can use the stars to figure out where you are, because Polaris is a very bright star in the northern latitudes. Everybody in the north can see it at the same time in their respective night. You can use that as a base of reference, as a fixed reference frame. And you can use the movement of the other stars, or the sun, or even the moon, to figure out where you are east to west. And using the stars, you do a celestial fix on your location. You can compare that position to other places, what their celestial fix might be at their respective point in time, whether now or also in the future. So you can use celestial navigation using the stars to figure out where you are and also where you need to go. It's all done with using basically elevation angles to stars and azimuthal angles and at least 2 clocks. That's it. If you want more details, ask me anything. Almost. If I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. All right, let's fire up this grill. Oh, hallelujah. All right, the fan is working. Let's see if the auger motor turns. Oh, wow. All right, let's try it again. Oh, it's turning. Sweet baby Jesus. The auger motor is turning. All right, the next question is, do I have any missing screws? Do I see a loose screw somewhere that I didn't screw in somewhere? Man, this is beautiful. Okay. I'm going to test this MFer with a fat pellet that it used to have trouble cutting before. Let's see if it cuts again. Wait. So if I hold down this button, it manually turns the auger. Now I got to wait for it. It's like slow. It's like a slow train wreck. Big fat drill that doesn't move very quickly. It's got a lot of torque, so if I put my finger in it by mistake, I'm probably going to have to go to the hospital. Right, here we go. Biting the pellet. Biting. and it cut through. Oh my goodness, it cut the pellet. The last one would not do that. I'm going to try a few more. What should my sample size be? N equals 20? I'm not going to bore you to tears, but I will keep it running and talk to you about flat Earth in the meantime. And I might have to...
My wife's philodendron is way too fucking big for the pot it's in, so I got to go to the hardware store and get a bigger pot.
You do that. Go get more pot.
Hey, Uncle Sam says no to that. My security officer says no ganja for me.
Yeah, that's it. You can't. You really can't. You really can't. And it can't be a part of your life, or even close to, until you retire.
Yeah, no. Until it's federally legalized.
Oh gosh, that'll be the day, dude. I used to have to get waivers for that shit because of my past. But pretty much everybody who is an 80s kid had to get waivers too. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. You just got to be honest and then have a history of not being involved, and you're good, man.
Oh, I was going to say my security officer yelled at me for talking to y'all the other day. And I was like, you speaker trained me. I went through the whole process. You know, Amazon has blessed me to speak in settings outside of the company. So.
Oh, that's interesting. So wait, did you self-report or did somebody rag you out or something, man? Because
I self-reported. That's just because there's a lot of foreign nationals in these environments.
Yeah, there is, man. Jeez, I used to get bumped at the freaking grocery store in Maryland. I used to work by people with accents and always reporting that stuff. I'm glad you're doing that. Listen, man, I'm a flat earther. I love America, and I worked with people that were flat earthers now that I look back at it. And it's not like an anti-government stance whatsoever. There are a lot of like anti-government flat earthers that are like anarchists. That's not who I am, though. I was first actually turned on to this when one of my coworkers was hinting it at me, said, hey, look, you understand like signal propagation, you got to focus on ground wave. Ground wave propagation is where it's at. Skywave is BS. And that used to bother me for a long time. I had another coworker who did 2 stints in Antarctica as a guest scientist at Vostok Base during the Cold War for America. He was a flat earther too. And he told me that after all of his time down there studying geology and the sky, he wonders if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or breathes in place. I never understood the wisdom of that until I came into this. Unfortunately, he passed away a little while ago.
I was going to say, I was, you know, something I've been turned on to recently is how easy it is to get a job in Antarctica. Like, there's just straight up an application you fill out because I need like plumbers and post people and bartenders and
and good dental records. When I was doing this, Lockheed Martin had the contract for the deep. It's still called Operation Deep Freeze, dude. Like that's what it was called when like Admiral Byrd went down or something. It's still called Deep Freeze. Yeah. The just gotta have a good health record, and you can't have like. I mean, yeah, security's obviously high. High. Like you can't have a criminal record, right? So I mean, that screens out a lot of people, but it's got to be trustworthy. I don't know if public trust. When I was in this stuff, man, you had to have a secret at least to go down. They didn't have public trust stuff. Maybe that's changed.
Yeah, I mean, a buddy of mine wintered over 2 years ago for the University of Minnesota, which owns the telecom dish down there at the South Pole, and so he was the maintenance technician over the winter. It was like 2 years ago.
That's cool. We got some flat earthers, man, who used to work in Antarctica doing SATCOM, setting up ground links, like mobile temporary ground links. Not even joking.
No, I mean that's honestly I heard when I was trying to wrestle with my wife's plant. You were talking about the laser comm. That's something I'm really interested in doing at some point. Is if we're able to ruggedize these terminals, if we're able to do point to point on the ground over long distances, it would make it a lot easier. And you need a very dry environment to get a good amount of link reliability because water really fucks with the beam.
Antarctica's a freaking dry environment, dude. I wish I'd done a stint down there. I had a chance to. I didn't take it. I was dating a girl at the time. I'm like, no, I can't do this.
I told my wife that's my ripcord. Like if the rest of my life falls apart, I'm going to Antarctica for a year.
That'd be so fun, man. Listen, so when it comes to this whole topic and discussion, it's if you've been in the kind of community, the kind of circles that you and I've been around, it's more about the way you think about the geometry and mathematics from a philosophical perspective and from an empirical perspective. Like when you're honest with the math, when telemetry data is calculated and converted from Euclidean to non-Euclidean geometry, and then back to Euclidean again, you got to start to wonder about things. When chain of custody of stuff is broken along the process of taking a payload and putting it up in space, you got to start wondering some things. You start examining the choke points and the way people think about things, and you have some questions.
Yeah, I mean,
something isn't right.
The biggest thing that I would point to is that I understand the propulsion mechanisms that are on the satellite, and I have like a full bill of materials of everything that we're putting on it. So
right, so it's not being wasted, right?
I don't understand. I guess where it comes down to me is like, if you would have to have some other tech or subsystem that's keeping things up, that's not being included in the mass or any of the calculations that we use to size, all of the rest of the subsystems, like, the batteries and the solar arrays and the radiators and, right. So I see no evidence of any alternate propulsion system. So I'd be interested. I don't understand how they would stay up about that.
Yeah. Here's what I would look at: just the extent and willingness that programs might go through that you're not privy to keep up appearances. The amount of money, people that they could throw at things to create a show, to protect certain interests.
I mean, I'd subscribe to the Batcave theory, right? Like your compartmentalization, but I mean, again, I just I work for large organizations, but also on the startup side, where it's literally just like 300 guys throwing together like manufacturing stuff on site in the same place as our office, and currently, a system that I've worked on is providing internet for Southwest Airlines across the entire U.S.
That's awesome.
I don't know. And there's no evidence of that.
Not like that
at all. Like, I don't know.
Let me tell you what. One of the so put on your historian hat. Okay, after World War II, this really goes back to that. After World War II, it was important for the West, specifically America, to cement itself as the greatest nation on earth, and that no other country could touch its technological prowess. They just dropped freaking doomsday weapons on Japan that the world had never seen before. It scared a lot of people, and it made all of us at home feel absolutely overwhelmingly victorious. The space program was an outgrowth of that feeling, that passion. Because right after this, even before the space program, there's something called the Psychological Coordinating Board, PCB, established by Eisenhower. And the Psychological Coordinating Board was responsible for creating government programs and initiatives that would provide that image good image to the world about how America's freaking untouchable and nobody can ever F with us again. I mean, it's great. I love America too. So I'm like, this is awesome. The PCB morphed into something called the Operations Coordinating Board by the 50s under Truman. Its mission somewhat evolved and started to embrace outer space. And all these internal documents that you can pull out and read of the OCB, whose board members include CIA, Alan Dulles, talking about how to use outer space as a psychological tool for projecting power and capabilities that may not actually exist. And also providing reasonable top cover for developing weapons of mass destruction. Probably a topic I shouldn't bring up in words around here. But these are all public documents. You can find them on archive.org, declassified and everything. I mean, this is just out there. And space, including the designation of satellites, are to be used as tools to project power and capabilities to put America in the most positive light possible at all costs. Space, and then NASA was then formed, and the first interim director of NASA was chosen by Alan Dulles. Space really is the final frontier, dude.
I get it, but I guess I appreciate the historical context. I would just say that within the last 15, 20 years, you've seen a very large departure from that government control to commercial lead within that environment.
I'll tell you what I see from my perspective on that, though. I've been watching this a long time. They've commercialized it, absolutely, but there are still choke points. People don't have information. And, I was alluding to this earlier, and I don't want to bring it up again, but people think that they are closer to what's actually happening than what's really happening. The program is too important to let go right now because everybody's in so deep. It became a tool of international diplomacy. Really, the space program is about brokering peace between nations, having a mutual scientific endeavor to get into, but it's more than just that. If you belong to the space program, you are trusted because you know what we know, and because we and you know what's really true, and that what we know together, we're in this together, that what's actually going on is different, then I know that you won't divulge, and you know that I won't divulge, and if we both divulge, we're both effed forever.
Yeah, I don't know. I would push against the choke points for a lot of these commercial entities. Like I'm not saying that USSF launches are open and honest, because they aren't for good reason, but or NRO work, but
right, that's a whole different world.
Startup for telecoms, our mission control was, when I was at the company, it was just like in the middle of our office. Like the GNC guys are just, the same guys that are working on the other stuff. Like it's a small ragtag team. Like, so I'd be, and my specific role in that organization was leading regulatory affairs. And so like I owned that interface between the company and the federal government. And I could just
so you're up on the FAR and ITAR and all that. Wonderful.
100%. Yeah. There was so many of my friends that I wanted to have come work with me are not able to because they're not U.S. persons. So
that's a big deal.
But I don't know. I guess I have not seen that wall anywhere in unclassified environments. I'm not saying it doesn't exist in other environments.
In a sec, I'll tell you where I find a wall. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is right. That is a nerdy conversation. Apologies, y'all.
Very interesting conversation. I appreciate it.
You mentioned that you would need alternate propulsion systems that you don't see in the manifests and such.
Sure. Yes.
Why would you need alternate propulsion systems?
The ones that we are using are providing like millinewtons of thrust.
Right. And why wouldn't they?
So and the satellites are hundreds of kilograms. So it's
Sorry, gotta go. But the points are the launch site. Sorry, gotta go.
You're good. You're good. No, I mean the satellites are hundreds of kilograms in mass, and so if they're not orbiting by moving sideways at a super fast speed, so that they never come actually down in the globe model, like if they're stationary, they would need something to keep them up. So and millinewtons.
Stationary? You're talking like geostationary.
No, just in general, like without orbiting in a flat Earth model, you would need some sort of upward force to keep at the same altitude for years on end. Whereas in the globe model, when you're orbiting, you're moving sideways so fast that you never actually come down. So you don't need the propulsion system in the globe model, but you do in a flat Earth model. Something to keep
like
you
you're
up.
Making a lot of assumptions about what the sky is.
I mean, based on my understanding, yes. My designing of the hardware, how we design these things to operate.
But like, I mean, this is speculation Sunday, but let's imagine that the sky is a super cooled conglomerate of like helium-3, a frictionless environment.
Well, even if it wasn't a frictionless environment, we would need some sort of heat shielding or other stuff that also is not on the map. So I'm like, that's where I get a little skeptical of most of the stuff. Is that we're not designing for any of this. 590 kilometers.
So what shielding is that? It's like the thermo. Doesn't the heat start to?
No, you're way out there.
Point?
No, I mean heat rises, but there's no medium to transfer that heat, just because the density is E-5, E-6 parts per million.
How does heat transfer in super cooled helium?
Sorry, one second. I'm about to check out the hardware store. I'll be back in like a minute. No, I mean it's we assume near vacuum for all of our thermal design. It's now there's no medium.
Fair enough.
Right, like I guess where I get confused is not confused, or just more skeptical of alternate understandings of what's going on. Is that these are very delicate systems that we design for a very specific use case and design life, and we have to understand the environment that we're operating in, quite well. So we, do all this design work based off of that understanding, and then, even if there are choke points in the chain of custody, on the back end, they operate and transmit and perform just like we designed them to, like within a few percent margin of error.
Yeah, it's like there's a few different possibilities. Like they have absolute control of the data streams, and you just have to accept what you're receiving as being generated and received in the way that you're told or expect. But I mean, there's only one reality, right? So like there's only one answer to the question. It's just,
I mean, we own the whole data stream. Like the government has no right to have access to any of our equipment, both on the ground and in space. Like we get a license and that's about it. Like it's not like, we have, if they wanted to access our ground systems, they would have to get permission. If they wanted to access, our space systems, they would have to come and get permission. Like we don't even launch with the government. It's just paying another commercial company to launch us. So like you get your FAA license, you get your FCC license, you get your NOAA license, and that's for, launch, radio, and imaging, those three respectively. And then after that, once you have those pieces of paper, like the government stays out for the most part. This is like almost a purely commercial operation, no different than, someone building computers or selling cars or whatever.
what would the sky have to be in order for it to all work over the top of a horizontal plane?
So you get these, like, you can back out the orbits to fit over a horizontal plane. Like you can,
No,
like,
I don't mean.
No, I'm getting there. I'm saying you could. There is like an equivalent path that a spacecraft could travel upon, over a flat plane, and still appear in the same places, at the same times. That is predicted under the globe model. But the issue you run into under a flat plane is, especially if you're assuming any sort of azimuthal projection, I don't
subscribe to a disk or an AE style reality. Yeah, neither does.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Sporadic.
Well, basically, what happens though is, like, in certain regions of our understood, like, understood, habitable regions, like, South America, Australia, etc., places within, the quote unquote global South, you would
south of the equator.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying, like, in those regions, in order for that spiral graph to be consistent with the Keplerian orbit and a globe model, like the object would have to be, like, moving way faster to catch back up to where it needs to be. Go ahead.
There's way simpler, more straightforward ways to point holes in the idea that we live in an AE map style world. Sunset times will do it. I mean, I live in Tasmania, so I'm a long way south.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, I stick to what I stick to what I know the most about when discussing these things, and it usually has to do with spacecraft operations design. So I mean, yeah, there's other simpler ways to, like, go about these things, but even just downloading the station app for the ISS, you can pretty quickly figure out that the Keplerian orbit is the actual, like, trajectory of the ISS. Just because if you're in the global South, it's not traveling any faster than it would at equivalent latitude in the north. I mean, I've yet to run into anybody in these rooms that actually is in the global South. But if we find, like, a pair of two people at the same latitude, north and south, we could run this experiment pretty quickly.
There's lots of Australians in the room pretty often.
Okay.
I'm about 40 degrees south.
Oh, interesting. I think I'm actually pretty close to 40 degrees north. But like, if you downloaded the Spot the Station app, you should be able to like see the next time that the ISS is visible with the naked eye.
There's all sorts of satellites that are marked. You can just use Stellarium, or there's a bunch of apps. You can see them go over.
Oh no, I get it. It's just any other assumption of the medium of what the sky is outside of what the I would say the globe model states it is requires like radically different spacecraft design from what we actually work on. I guess that's my thesis. What do you mean?
Like, what? Let's say that the medium is exactly as you expect, but it just happens to be above a horizontal plane.
Well, then we wouldn't orbits don't work in a horizontal plane, so we get back to that. You would need some sort of propulsion system to keep you at that constant altitude.
When you hear me say the words horizontal plane, are you immediately imagining an AE map?
No. Just any horizontal plane where because orbits just don't work in a non-globe system, right? They don't. You need
can't move over top of a horizontal plane in a regular pattern, like the stars.
Things can't orbit around a horizontal plane. Like the concept of having high enough tangential velocity without drag that you're constantly missing the center of mass that you're moving around. That doesn't work outside of a globe model.
Orbital mechanics uses a horizontal plane. So
you can back out.
It can.
No, does not. I apologize. You can do reference frame transfers to get it to look like it's working over a plane, but then again, like I said, you end up with very large accelerations and decelerations in that reference frame that are just not present because we don't have those propulsion systems.
Is that if you assume that there's more space south of the equator?
Just in general, like based on that timing. Like based on the appeared I guess you are correct. Yeah, assuming there is more radial space south of the equator. Yeah. That doesn't back out.
I don't believe that though.
That's fine. But I'm just saying
you're battling against this single conception of what the flat Earth could possibly be.
I guess I'm fighting against the null hypothesis that this works in a non-globe situation.
Yeah, I'm continually compare it against an AE map style horizontal plane, though.
Okay, I mean, let's remove that then. We don't even have to worry about that. I'm saying their orbits in general, like the ability to not have an upward force. Keep you at a constant altitude doesn't work outside of a globe model. That's the assertion.
How would you prove that?
It's just kinematics, right? Right. All around us, if you drop something, it falls to the ground.
I mean, not everything. It depends. Things move in different directions depending on the density and the.
Oh yeah, but it accelerates downwards at 9.81 meters per second squared. Irrespective of ballistic coefficients and air resistance.
I mean, helium balloons don't accelerate downwards.
Okay, well, I'm saying it's on an object that's not experiencing a buoyant force due to the medium around it. So remove the atmosphere around you. The acceleration downwards is 9.81 meters per second squared. So the assumption. Okay, I'm saying satellites are made out of solids. If you drop a solid on the ground, it goes down at 9.81 meters per second squared. I can tell you that there are no balloons on satellites.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are satelloons. They do exist, but that's a separate.
I'm saying not for 99.9% of what we have up there.
Right. What I'm saying is, it's almost like you're making an argument from ignorance. You can't conceive of a possible arrangement of reality where you can have these things moving over top a horizontal plane. Have you done any, like, personal observations of the surface of the Earth? Like long-distance observations, that sort of thing?
No, and I have to. One sec, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm back home from the hardware store. Gotta finish some gardening.
Yeah, no worries.
Interesting conversation. He sounds like he's quite new to the topic. If he was thinking of an AE map or like a flat disk type of Earth.
I mean, it's what everyone's programmed to think of when they hear the word flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh well, if he comes back, which I think he will, I've got some great observations to present.
It'll be it's very difficult to his entire career and worldview has kind of got this feedback loop between his understanding and beliefs about the reality of the sky, right? And so if all the things he does for work function as he expects, why would you question it at all? Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was kind of saying there could be some ways that it could operate over a flat plane. I mean, it's not like he's completely closed to the thought, at least. I mean, but I mean, like, the empirical evidence that's testable, repeatable here on the surface, that it is literally impossible on a globe. I would argue it's literally impossible, right, to have the amount of long distance observations that we have at the clarity that we have them and how clear they are, right? So that's extremely clear. We don't see crazy miraging effects or anything like that taking place, and the meteorological conditions that would have to be present, even according to their own arguments against them, right, are impossible.
Yeah. The clearer the air, the more stable.
Yeah, like if you've got, just say you've got like 17 degree water, 17 degree air, and you've got a crystal clear observation, right? And it's been done during the day, and then it's been done again during the night. Just as a hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. Which we've got close to. It would be impossible for the crazy conditions to be present to create the type of situation that would allow, even according to their own argument, this to happen visually. So
you do indeed see a long, long way.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy, right? The lack of counter observations, right? And the lack of, right, they have like, according to them, right, they have their standard refraction, they have their K factor.
I am Thor in
yeah, shush, dude. What the hell? No one cares.
I'm here to debate. I believe
No, you're here to get muted as soon as I get back on the screen. Is he gone?
No, you still have.
Yeah. Which
no,
one
you,
is it?
you told me to shut up.
Thor, yeah. Shush. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's unexpected. Yeah, just wait till a conversation finishes and then you can jump in, buddy.
Yeah, like the lack of a single observation showing their so-called standard refraction, that should be the norm, right? What you observe most of the time when they say, a K factor of 0.13 to 0.17 would be considered, according to the experts, standard refraction. Yet we can't find a single observation that comes anything close to that. When I go onto their Earth curvature calculators, right, their straw man begging the question Earth curvature calculators, and use their refraction slider for the 3-inch observation, right, over the Canadian Lake, or the 21-mile Great Salt Lake observation, or Dr. John Dee's Black Swan observation, I have to slide the K factor up to 98, 99, 0.98, 0.99 for it to be able to explain all of these observations, right? And that goes for like nearly all of the observations we have. I can't find a single one where their so-called standard refraction anywhere close to comes into it. Like, anywhere close. You know what I mean? It doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I mean, on any day you go out that's really clear and stable, you would think you would just see the curve of the Earth right there. I mean, it's not that far away. And yet, it's when everything's really distorted that suddenly it might be a little bit closer. Yeah, it's backwards.
A little bit closer a little bit closer as in 500% too far. Something like that. They're like, this is the white swan. This is the one that works on a globe. And it's like, what? That's like 500% further away than what it should be, talking about the horizon, obviously. And once again, you have to slide that begging the question refraction slider up to nearly max just to explain their one that says, this is the globe one, the white swan. So yeah, it's crazy. That's why I think long distance observations are the real killer for the globe. Whatever's happening in the sky, it's not going to make that water curve.
Exactly. Another guy bounced, did he? Yeah.
You heading off? That's what you said?
I am going to. I was just saying that Thor guy's left, so.
Oh.
But yeah. It's like
damn.
Nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, so.
Oh, true.
Later.
Yeah. All right, catch you later, Endless.
Yeah, if you're looking at a boat, right, like say 40 miles away, and it's like stretching or something, it's distorted. What they're saying is it's being projected over the curve and it's stretching. Oh, so it's like an effect on top of another effect. Okay.
It's really insane, right? Like they have on Walter Bisland's advanced Earth curvature calculator, they have the refraction slider. So it's essentially a begging the question refraction slider to reverse engineer these long distance observations. But what it is, when it's on zero, it would be like a vacuum, right? Like zero refraction at all. And then as they slide it up, it essentially like increases the radius value of the Earth. So they say 0.13 to 0.17 is standard refraction, right? So it's like 8% or something like that, larger globe. So it would allow you to see a 8 to 10% beyond the so-called curvature of the Earth. and then as you slide it upward, it makes the globe bigger and bigger to the point where you get up to 1. That means that there's so much refraction that everything just looks completely flat. And that's what you have to slide it up to explain like most of these observations. This is really crazy. And then you look up, okay, right, like what would cause that meteorologically? Like what weather conditions would cause that, and what kind of consequences visually would have to be present when you're making these types of observations with this crazy extreme refraction, right? And it says that you would have to have these like ridiculous conditions, which is near like super refraction or near ducting, which is extremely rare. And you look up, okay, what are the characteristics when you have these presents? And it'll say, oh, you'll see things floating in the sky, you'll see things upside down, and like, you know, like inverted mirages and all of these crazy effects, right? You can't have these crystal clear observations and also have this crazy extreme refraction happening at the same time. And according to their side, right, they say it's caused by the vertical refractive index gradient, right? The GRIN. So to have these extreme effects, you need like a huge like it's primarily controlled by temperature, they say. So you would have to have this huge change in temperature just over a very, very short height to be able to create these effects. And it's just impossible.
The ocean would have to be like really hot, and then the air would be like really cold, or opposite.
Well, the other way around. Yeah, the other way around.
Yeah. So like really cold water and really hot in the air.
Yep, pretty much.
But ridiculously so.
Yeah, like a huge difference over a very, very short vertical distance. That's why it's good if people are going out doing observations like over water. If they can take readings of the water temperature in comparison to the air temperature, it's really good information to have. Like Dr. John D did that. I think we have that information for the Black Swan as well, and we have like very, very similar water temperature to air temperature. It's only like 1.2 degrees different.
Yeah, Dr. John, he's really thorough with everything. He does everything super professionally and everything.
Yeah, it's really, really good the way he his Black Swan observation, which is the Wind Towers one. It's really awesome the way he does that, because it's like an hour, 15-minute video. He goes over every single possible factor that you could think of.
It used to really frustrate the hell on me when QE would shut down the refraction discussion with a whole lot of screaming nonsense. So it really frustrated me. But how we do it now is it's more all encompassing and stuff. Did you take the photo of the moon? That picture of the moon? Did you take that photo? Was that a?
Which one? The one I posted during the eclipse?
The red one. The orange.
No. No, that was that was what the moon looked like. I don't have like you kind of need like a high focal length camera, because when I take it through my phone or anything like that, or even through my Nikon DSLR, it looks too small. But if you take it through like a 100mm lens or something, you'll see it like look like that.
Yeah.
But the moon looked crazy, man.
At all?
I was like a product photographer for many years. I used to buy and sell like lenses, and I did a few like basic courses and stuff like that on photography as well. But I'm definitely not like an expert or anything like that. Just an amateur. but I know a little bit about lenses, and you know, like I said, I did like many years of product photography as well.
Me too. I think that's why I'm interested in that, in those long range effects that we see. If you're into photography and stuff, I guess you'd be interested in that, how light works and stuff over distance and all that.
Yeah. I've got a cool. I don't know if I can find it. My files are so. It just what a difference focal length makes to what you're seeing in the background and in the foreground.
Yeah.
There's a cool example I have somewhere. But it's such a crazy difference. Like things in the background that look really small can look absolutely giant when you increase the focal length and the distance of the object in the foreground. Here it is. Yeah, check this out, Daz. Almost looks like a different person when you're using the low focal length. And then look at the size of the thing in the background change. The apparent size.
I was seeing that, yeah. So they're just zooming in and out. And he's stationary.
Well, not exactly, no. Right, so you would have to, the camera, I'm not sure exactly how they did this particular one, but I'm pretty sure, you know, you have to keep moving further away from the person to have them the same size in the frame, right? So if you're using like a 50 millimeter lens, you'll have to stand a lot further away than if you're using like a low focal length. So the actual cameraman will be moving backwards, and then zooming.
But the dude is not. Is the dude?
Yeah, the dude will just be standing still, and then the cameraman will move backwards and keep changing the focal length, and then getting them the same size within the frame. And then, like with the 100 millimeter lens, you'd have to move quite a long way away from the guy.
That's crazy. The other one, below it.
Helio posted a cool one. Damn, that's freaking trippy.
Yeah, that is trippy because it's not changing size, but the backgrounds are zooming in like crazy. That's nuts.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating, all that stuff.
Yeah, people don't really take much notice to how crazy our perspective is because we've had it since we were young and we're just normal, like desensitized to how interesting it is. Like sometimes I'll go out, I'll watch planes flying overhead. Like when they're coming from the distance, it looks like a rocket going up into the sky almost vertically. But that plane's actually just going horizontally across the sky. And then you keep watching it, and it'll like arc out over your head, and then it'll do the exact same thing when it goes far enough away. Right? Like a big giant personal half dome of perspective or whatever you want to call it.
I hear so many times these conversations start, with a topic like, "Can you show me measurement of Earth curve or something?" And then it seems like the people on both sides are trying to back up until they find a common set of words and set of ideas that they agree on, which I would label as the axioms of the argument.
Well,
and
you
it
have
seems
to define
like they go farther and farther back.
Hold on. Before you go further, right? Like you have
let
to
him
define
finish
terms.
talking. Fuck.
Would you agree that you define terms?
Would I say what?
Would you agree that you have to define terms before you can move forward?
Well, yeah, it's I don't see a good distinction. I mean, defining terms and refining ideas. I said something and you echoed it back to me, and I realized you didn't really understand it the way that I meant, and so I try to refine the idea with more examples or better definitions. But it's kind of interesting to me how this search for a common starting point seems to go way, so very deep. And I'm listening to you and Jedi talk, and I'm like, yeah, it's interesting how this search for a common place to start on something like Earth shape.
Yeah.
Finding the place where we agree is really deep down.
Yeah. Regardless of Earth's shape, the conception of the fabric of reality is very deep. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. Without question. I mean,
right. So
other people might question it, but I agree with you completely.
So, it's been a long time that you've unmuted your mic and actually spoken to me, probably a year plus, probably 2 years. But would you agree with the fact that when it comes to a certain level, both sides need to legitimately put aside what their preconceived notion is and try to find a common ground on what is the fundamental aspect of reality? Because there's no sufficient evidence one way or the other when you say the reification of the bending and warping of space-time, which are just two measures, right? Because space is just defined as two physical things, right? And it's the difference between those, right? So it's not an actual thing in and of itself. And time is not something that flows through my fucking watch, right? There is no thing called fucking time. Time is the conception that we use as a measure to try to measure a progression within this reality. So there is no physicality to either of those things. So if we're saying that there is a physical bending and warping, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but if there is a physical bending of something, there needs to be a physicality to it.
There isn't. That's the problem. We come with the integrity that we understand that the words that Einstein said was poo-poo. It doesn't match reality. We shouldn't be spending this time with it. Right? It doesn't match the reality we live. And to say that we've got to come together somehow, some way. We're the ones that are coming with integrity every time.
I don't disagree with that, Jen, but just to say that it's bullshit is fantastic. I agree.
There is nothing there that I can hang on to, that I can use, that's going to better my life with that. There's nothing there. Nothing.
So what is the causal nature of the measured acceleration that we have in this physical reality? What is the causal nature of it?
When I die, I'm going to ask God that.
Do we not care, or do we just want to be like, they're wrong, and I don't have a fucking idea what is
that's what's going to
happening, but they're fucking wrong? Like, do we want to get to the understanding of what's taking place, or do we just want to say they're fucking wrong?
Yes, they're wrong because they're putting up a lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. And they're getting paid for it. Hang on, they're getting paid for it, and it's crap. Einstein is one of those. Come out with a load of rubbish, and it's something that we will not know now until when you die, and then you'll ask the man with the blueprint, the man who made, I say man, the creator that created this earth that you live on.
Hey, Jim,
Something
I
you're
realize
never
I
gonna
didn't
know.
interrupt Napalm, but it really wasn't an invitation for you to start talking. I was listening to him, and I wanted to respond to him. It really, my willingness to not interrupt him was not an invitation to you. Please shut up.
Yeah, sorry if I've gone on there, but it just happens to be listening to Jedi
But
and the
you need to
gentleman
shut
speaking.
up so that Napalm can finish, and then I can respond to him. I was being polite.
Yeah, Roland, I don't disagree with you, but I fucking hate you. But if we can come to some sort of fucking common ground, like whatever, like I don't give a fuck about the personalities or the conceptions, whatever. But like, what is the truth of the fucking matter? Do you have something?
Yeah, unfortunately, what Einstein said has to be thrown into the bin.
Jen,
It's as
did I
simple as
say
that.
Jen?
Sorry.
Did I
Go
fucking
ahead.
say Jen? No, I didn't. But Roland, what do you have to actually add to it?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to add. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on this search for common language and common terms. And you've been back, and I've been listening to you talk to some Globers, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on what it's like to try to find this. Where is the common ground where you and Globers agree? You know, the axioms 1 + 1 = 2 or whatever. Where is the basis where you can then start building arguments together one way or the other?
Well, yeah. None of those people, like you can, like Jay Ace, right, which is a chemist, right, in a whatever you want to call it, Ivy League school professor who has the ability to do a bunch of experiments or whatever. He has certain conceptions which we've all been taught, right, which is this atomic model. And even when he boils these things down to their baseline levels, he can't fully define a field, what is waving or not waving, right? So I think that's the thing that we need to try to figure out. I'm not trying to say, like, I have the right fucking answer, but everybody wants to not talk about it. Both sides want to be like, you're not right, right? And the people that have the common conception of it want to say, well, there's various fields, but these fields are conceptual mathematical models, which is not a sufficient definition in my opinion, right? And nobody wants to actually like talk it out and figure out whether or not the conception of what's taking place in energies that are waving, have wave properties, what is actually fucking waving? Do we not want to fucking define that? If we don't want to define that, that's fine. But nobody can make a fucking claim to the proper definition if nobody wants to actually like touch that third rail. Does that make sense?
Totally. There was a post on Reddit, and in that post, it wasn't like explain like I'm 5. I don't know if you go there, but in that post there was a comment that was very long, and I cannot find it again to save my life. I've tried so many times. The question was something like, "What is mass?" It had nothing to do with the flat Earth, globe Earth like debate. Somebody was just asking, "What is mass?" and I've seen it used different ways, and I don't understand. And a physicist wrote a very long, very interesting answer to it, which is getting right into the heart of what you're talking about, that, you know, there's stuff that is useful, but if you start looking closer, it starts not making sense. And do we throw it out because it doesn't make sense, even though it's useful? What's the right answer? And mass is right at the top of the list for me. What is mass?
Right.
Hard to say.
But to me, like, I understand the useful aspects of it, right? Because everyone wants to reify it into this. It's a wave function, which a wave function can be useful, right, in defining certain parameters. But what is actually fucking waving? That's the ultimate question, right? And I think
nothing is waving, dude.
That starts to blur the line between physical and metaphysical, right? Like I think it gets to a certain point where you're on that line of physical and metaphysical. Would you agree or disagree, Roll?
Dude, nothing is waving. What are you talking about?
So there's no wave function.
Wave function is not physically waving. It's not anything physically waving. It's just mathematical
waving that
construct,
way, dude.
Okay?
Come on.
So why are you defining it by a wave function if it's
nothing's waving in physical reality, dude?
So nothing is not a thing. So no thing is not waving. So what are you trying to define by that?
Wave function duality mentioned earlier, dude. It's just a mathematical expression. It's like, it's handy. Roland pointed this out. It's not actually true, but it's handy, like mass. Right? It's just a mathematical conception. It's not actually waving.
Well, it's not actually not waving either, right?
I was going to say, so do you agree with that, Roland, that there's nothing that's actually waving? It's just some sort of
I take issue with the word
conception.
actually, and Napalm, I take issue with the emphasis he put on the word actually. It's like he implied he knows what's actually happening, and I do take issue with that. No, I don't agree.
Well, not actually waving.
You're Napalm. This whole discussion of the past hour is way down in the very like you just said, line between physical and metaphysical, and we could start talking about what that word meta means. But yeah, Napalm, this moment in time, I'm
like meta means not
a lot of what you're saying.
Right. So meta means not physical, right? So we have to, at some point, acknowledge a non-physical entity that may have set out these rules. Would you agree?
Yay, God!
Oh,
yeah,
are you're striking out at God and the origin of the everything? Yeah, I
didn't say God, but is that your implication?
I am pretty much like atheist, but I leave room for God, so I'm slightly agnostic. But I can respect
that, right? Like
I don't know where the rules came from.
I can somewhat respect that, right? So when we start to blur the line, because how can we properly define the metaphysical and the physical? At some point, you don't have a physical definition for something that can't be defined physically. Would you agree?
Yeah, this is why I actually unmuted. You're hunting for the axioms. Where can we start? What is something that we can sort of agree is and build up from there? Right? I think. Isn't that what you're looking for? The line between metaphysical and physical, the metaphysical, we'll make the metaphysical axioms, and hopefully they're self-evident enough.
Well, I think our common conceptions, right? We're lured into this idea that we understand because we can put some sort of mathematics to something that's taking place that we can't properly define, right? So, like,
take the atom model. How about the atom model?
Right.
Initially, it was a solar system, right? It was a nucleus, and the electrons were planets
spinning around. Now it's a cloud. Whatever.
And then that got refined because that didn't really seem to work.
Yeah, so if we're talking on that level and everybody wants to claim either we understand or we just don't know, that's fine. Like if you claim an understanding of it, sure, I'll push against that. But if you claim I don't know if that's sufficient, right? Like I agree. I don't have a full conception of it, but I feel like we shouldn't stop at like either we know or don't know when it comes to that level.
Well, the one thing I can, if I may just
you're not going to get pushback from me, Napalm.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Jen, I will yield to you now. Good luck.
I appreciate that, and I do apologize for interrupting. I was going to say, we do utilize that downward vector. Let's take the case of the bike I used to have, the Honda 650 NX 650J single cylinder. It was a dry sump. which meant that the actual the engine oil tank was outside of the engine, above the frame, above the engine. So it would be fed in. It would be cooler before going back into the engine. Okay, now that's we're utilizing the actual downward direction, if you will, vector. So we can utilize it. I think that's the best we're doing at the moment. What it actually is the difficult thing to know as such. But we are utilizing it in many ways. Okay, that's just one. Thanks for the gap there. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with the fact that there is some sort of what appears to be either a downward vector or an upward acceleration, right? It's one or the other. These two things go hand in hand, right? So I've seen people try to claim that there is some sort of upward acceleration which is causing the downward vector, right? And I've seen people that have claimed that no, simply based on the fact that there is this large mass, there is a downward acceleration towards it based on the fact that the larger mass is attracting smaller mass, right? But they don't want to claim that it has anything to do with the way that other accelerations happen based on energetic interactions, right? It's just mass acceleration.
It's just gravity, bro. Little g.
Yeah, that's
9.8 meters per second squared. That's all it is.
Right, but what is that? That's the bigger question.
It's gravity.
Cool, but what is that?
Is it? Hey, Napalm. Sorry to jump back in. Is it okay to say that at that point, like, I don't know, it just seems to be? I mean, in a way, all of the forces are kind of hit that line, right? Like, I don't really know why the nuclear forces. To be honest, I don't really know why the electromagnetic force.
Sure, so we can all just say, I don't know, and we can never claim the bending and warping of space-time, right? Because it's like, we don't know. Well, we just know that it happens.
Just because we don't know why doesn't mean that we don't see it happen.
Right, but if you have no explanation of why, I don't care what your explanation is.
Wait, you're saying if I can't explain why it happened, you do not want to hear my evidence at all?
No, because I have the exact same evidence you do if you're not claiming a reason why. I can say it's the fact that dirt has some sort of empirical relationship to fucking unicorns, and the reason that mass is attracted to that is based on the fact that unicorns fucking transverse on rainbows in the metaphysical.
Oh, hang on.
Interesting analogy.
Hang on a second. Before we bring
prove me wrong. You prove me wrong and prove me that your conception is better than mine.
Well, hang on. Before we go to the unicorns, if I can say that there's clearly mass attracting mass, like a Cavendish experiment. Just hold on. Just hypothetically. If I can say,
we want to define that,
but then I can't explain the why. Why is the observation invalid just because I can't explain the why? It seems like the observation is quite valid and should go into the pile of things that we know happen.
Who
every explanation must include.
Who claimed?
Hang on, I did.
Who claimed it was invalid?
Oh, I've gotten confused. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of a thought, and now
because you say when this attraction takes place, who claimed it was invalid? Because you're like fighting windmills, Don Quixote. Like what are you talking about? Did I make that claim?
No, I was using a hypothetical to say that just because I don't have an explanation why doesn't invalidate the data. Data is, and every explanation why.
Who disagreed with the data? Who disagreed with the data?
Not you in this discussion, but so many people in this larger debate have that it frustrates me.
Well, I think there's a reason behind that, right? But who claimed that there was not? You say you can't define it. You just experience it, right?
I can't explain why. I cannot tell you why.
I can measure it too. You can measure it. We can all measure it. But to say mass attracts mass because reasons, cool. We can all say that. So what does that help?
I don't. I stop short. So for me personally, I stop short of the because.
So you don't care. You just know that it happens.
I do care. I just realize the limit of my knowledge. I cannot explain to you why similar charges attract each other. I stop short. That's the limit of what I feel like I know.
I get you. And the other side feels the same way, right? So why are we arguing whether or not this thing takes place?
The other side of what feels the same way is what? Yeah, that's
I don't know. People
really interesting to me.
People would disagree.
What did you mean?
People would disagree with you that actually takes place. Would you agree or disagree?
Oh, yeah. No, the Cavendish,
I don't want to do that. Do you disagree with me, Napalm?
So the observation of the Cavendish, right? That little thing is happening, but the observation and the data that is gathered from that, and then the conclusions that are drawn after that, like there's a difference there because I may interpret it certain ways and someone else will interpret it a certain way, and someone will just look at it and say, yeah, that's what happens, and that's it. No conclusion, no interpretation.
So everybody agrees that what happens.
Hang on, Jimsy,
happens.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Like don't ascribe to the Cavendish experiment something like, well, it's the electric force. Because since Cavendish, many people have repeated it and they have controlled for the electric force. So whatever is happening is not the electric force.
What is the electric force that you're referring to?
The negative charges and positive charges are attracted to each other. Rub a balloon on your hair and your hair stands up. That's the electric force.
Oh, so that doesn't actually happen with masses?
It happens. It happens, but Cavendish and what Cavendish observed cannot be fully explained by that because people have controlled for that very carefully. They have gone to great lengths to make sure to rule that out. So
what are these?
Happening,
what are these? Give me the parameters of how the electric force is defined.
Say that again.
Give me the parameters in which the electric force that you're claiming is defined.
For this discussion for this night, I'm going to just end it at negative charges and positive charges are attracted and like charges are repelled.
So like Coulomb's law or something.
Coulomb's law.
You'll end at Coulomb's. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, and we could go deeper, but not this night.
No, that's fine if you don't want to do that. But at least we can agree that you'll
Cavendish saw, Coulomb's law doesn't fully explain it.
Yeah, you'll end your definition of the movement between masses with Coulomb's law. I can get on board with that. Because if that's where you say it ends and you have no explanation past that, that's fine. Because I think the explanation is very similar to that. But if you want to end it there, I'll agree.
Well, yeah, for this discussion, for right now, I want to say that Coulomb's force and the force of gravity are similar, and that Cavendish did an experiment and things moved, and the electric force can't explain it all. Coulomb's law can't explain it all.
So let's pull it out to just Coulomb's law, right? If we don't want to go further than that, what causes Coulomb's law to take place?
Right. Yeah, that's the same question as what causes gravity to take place, and that's where I'm saying I don't want to dig deeper. And
how do they control?
And it's not because I don't care. It's not because I don't care.
That's
it's just
fine.
kind of late.
No, I get it.
Kind of late and kind of deep and very interesting to me. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of carve the line there. Coulomb, gravity.
It's fine. It's fine.
By the way, why do you hate me? You said you hate me. Well, why?
Because of what you do in the chat without actually opening your fucking mic, bro. Like, we've had plenty of discussions via voice where we are very congenial, but you will do stupid shit in fucking chat that I don't agree with.
Because I don't remember ever having a particularly bad conversation with you.
No, I will agree that we don't have bad conversations, but you will do things in chat that is like text. Like
Napal, you gotta also add another variable that you speak into a sober rolling my boulder. So he's sober. At
Yeah, I was gonna ask, Napalm, are you talking about recently in chat or like a year?
When he's strong, you might be getting the wrong side.
Yeah.
What did you say, Napalm?
I haven't spoken to you in voice in probably, what would you say, 2 years?
Yeah, it's been a while. I've calmed down then, so you meet the new role.
Me too. I took a very long break. I'm like doing a bunch of credentialing with work and all that kind of shit. But like, yeah.
Well, if you see me in chat saying something that particularly infuriates you, please call me out on it because.
Yeah, we'll do it on private.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Anyway,
so,
good
ladies
to see you again. And who's the other guy that we used to talk to? There was another guy a lot like you. Cirrus? Something like Cirrus.
Yeah, how do they control for Coulomb's law, though?
Cyrus.
Cyrus has been he's been hit or miss recently. He's a good dude. I like Cyrus.
He is a good dude. I like Cyrus a lot. All right. Sorry, Jen. Take it away.
Wait, no
question.
Yeah, rolling my boulder. How did they isolate or control for Coulomb's force?
They go to elaborate lengths to try to make sure that everything is at equal potential. This is an ongoing thing where people are trying to refine the gravitational constant to ever more significant figures. So I bet you there is a paper within the last 18 months, certainly the last 36 months. If you want one, if you want like the most recent Cavendish paper, I'll try to hunt it down for you. But mostly it's trying to make sure everything is at equal potential. So there are no forces from Coulomb.
Do you know how they go about that? Just curiosity. I can go look it up myself.
You can't just say there's no forces.
I know,
like there's.
I know the like. Level one
the standard model of particle physics leaves out the gravitational force, right? So I'm just saying.
Yeah, so the level 1 effort to control for it is to have low inductive paths between the things. So that usually means some sort of like strapping with braids or something. Because it's not just like galvanic connection between the things. They're also worried about AC forces. So that's why inductance becomes a player. But I think that they have taken it in more recent times even further than my understanding about how to control for it. I mean, they've gotten to absurd things like 9 or 10 significant figures, so it's really exotic how they're trying to. Yeah, if you want to do a new Cavendish experiment and write a new paper on it, you're going to have to come up with something pretty creative. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. But I would say mostly low inductance electrical paths between the objects.
But what's electrical and what are these energies, right? Like that's the bigger crux of it, right? When you say you need to get creative in your explanation of it, your explanation boils down to energy. What is that defined as?
Yeah. But I said for tonight I was going to draw the line at
all right,
and you said
fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, back at the ranch, none of us have witnessed this mass attracting mass anywhere in our lives. But the claims are being made that gravity exists here today. It doesn't exist. It was never proven by Newton. He disagreed with mass attracting mass theory, which he couldn't prove. Thought it was an absurd idea. We can't prove it ourselves. None of these gentlemen can prove it. And the Cavendish is just a nuisance. It's a nonsense. There is no such thing as mass attracting mass, unless it's a real magnet. We know why. It's a magnet. It's got magnetic properties. Bang. Okay? If mass attracting mass was a real thing, we'd see it all over the earth as we move around. Many spheres are happening all over the place. But we don't see this mass attracting mass. It's just not something observed in all 63 years of my life. Okay? So it's just a theory that was never proven at this point. And the little movement that those balls do, and everybody's, we've proven it, and you haven't proven anything. Okay?
It's not a theory. They don't even have a hypothesis. That's not a theory.
Not a theory.
They don't even have a hypothesis.
Thank you. It's not even a theory. Thank you very much. There we are. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's always important to get a clean breast of everything, and I like a clean breast, believe you me. Now, this is where we are currently. Gravity not being proven. Yeah. Gravity not being proven. Thank you.
I did enjoy hearing Napalm and Roll My Boulder speak, though. I enjoyed that conversation. Thank you both for having like a intellectually honest and like fair discussion with each other.
Yeah, no worries, man. Like, I'm not here to just like be like I'm fucking right or somebody else is wrong. Like, I don't care about that shit. I care about the truth. I think there's bigger things to this reality that if we can all put aside like differences, we can probably figure it out, right? And it might be beneficial to us if we actually figured it out, other than being controlled by stupid narcissistic freaking trillionaires, right? Like, I don't know.
This is Roland, and I'm back for Napalm, and I'm noticing that it still says Flat Earth, ask me anything at the top. And Napalm, you are Flat Earth, right?
What are you at the top of what? What are you talking about?
Define flat.
The little subtext of our channel is still Flat Earth, ask me anything.
I don't look at that. I just saw people were here and I joined a voice. What do you mean? Like, I
have a question that's been really bugging me, and you might actually give me an answer. Would you entertain a question from a Glober?
That was your question.
Oh, damn it. Would you entertain 3 questions from a Glober?
Not 3. I gotta go to bed, bro. It's fucking late. What's up?
It's the water is flat thing. And Globers show dewdrops or meniscuses or evidence of water curve. I'm sure you have seen this.
It's a misconception of the idea that water is flat, but go ahead.
Well, pin in that because we may need to ask about that. And then the flat earthers say, well, puddles and bathtubs and lakes and oceans are all flat. Then the flat earthers sort of recognize that they can't see hundreds or even 1,000 miles.
That's optical, bro. Like, here, if you want to talk about,
let me get to the end. Let me get to the end because I'm right at the question. So on the small scale, there are meniscus and dewdrops and stuff. So water is curved on the small scale. On a, let's call it mid scale, like a bathtub or a lake, it looks flat. Then you can't see 1,000 miles. So since we have sort of a conflicting thing on one, it looked curved and on one it looked flat, how am I supposed to believe flat earthers that on a huge scale where we can't see it all, what they say is true?
Sure.
And if you want to speak for them, that's fair. But that's my question. That's what's been.
I don't care. So based on your question, right? If the world was flat, what would you expect to see over distance based on your conception of reality? Would you agree or disagree that we view this world in Euclidean or non-Euclidean space?
I will speak just for me. Certainly Euclidean, I work in Cartesian coordinates, X, Y, Z, and approximate many things as flat. And don't dispute the idea that a lake at a casual glance looks flat.
Cool. So if you think that we visually perceive, and this would be any measurement based on optical devices.
For me,
if you believe that we visually see this world in Euclidean, am I breaking up? Am I breaking up? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay, so if you agree that we,
is it just Napalm that went away? Okay,
it's probably you.
Well, let's wait. He'll sort it out.
Are you saying something?
Napalm, we can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you the whole time. Napalm sounds clear and everything is coming through, so whoever doesn't hear him is having issues.
Yeah, so
I can hear Jimsy, but not Napalm.
You can't hear me?
Connect and disconnect, rolling, connect, disconnect, and reconnect, rolling.
Sounds like you muted him. I don't see it.
I didn't mute him. Stand by. I will disconnect and reconnect.
Okay, that works. That might be convenient because if you think that we visually see this world in Euclidean space, then you can't say that parallel lines appear to merge at all. So you would basically disagree with your perception of reality.
I'm so sorry, Napalm. I do not know.
I'll say it again. Can you hear me?
Couldn't hear.
Can you hear me, Roland?
I can now, but you cut out for me, and I couldn't hear most of your answer.
Cool. I'll start over. Right. So when you said that you deal with reality in a Euclidean space with Cartesian coordinates, would you agree that in a Euclidean reality, parallel lines would never appear to even come close to intersecting? They would never even come close to intersecting. Would you agree?
Strictly parallel lines, but there are a few such things. Most things are just approximately parallel. Sorry. So strictly speaking, yes, but in like, physical reality, nothing is perfect. So nothing is perfectly parallel.
Cool. So if I had two lines that were 1 foot from me in reality, as they went off in the distance, they would never appear as though they're getting closer to one another in your Euclidean reality. Would you agree?
You used the word appear, and I'm not sure if perspective is coming into play. I mean, from my vantage point, train tracks get closer together.
Okay,
they aren't actually getting closer together.
So can you give me any measurement that has no relation to appearance that you claim defines your globe?
I give you a measurement that has no relation to appearance. I don't see how that would be possible. Even looking at a tape measure is related to appearance, the appearance of the tape measure. I mean,
I would agree.
I don't see how it would be possible to do that.
And I would agree that tape measure appears as though it gets smaller as it gets further away from me. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, for sure. Perspective. I mean, that's like Artist 101 perspective, right? If you're going to draw a tape measure, then... Yeah.
Right, so that's a thing, right? So if you wanted to try to properly define drop over distance, you wouldn't be able to solely rely on appearance. You'd have to do it empirically, right? Would you agree?
If I was, I lost the thread. We were talking about metaphysics, and now it's drop over distance. If I was trying to define drop over distance, you are touching on something that I have never fully understood. If you're talking about measuring Earth curve,
okay. If
we're about to run up on something, I just will volunteer. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's fine. If you don't understand how you would properly measure Earth curve, then I don't need to have a conversation with you, because you believe that it's taking place and I say that it's not, and I think that anything that you would measure is purely based on appearance, not actual measurements. So then you would agree with me there. So where's your actual proof that the Earth is dropping as it gets further away from me?
When did I offer a measurement of Earth curve? I don't understand what happened. What did I do?
I mean,
it sounded like
I didn't try to trap you. You kind of put yourself into that trap, and I just
that's
agreed.
Okay. What did I do?
I just
to
agreed
put
with
myself
you.
In that trap?
Yeah, I just agreed with you that yes, if you're claiming that a measurement to apparent locations is not an actual measurement of drop over distance, I'll agree with that, right? Because in your Euclidean world, you would only ever measure to perspective based on the fact that you're measuring to apparent locations. So you could never define your reality by a measurement to an observed location. You would need to do it empirically with like laying line to establishing a horizontal and measuring down from it. Have you ever done that?
I certainly have not laid lines and measured down from them, and also I'm not quite on the thread of what have we got. We're talking now about where is the measured empirical Earth curve thing.
You brought it up. You said like, "Hey, I read this title to whatever server this is or whatever," and I said, "I don't know. I just saw people in here and I clicked on it." And you said, "It's flat. So where is your definition of this? Blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Well, if you're claiming that it's not that, how do you fucking measure it other than observations to apparent locations? Do you have physical empirical measurement?" Yeah.
My question was much more nuanced than that, and I did not mean to like trigger a whole thing. My question was, can I go back and ask my question again? Because
no, you can't. It's too late.
Okay,
you can do it.
All right. My question was just that as I have listened, the flatness of water is central to the flatness of Earth, but on a small scale, water is curved, meniscus, dewdrops. And on a large scale, like 1,000 miles, a flat Earth acknowledges that they can't see that far. So only in a middle scale does it look flat, and I was trying to understand why flat Earth asks me to extrapolate to the large scale they can't see. Given a counterexample that on a small scale it's curved, maybe on a large scale it's curved too. Who knows? Flat Earth doesn't know.
It's not that it's curved, right? It's that a meniscus is not the aspect of a lake. Do you think that the meniscus on a lake would affect, let's say, 100 yards? Right? Like if I'm observing something over 100 yards, do you think the meniscus on a lake would be relevant to my observation?
Completely not. Totally irrelevant.
Okay. Cool. So my question is
on a small scale.
Right, small scale, 100 yards, small scale, right? So when we observe,
small, drop scale.
That's not okay. Cool, small scale that happens.
Right? There's smaller scales, right? There's microscopic scales, but small scale dewdrop, it's curved.
How can you tie that into a larger scale, though?
It's all water. That's how. So on a small scale, it's curved.
So you agree that at 100 yards, it's not relevant, the meniscus, but you want to go to a smaller scale and then try to apply it to a larger scale, but then say it's not relevant. So that's hypocritical.
No, listen to the full question. Listen to the full question, Napalm. On a small scale, it is curved. We both agree. Meniscus, dewdrops, they're curved.
Sure.
On a middle scale, hold on. Listen, Napalm, listen. On a middle scale, we also agree. Lakes look flat.
No,
we agree.
No. Let's go back to the small scale. So the small scale, there's a meniscus. At what point does that cease to exist?
Irrelevant to my question, which I want you to listen to, and then if you want to go back there, just put a pin in that, because if that's where you want to go back, we can. On a small scale, we agree there are curves. On a middle scale, like puddles or bathtubs or lakes, we agree it looks flat. So now we have 2 points, one curved, one flat.
Don't speak for me.
To extrapolate to the huge scale of the Earth, flat Earth acknowledges it can't see 1,000 miles.
Don't speak for me.
I am not. I'm asking a question in my own mind, and if you want nothing to do with it, that's okay.
Well, no. Before we get to large scale, let's get to middle scale. So what is middle scale as you define it?
Bathtubs, glasses of water, puddles, lakes, oceans.
Okay,
oceans
cool.
as far as you can see. As far as you can see, which is not very far.
So if I can demonstrate that what happens on a middle scale has nothing to do with a meniscus, but has everything to do with perspective, would you agree with me or disagree with me?
I would feel like you weren't understanding the spirit of my question.
Okay, so
we need to extrapolate to what we can't see.
Let's make parameters. Let's make parameters. 100 yards. What is the difference between the low point and the high point in the meniscus of that water, in your opinion?
Can I approximate my answer as 0? And we move forward. It's not exactly, but can I just say 0 and move forward? Okay, 0.
Yeah, I will agree with that. But if I can demonstrate that my observation appears as though there would be curvature at that small distance, would your approximation of 0 be correct or incorrect?
This conversation sucks.
It does suck because
Napalm, I don't care. My question is, how do we extrapolate to the 1,000-mile scale that we can't see?
Well, we can prove it on a
want
middle.
Me to believe that it remains flat, even though they can't see it.
No, we can prove at 100 yards, where you say that it would be 0, that there is an optical appearance of drop over distance, but it's merely optical. It's not actual. Unless you can prove the actual, I can prove the optical. Can you prove the actual?
I'm not. I am not interested in that particular point. I want to know about the 1,000-mile scale where you can't see, and why I should believe.
If you can't get past 100 yards, why are you concerned about 1,000 miles, bro?
All right, let's go. Tell me about the 100 yards. I'm going to engage. I'm going to fully engage with 100.
If we can prove that there's an optical relationship between the smallest substantive angle between the observer and the thing you're observing appears as though there is bottom-up occlusion, apparently, can you prove that there is actual drop over distance in that distance?
Probably.
Empirically.
I'm not sure.
You can't, but you want to go out to 1,000 miles.
No. I want to understand why flat earthers, not necessarily you, but why, and that's why I'm saying if you didn't want to answer the question, that's okay. But my question is, why am I meant to believe flat earthers when they say water is flat over 1,000 miles when they can't see it? And I only have 3 points. 1 point is small, dewdrops. 1 point is middle, lakes. And the other point is further than flat earthers can see. They can't see 1,000 miles.
So,
we have one curved, one that looks flat.
To the middle.
The third is a question mark. Why do flat earthers want me to believe the third is flat and not curved?
Okay. So let's stick to the middle. And can you prove that you even admitted that the curvature, based on your whatever you want to call the meniscus, right? When it comes to the middle of a lake, is 0 curvature. So where are you? Why are you getting past that point?
Why don't you guys discuss a 10-mile wide lake?
It doesn't matter. We can do it at 100 yards. It appears as though there is drop over distance based on observational relationships due to the fact that you have small angle relationships that gives you the appearance as though there is a obstruction. I think we can all agree to that.
We have beat the room to death with our discussion.
Hey, Roland, can I ask you a quick question? So,
as long as it's really quick, because the room is exhausted of this.
Yeah, if you're on a 10-mile wide lake, how much curving drop over distance do you think the globe requires across it?
8 inches per mile squared.
So how many feet do you think that is over 10 miles?
I can't do that in my head that fast.
About 66 feet.
Okay, 6 sounds great.
Story building. Do you have any measurements? Have you ever seen any that would confirm that exists in reality?
That's an optical relationship based on 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height.
I have seen,
bro.
I have not done a measurement that as you described, but I have seen some, not exactly as you described, but similar to what you're saying. And I thought they...
Please share one of those with us. We've done those measurements. We've done those observations and measured 0 curve. So please share the one you're talking about.
I don't think I have anything that it would be new to you. There is some old stuff over Lake Minnewanka from a guy that got curious.
Prove that it's empirical as opposed to optical. So you're saying you have measurements that are what, based on theodolites? Or do you have an actual laying of a line that has been known to be parallel?
Nothing that is laying of a line. I do not.
Yeah, so it's an optical relationship. So do you have anything
that I would offer is optical?
Yeah, so it's all optical. So the same way that when I talk to surveyors and I ask them, how do you measure the drop over distance for the curvature of the Earth? They say, it's not actually there, it's optical. We only calculate it in once we get past a certain point.
So whoever was asking me the question, are you satisfied with the answer or not?
Well, basically, I know about that Lake Wanatoba measurement, and there's no actual measurement. It's more of it looks curved, so it must be curved. There's no actual measurement there.
Well, I mean, he varied the height of the camera and showed what the camera saw. I mean, there certainly was no tape measure involved, if that's what you mean by measurement.
No tape measure, so no measurement.
It was a pretty careful observation that I think.
Like I said, so no actual measurement. It's just it looks flat or it looks curved, so must be curved. No actual measurement.
Actually, no. The Glober is telling you it looks flat. That's why it's a ball.
Yeah. Did you measure it in rise over run or based on an optical relationship in degrees?
Napalm, I already told you it was optical, and I'm sorry that I don't know who the other guy talking was. But the other thing I was going to offer up was more recent than the Minnewanka, and I'm sure you've probably heard or seen it. But There's a guy very much anti-flat earther, Jesse Path of Light, or I forgot his other name, and he has done some more careful laser and theodolite measurements. Napalm, they're still optical.
Yeah. What about his optical observance of a concave Earth? So is it concave then?
It doesn't seem to be, although
he's measured that before. So is that an optical measurement or is it an empirical measurement?
I already said they're all optical. They're all optical. You don't have to ask me any more times. They're all optical. But likewise, to my knowledge, the measurements of flat Earth, when people say the Earth has measured flat, my knowledge, those are all optical as well. So it's not like because it's optical, it's invalid.
No, we've done it empirically.
Yeah, over
small distances, right? Even in your mid distances, we've measured down from what we established as a horizontal. So where's your measurement of drop over distance from an established horizontal?
Napalm, do you have a 500-mile measurement of flat Earth?
Oh, I thought you were talking about
over 500 miles.
So now you're going to move the goalpost of 500 miles when you were talking about 100
it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary. I concede 500 is an arbitrary number, but do you have?
Nope. Do you have a 500-mile drop over distance measurement from an established horizontal?
Of course not. I don't have a 20-mile or 10-mile.
So you don't have it. We don't have it. So where do we have the measurements?
Well,
where do you have your empirical drop over distance measurement? Because everything that we've done, establishing horizontals with surveyors, with whatever you want to do, even when it's piggybacking at very short distances, right? Very short distances, establishing a horizontal with optical measurements.
The longest thing that I know of, was a series of measurements done by a team of people over a decade, and was 3,000 miles. And I'm certain you've heard of it, but it's the transcontinental triangulation, and they detailed in excruciating, agonizing detail how they did their measurements. And while it doesn't show like exactly what you're asking for with like a line and a tape measure down to the ground and this like drop over distance.
What was their shortest measurement?
Their shortest? I don't know.
Right, because they do long distance observations optically over extremely long distances, which we're claiming, at least
extremely long. I mean, they could still see the other station. It wasn't, one observation, one station to the next wasn't 500 miles.
I can see an RC boat at 100 yards, but it appears as though it's going over a curve, but there's no curve. Even in your defined reality,
potentially you could not account in such a small scale thing.
You could not account for in that small scale the appearance of bottom-up occlusion. What is your explanation for bottom-up occlusion at less than 100 yards at a small scale?
On like a pond with wind and people maybe swimming nearby and disturbances in the water, or is the water smooth?
Pond, no wind. We've got plenty of videos. I can do it.
Water.
You can do it yourself.
Hang on. So you have a video with glassy water and not a shaky camera, but like a controlled Lake Minnewanka style thing where the camera was mounted and the water was glassy.
Yep.
You have that? You show it to me because I have never seen such a thing.
Yep. So, can you provide me with glassy water over 100 yards?
Over 100 yards? Actually, yeah, but no.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, because you can't. So you have an expectation of what I need to provide to you that you can't actually provide yourself.
No. It's not that. I'm saying.
What about a frozen lake? What about observations of lasers over frozen lakes?
Listen, if the video has a shaky camera, or it has obvious like wind and ripples from whatever, obviously the water is disturbed. If the video has water that's disturbed, camera is shaky.
Like all the ones that the Globe has presented to you, right? Like that you criticized, like this.
Lake Minnewanka tried to control for those exact things as best it could. He went back a second time and tried to make it better. So I'm not saying have it.
Yeah, this is the same level of scrutiny that you apply to the Globe, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit?
Can you link this observation in the chat, please?
Are you asking me? Or I don't know who you're asking for link the observation.
On a globe, the horizon, there's a venture point when the horizon you can't see. On a flat Earth, there's a horizon, but if you keep zooming in, you can see forever. It never actually ends.
It's not necessarily the case, but like over small scales, like we can show that it's an optical drop over distance. Because you claim that it would be zero, right, Roland, over 100 yards. But if you can prove over a lake that it's non-zero, what's your explanation for that?
Well, I mean, you could, but you would need like incredibly accurate instruments to measure the Earth's curve over small scales. It is possible, but you're talking like the most fancy scientific instruments in the world.
No, we're just going based off what their claims are, right? Which are like optical measurements over distance. So when we make optical measurements over distance, we can see the appearance of bottom-up occlusion over distance solely based on optical relationships that can't be defined by what the globe would claim would be happening over short distances.
Well, one of the things, the boat goes over, eventually drops down. On a flat Earth, you'd see the boat forever.
That's not the case, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, like, if I went to the American coast, I should be able to look at the water and I could see England if it was clear skies across the Atlantic.
What are you talking about, bro? Nobody claims that globe or flat. What are you even insinuating?
So if you're on the coast and the Earth is flat, on a flat Earth, you could look at England, literally you'd see it. You can't do that.
Why?
There's a curve.
Are you aware of what the Rayleigh criterion is? Or Fermat's principle?
Like distortions of light?
No. I'm talking about the minimal angle that you can substant and actually observe a distinguishable difference between the ground and an object. Are you familiar with what that is?
No, what is it?
It's the Rayleigh criterion.
Well, explain how it proves the Earth's flat.
Yeah. People that you think are on your side, globe earthers, the one you're interrupting, would never agree that you would see England from fucking New York if the Earth was flat.
In a vacuum, you could. Just like you can see stars millions of miles away.
Yeah, absolutely not. Why? What would lead you to believe that?
Stars are millions of miles away, right? They're like far
What would it look like?
And you can see that.
What would it look like?
Lights in the sky. The sky outside.
What would it look like then? What would it look like?
Well, if you my whole so you get no air distortion, yeah, you'll be able to see like England. You'll be able to see Africa. Assuming the Earth was exactly flat.
What would it look like?
So hold on. What my field of view, right? We.
So go on, T-Dub.
Yeah, I just want him to describe what he thinks it'd look like.
Well,
you're standing at the beach looking out the ocean. You're like 5,000, 10,000 miles away from a landmass.
Like a coastline, really far away. If you had a powerful telescope, and I could wave to you from the UK.
Bro, you're dreaming. You're dreaming.
No, because you can see stars that are millions of miles away. Even if like there was
what sort of powerful telescope do you think you're going to use? You're going to drag the Hubble down?
Yeah, that's what he's going to need. He's going to need a powerful telescope. He can't be talking about the naked eye. 3,000 miles. You're just not going to do it. Not with your eyeballs. Okay, like you said, if you remove all the atmos and you've got it into a vacuum now, okay, you're aiding your possibility, but you're going to need optical equipment, big one. Okay, not going to sit with the naked eye.
Like looking at a landmass is a huge object, right? You might like struggle to see.
Look, you're talking. Look, you're just not listening. Hang on, you're not listening. We're talking about the distance here. We're talking about the distance. You will not be able to see that with the naked eye. Impossible.
You would be able to see the landmass, though.
No, you wouldn't. You would not be able to see
when you approach the coast
because you wouldn't be able to resolve it. You just wouldn't be able to resolve it with your eye. You wouldn't.
Just be like a blurry land.
You know why?
Hey guys, you should go to the Earth is Not Flat chat and see if you can win a debate there.
Let me finish. You might have a sunny day, so there's going to be haze. If it's a cloudy day, you've got no chance again. Do you understand? If it's just cloud and there's no sun. This is including when you want to remove your atmos. The distance involved will never allow you. You're going to need a big telescope to do that. That's what you're going to need, man.
It's a large object. Africa's
all right, guys, come to the
American coast.
Flat chat.
Looked in that direction, you would see.
Sorry, who's that wants to invite me down? Say that again.
Landmass.
It is ambitious. Come to the Earth is Not
Okay,
Flat
we'll
chat.
get you banned from here. See you later.
So you're asking for an impossibility there. It's that. It doesn't realise. Clearly not in touch with nature and its capabilities. Yeah, he was from England, by the way.
Has Globetard headquarters sent out a new command to use this argument? This is twice today I've heard it. Like, what the bro?
Yeah, twice today. That's right. Yeah, and then it's been doing the rounds on the weekend as well. By the way, it's come up a lot past few days. It's one thing after the other. Okay, if it's flat, then we should be able to see, No, it's not like that at all. That's not how it works, man. God, just impossible, these people. Real fantasy.
I mean, and then he said you'd see him waving on the shore.
I know. Come on, it's embarrassing. No matter what, I never thought, I obviously knew you could not see that far. That's common sense. Even as a glober, I knew that. The weather is going to be in the way. Come on. Anyway, I think those who spend their time outside in nature know this sooner than those who are living in concrete jungle. That's all I'm going to say there. Because, when you're in concrete jungle, you've only got buildings to look at. But those who are outdoors in nature and in all seasons, they know. And again, these individuals, again, they're arguing their case. They haven't done any measuring. They don't know the numbers. Okay, just blurting it all out. You see, my embarrassment is I saw it all and I missed it. That's my embarrassment, ladies and gentlemen. When I say I saw it all, I saw the horizon from many heights, jumping out of planes, paragliding, abseiling, climbing, rock climbing, and you see this horizon. It's a beautiful view, right? But it's telling me it's flat at the same time, but I didn't pick that up. And I've had years of this experience. So that's my embarrassment. That, we all have our embarrassments. That's one of mine. That I saw Earth's flatness and it was telling me loud as glass, and I never picked it up. That's my embarrassment, you see. So other individuals come in and they think you can see great distances. That'll be his embarrassment, if you will. There you are. So what I'm saying is that I made my mistakes as well. So I'm not perfect, but, I can at least put my finger on my errors. Yeah, no problem there.
Your errors.
Yeah, sorry, last point. In doing so, it helps others understand that they don't need to worry and they should just be honest to themselves. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on, mate.
Cheers, Jim. What's going on, John?
Huh? Hi, I guess.
What brings you here today?
No idea. Just curious and bored.
Have you been in here before?
Many times, yes. Surprised you don't remember me.
I don't recognize the name.
Wait, who's talking?
T-Dub.
T-Dub.
I know, all us Aussies sound the same.
You. What did you call me? What?
I said all us Aussies sound the same.
Oh, I mean, yeah. At least in this room, there's 3 of you. So, but I do remember you specifically. I'm not getting you confused with anybody else. Just a lot of Australians that I know.
So you're bored, kicking stones around. You thought you'd come in here and, well, you're here now. What can we do for you?
I was just observing,
Yeah. What are you observing? Let's have a
he's
listen.
just curious.
Just people talking. I don't see the issue.
Okay. All right.
Flat curious, eh? Who else is flat curious? Anyone else here flat curious?
No, I'm not curious about the flat Earth. I'm just curious about people.
This is like a sociology thing.
I have my decision made on the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with that. Just people watching,
Yeah, and what is that shape?
Oh, it's a globe, ball shape, basically.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The man has not measured a single degree of curvature. Right? Hasn't measured it.
You never asked me for my measurements.
What, have you measured?
Them? Yes, I have multiple times.
Have you measured? What method? Hang on, first of all, what methodology did you use? What location was that? Go ahead.
Somewhere in Chicago on the coast.
Somewhere in Chicago. All right, Go ahead. Yeah. What was the methodology? What did you do?
What do you mean by methodology? I measured.
What do you mean by methodology? Is this the man who's telling us he measured the curvature? So methodology, How did you do it? Tell us the steps. 1, did this. 2, did this. 3, did this. Remember, there are people listening in the YouTube live stream.
Well, no, I guess step 1 I observed, then step 2 I measured, and then I observed again, then I measured again, and then I came to a conclusion.
Yeah, can you tell us the steps you took then? Let's have a look. Where were you?
Yeah,
somewhere
measure,
in Chicago.
observe.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I'm going to tell you I measured curvature, I'm going to tell you
exactly a bit more detail.
Yeah, I'm not going to give it somewhere in Chicago.
Here's the thing. I'm still waiting on a patent for my research, so I don't want to put any of that out yet.
You're putting a patent out there now.
No patent, not pattern. Learn to listen.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just I'm correcting. Like I said, patent.
Can you give us a brief summary?
Yeah, I measured, I observed, I measured again, observed again, came to the conclusion.
With a bit more detail?
No, again, I'm working on a patent, so I can't tell you I signed an NDA. I can't tell you more than
ladies
this.
and gentlemen. I was right. You're waiting on a pattern. Get out of here.
No, patent, not pattern. You keep saying pattern.
No, it's English. English, British English. We say patent. Okay, shut up.
Oh, you're just pronouncing
British
it weird,
English.
I guess.
Yeah, thank you, you American. Shut the fuck up. Ladies and
fuck
gentlemen,
England.
What a lot of nonsense we've got here.
I signed an NDA. I can't give out details. It's not my fault. I mean, it is my fault for signing the NDA, but like, I can't break the NDA. I don't want to go to jail or fined or anything.
What a load of cogswallop.
Don't you tell anyone how we measured the curve.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's just any details. Yeah, I can't reveal any details until the NDA is like expires. So you guys can ask me in about like 7 to 8 years. Then I can give you details.
Why not just share it?
I don't because I signed an NDA. I can't. I wish I could.
I don't believe you. Or a crock of shit.
Most certainly do not. I accept that.
I don't. I signed an NDA. I can't do any. I can't do anything about it.
Right.
Sorry,
ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this clearly. Yeah. Listen to this.
That.
Yeah, this is what he wants you to accept, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are listening in the live streams, pay attention now. We've had 10 years of flat Earth. No one's been able to prove the curvature. One's got a patent suddenly. What, you
I don't have a patent. No. I don't have a patent yet. No, there's no patent.
No one.
It's pending.
0.1. There it is.
Listen. It's a pending patent, and the name of it is "Fake It Till You Make It."
No, I signed an NDA. I can't tell you the name of it. I could if I would. I wish I could like reveal this information, but like,
what's the number of the patent? What's the number of it?
I signed an NDA. I can't. Like, I literally can't.
Fake it till you make it.
That's a load of crap. What would you?
So this guy signed.
Like, you know what an NDA is, right? Like, where I'm, like, you understand what that is?
It's not even that. It's just drop over distance, ladies and gentlemen.
Smells like
who wants to patent that? Drop over distance. That's all it is. What are we patenting here?
I can't.
This guy signed an NDA.
What are you not getting? I signed an NDA.
He reinvented a ruler.
Yeah, there we go. He's done something.
I wish I could correct you, but like, I signed an NDA. It's like you
can't correct an 8-year-old child. A child of 8 can do this drop over distance test. Children of 8.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. I'm addressing those people in the YouTube live stream who are listening.
There's like 3 people, dude. Just say their names.
Don't tell me how to speak, you Wally. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What a Wally.
3 of them, dude.
Don't tell me how to speak. You're the one
just
with the patent.
You 2 people. My 2
Yes, they're there. They're there, yes. It's important to acknowledge our listeners because it's their time. I value their time.
I'm saying.
They also value their time. And it's nice to acknowledge them, okay?
You have 3 listeners.
He has 43.
Again, that's a wild assumption. That's a wild assumption.
40 of those listeners are like inactive bots, dude.
Twitter.
Hey, Joe Forte.
I know how live streaming works. The 40 number.
Don't worry, you're assuming with your patent that you haven't got.
I used to be a streamer. I know how it works. It's 40 is not a number.
There's only 3 of you. 3 of you can make 3 million quite easily. Don't worry about it. We take every number, even if it's only 1.
3 can make 3
even if it's only
half a human.
We'll take it.
Shit,
so there's 36 in this VC. So when he says "ladies and gentlemen," he's speaking to the other 34.
No, he said he was addressing the YouTube channel, not this chat.
When he says "gentlemen," I'm listening. So when he speaks,
the listeners is what I said.
Oh, well then he should have like specified that. Okay.
I did.
Oh, he says "ladies and gentlemen." So whoever is listening, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he was talking about YouTube.
Oh, yeah, right.
Question,
so, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, 99.99 times out of the 100 there, no one's proven the curvature at all. No one. In fact, we've had 100% record. No one's done it. But we have somebody now.
The curvature has been proven like many times.
Yeah, it's
like you're gonna refuse to like accept.
Has it been done, ladies and gentlemen? We wouldn't exist.
This isn't related to like my patent, so like I'm not technically like breaching my NDA. But like if I had something in my hand, right, and you want to know what shape the thing was in my hand, would it make more sense to measure the thing in my hand and give you those measurements, or would it make more sense to give you a picture?
If it is necessary, yes.
If the thing in my hand, okay, but it's not necessary. Because if I give you, okay, can I continue?
Do that.
But there's a ball in my hand, and you don't think it's a ball. You think it's just a flat piece of paper, but I send you a picture of the ball in my hand. You don't need any measurement.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no way I'll be mistaking a ball for a flat piece of paper, so that's never going to happen.
What's the issue? Okay? Because you can't see it. You can't see it from this perspective.
Then I wouldn't be mistaking it as a paper. Why would I think it was a paper if I can't see it?
Can you don't know what it is. I'm saying you don't know what it is.
I'm not going to think it's a piece of paper.
You don't know what it is. You don't know if it's paper.
A piece of paper.
Okay, you have no clue what's in my hand.
Well, then if I don't have any clue, then I don't have any clue, do I?
But if I told you there's a ball in my hand, would I prove that by measuring the ball and giving you its like radius, or
That's not what we're saying. If we're being,
it is. It's exactly
not analysis. It is not an analysis at all.
You can't interrupt me. I'm in the middle.
Let me finish.
No, don't hang on after you interrupt me. You interrupted me.
No, you're. I'm trying to respond to what you're saying.
Okay, but I'm not done.
Stop me, ladies.
Because you're interrupting me.
Listen up, ladies and gentlemen, if we're being told we're living on a globe, right, and you've had no experience of the curvature, and you don't feel the rotation,
I feel like I get a chance to like finish my point. I feel like I was getting somewhere with that.
You're going to be concerned. You think, let me go and check it. Let me go and measure that curvature. That's what you're going to do. Especially if someone else is telling you,
there's a ball in my hand,
it's not a ball.
Right?
Are you
and you
sure?
want to know
Let me go and check. That's
and you want to know that there's a ball in my hand. I will take a picture of the ball in my hand and send it to you, and you'd be like, "Yeah, that is a ball in your hand."
No, it wouldn't
measurement
be yet.
needed.
It wouldn't be yet.
You would go from like a outside perspective. You wouldn't like ask the like. Let's just say I have like a big ass sphere, and there's a bunch of ants living in the sphere or whatever, right? You wouldn't ask the ants of like, "Oh, do you know where?" Because like they obviously don't have like the right perspective.
It's not analogous.
But it is because you're just not listening. You're just not listening. It's not flawed.
I'm listening, and it does.
You just have a third grade understanding of like perspective.
No, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, even a third grade would understand that his logic is completely
can I ask you a question? Real quick.
Now you're interrupting
are you religious?
me now again. I can't even speak.
No, because you keep interrupting me. There's clearly no respect.
He's accused me of having a third grade mentality or intellect.
Yes.
The point is,
no, not intellect. I understand that.
Analogy is not analogous at all to what we're talking
ask you a question. Jin, are you religious?
No,
not at all.
No? Okay.
You have an NDA. Why are you still talking?
Well, no, because I'm not talking about the NDA. I'm talking about something different.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this, distance,
but I'm not talking about the patent that's pending.
Drop over distance. That's what we're talking. Point A to point B, there should be X amount of curvature. Who needs to be patenting anything here?
If something trumps that proof, right, then you'd have to accept
Nothing has in 10 years. So far. And in the court of law, ladies and gentlemen, in a court of law, 3 occasions.
In a court of law, if you have a video of someone like running someone over, you don't need to measure the tire marks or anything.
Pay attention now.
Video evidence of someone being run over. That's exactly what I have. You fucking have the picture of the car.
3 court cases. Court of law, ladies and gentlemen. The globe was not proven in a court of law 3
What do you
times.
mean? Okay, so send me the source. I really want to see this. I've never heard this in a million years of arguing with people.
Of the car
Look it up.
Look it up. Yeah, no, the burden of proof is on you, buddy. You're the one who made this weird ass claim.
Buddy.
No, because you're the one who made the claim.
I found it myself, didn't I?
If you make the claim, the burden of proof is on you.
I'm not here to help you out, mate. You find it.
Saying the N-word a while back.
That's the best they got. That's it. Like they're just gonna clip that and just keep sharing that with each other. Like
Probably.
That's the big win. Slim pickings for globe proofs.
Never mind the 30,000 people a day that come in here. The N-word. Forget those people.
Yeah. Clip any of that.
How's it go, Indio? When we do right, no one remembers. When we do wrong, no one forgets.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even care that it happened. It's just it's a bitch move He's a hypocrite because he's been in here when tons of people have said the N-word, never reported any of them.
They're desperate. They need that. Just let them have that. It's all they got. I mean, that's sad.
I know, but I want to highlight it, man. I'm trying to bring attention to it because this is who we're dealing with. Slime balls.
Bro, how hard is it not to say the N-word?
Is he even black? Why is he mad?
Well, it's full outrage. He's not outraged. He can't freaking beat me in a debate. So that's all he's got.
Yeah, there's plenty of context to use the N-word that's not to do with racism or anything.
Well, I said it. I can't say, like, dude, it always comes out as a hard R because I got a Boston accent. It's just always going to happen.
That's why you got to call them ninjas. Yo, ninja, what's
ninjas.
going on?
I know, I got to take one of the CB playbook, call them ninjas.
I haven't even seen Matthew Larence stoop that low, you know?
Well, you know, even if you do slip up and say something stupid, like, they're usually so stupid that they don't even notice. So this is probably the best thing that they can come up with to use against us.
No, but I've heard Inyo say it a few times, and I know how he says it.
I proc the car, so like saying, comes out wrong. I didn't mean to say it with the hard R. But wouldn't even matter if I did. The only reason I don't say it in here is because, well, I don't usually say it anyway. But occasionally someone will bring it out of me. But I mean, how many times a day do we hear it in this chat anyway?
Oh yeah, getting sound bombed.
None of those people get reported. Nothing happens to them. Like I said, the only point I even bring it up is to point out the hypocrisy and the, desperate tactics. All they have to do is prove the globe. We'll all go away. I'll call myself the N-word, and I'll go away. Prove the globe.
Yeah, it's just a fallacy at the end of the day. It's just character assassination, so... You must have had him on the ropes regarding something or another. You ever heard it said that the problem with liberal-minded people, or the left in general, is that they lack imagination for evil? And that's like exactly the kind of issue we face with glowers, is they lack imagination for alternatives. Not to say that it's imaginative, but, that creative thinking to come up with alternatives and then investigate if they're feasible or not, Because I remember when coming to the topic and originally looking at the information, it wasn't until it was a feasible alternative that it clicked and made sense,
Yeah, the left can't meme, and I'm realizing they don't even understand memes. I don't know.
No.
It's strange.
Well, I was like, I was listening to the stream and thinking you were speaking to someone and couldn't do hypotheticals. It's like it's the mark of the NPC or something. I said they can't do hypotheticals. It's some weird fucking defect, you know? Or maybe, you know, not a bug, a feature. Unfortunately.
What shocks me is that you're literally talking about them not doing hypotheticals in front of them, and they still can't do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Were you speaking to the guy that's going on about motorcycles all the time?
Yeah, I was listening to that the other day, and he started talking some more, and he laid out a hypothetical. You said, hey, you just did a hypothetical. He didn't understand what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what he fucking said. You asked him.
The motorcycle guy.
But that's Dandelion, it's her pet.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast?
That's our globe mascot. Yep, Dylan.
She's adopted a gold mascot.
Yep, I haven't fed him today, so he's probably hungry.
I forgot that's what that was about. It was like the rich Russian guy. He was just telling you the CC's on his motorbike. He was just going for impression. But yeah, he was out there.
Indio asked him the usual, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? And he was like, oh, I'm gluten intolerant. What?
Yeah, hopefully some of these things are language issues, because if they're not, yikes.
I wasn't. He's got good enough English.
So now you're going to blame it on the accent. Thanks a lot, guys.
I don't know. I mean, it's like the concrete thinking, maybe some of these people who second language English, but I don't know.
Yeah, like
China doesn't have that excuse.
I'm still waiting for the Australians to discover English.
We speak Australian. What's the problem there?
Oh, is that what that is?
Exactly. Hang on a minute. Yeah, you. This is going to be too good. Oh, I so love that. It's exactly right. Look at Indio go. He knows how this.
What did he call you? What did he call you, Matrix?
He's tired, man. He went repass right out.
Oh, what was it? It's like even you didn't know what it was. What the fuck's that word? What was it?
Oh, wamba.
Uber or something. Wamba. Wamba.
You're supposed to say wombat.
That sounds like a kind of animal, like about Australia, is it not?
Yeah. Actually, I've got no problem being called a wombat because they eat roots and leaves. So they do. Aussie jokes. It's so lame.
Yo, you guys seen this video? This little clip? Pretty funny. It's a Seinfeld universe theory. It's a universe about nothing. Pretty hilarious.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yep, I'll pay that.
Welcome. Oh, this Starlu guy came in. I don't know. Hello, Starlu. Are you there? Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
Well, no one could say flat earthers are rude after that kind introduction.
Well, thank you, India.
Yeah, that's the pinnacle of kindness you're going to get in this channel.
That's right.
If I was you, Starlo, I would accept that.
Yeah, savor that for a moment because it's about to get bad.
So tell me, Starlo, why did you click on our channel? Was it a mistake? Are you in here for a laugh? You got lost? Somebody's hacked your account? You're here because something happened? Why did you... Oh, you got lost? Oh.
He was lost and now he's found, Matrix. He's found us. The people you've been looking for.
These Glober mascots that you speak of, Dandelion, are they like collector cards? Can we collect them all?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's like wig snatching.
Yeah. I got my little trading cards and my little album.
Well, I'd just like to inform you that my Mez card, I just cut it up and used it to light the fire for the evening.
Yeah, it's probably that's all it's good for.
Wouldn't be able to give that away.
And then the Matthew Learns cards, there's like way too many of them floating around. No one wants them anymore.
They're the most common one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Matthew
Every time you
Learns,
open a pack, you always get one.
Yes. I'll trade you this Matthew Learns for anything. No thanks.
Would Matthew be like a shiny anti something? Or anti-flat earther?
Bonger's here.
You already got that card, Old House.
The Twango card.
Yeah, I got 3. Anyone want to swap me?
It's a good bingo.
How's it going, Twonga? Don't be shy. You're not normally. Holy shitballs. Inside secret is a cave earther. Inside secret. What happened? You were a flat earther and you just went too far?
Bent a little too far.
Walia, welcome.
Darnell Williams. Greetings, Darnell Williams. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
Why is everyone on mute?
We're just waiting for someone to ask a question, bring up a topic. Could the someone be you?
What is this? Is this a Flat Earth channel?
That's right. Yep. Have you learned anything about the Flat Earth in the past? You ever heard anything about it? Do you know anything about Flat Earth?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, you came to the right place then. Yeah, so basically what we're explaining here 24/7 is that there's no globe. The globe exists only in your imagination or your computer screen. In reality, the Earth measures flat and stationary. There's no curvature. Have you ever seen any curvature, Darnell?
No.
I know. Neither have I. 'Cause it's not there.
Maybe you can't perceive it. The Earth is so big.
Well, actually, the thing of it is, Darnell, is that if there were a curve, you would be able to observe it in reality. So it's a common misconception that the Earth is too big to see a curve.
Well, you can observe it, just not with your eyes. You need some instrumentation. I mean, the Earth is gigantic. It's like 8,000 miles in diameter.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yep. So, but the fact is, because we're given that, diameter, which the radius given is 3,959 miles. Yep, so if you rounded up to 4,000, doubled it, you get roughly 8,000. But even with that radius of 3,959 miles, if you look in the side chat there, that explains to you what kind of curvature you would expect from this given radius. And in fact, if you plug that into the calculation, which is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, when you get up to 10 miles, you're going to have 66 feet of alleged drop, 20 miles, 266 feet of drop. And you would be able to observe it. And the way you would observe it is by objects that you were trying to look at in the distance disappearing behind the curvature. But to the contrary, we are commonly seeing objects at these distances and further. And in fact, not only can you see the visible light observations, people have done laser tests where the laser will hit the target at a distance which it should not if we run a globe of dimensions claimed. So the FE core laser test, which I just put up there, measurement 7 of the FE core laser test is a 25-mile laser test in which, based on the particulars of that observation, the target should have been hidden behind 297 feet of curvature, meaning a 30-story building, and yet the laser was able to hit the target. So it's not really too big to see the curve, because...
okay. You just said a lot there.
Okay, yeah, I mean, do you have any questions about it?
Yeah, just... That chart you sent, I mean, it's literally just a piece of paper. What is the source? How does this make?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you the source and also the
how does this
method of calculation. Here's how the that distance would be calculated at 50 miles. It's the same concept for whatever mileage you're talking about. 50 miles is just in there as an example. I'll find you the title page of the book if that's what you're interested in, the source. Just a minute. Here it is.
Okay, and you're okay. So what is status miles drop below horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature? What is it?
So you understand. Yeah, so you understand. So if you look at the diagram there, if you're the observer on Earth and you're looking off into the distance, objects should be hidden behind the curve, and it's at a rate that would be observable in the real world. But when we test this in the real world, we don't find that objects are actually obscured by this alleged curvature. We can see them at distances that they would not be viewable if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay, so let me look at this other chart, this other picture.
Yeah, and so there, there's visible light observations. There's laser tests. That's the one that I put there in the chat. Indio posted earlier the PDF report at 45 minutes after the hour at FE Core. I could put it back up there again for you.
that diagram shows a lot of curves. 6 miles requires 24 feet. There's no way.
What are we looking at? 6 miles requires 24 feet. Where's that? I'm not sure what we're looking at.
It's in that page out of that book where it says the different distances per miles. It says 6 miles requires 24 feet. That's interesting because there's a lake in Idaho I used to live by that was about 6 miles across, and I took a camera to that lake just right above the water's surface, and I could see all the way across it. There was not 24 feet of curving drop across that lake.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because a lot of times people say they can't make it to the ocean. That's a good point. So even if they had a 6 mile lake, they could test it. That's a good point, Travis.
Yeah, I'm reading that this chart is just an approximation. Approximation.
Yeah, the 8 inches per mile squared is a rough approximation that is, extremely accurate up to 1,000 feet. Even at 1,000 feet, the percentage difference is only around 1%. So at the distances that we're talking about, it's a completely valid and accepted approximation. If you would like to find an Earth curve calculator that you prefer, by all means, search the terms Earth curve calculator. There's multiple ones in there, and you can put in, and you're going to get a very similar result to that.
That's not even a fifth of a mile. 1,000.
1,000 feet.
1,000
so yeah. Well, I don't know which particular observation you're looking at. I mean, the ones we were just talking about was the 25-mile laser test, which is
that is way
300 feet. Missing 300 feet of missing drop, meaning 30-foot building. So I don't know what your problem is. These are large numbers that you have things that are visible at these distances that shouldn't be.
Yeah, this just sounds really dumb.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. That's your globe's geometry. That's the predicted drop over distance required by your globe. This is the mainstream math that we're testing and finding out that it doesn't work in reality.
How were ancient people able to estimate the diameter of the Earth?
They weren't. There's no Earth. There's no diameter because it's not a globe.
So it's all a big conspiracy?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't really call it that. It's not really hidden. I mean, you could go and you could do your own observation. You could go to the ocean and look over the flat water and see that the water at no time is curving, and over 70% of the Earth is covered in water. So if water lies flat in its container, a water glass, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a large lake, an ocean, at no time does that water begin to bend around the imaginary curve. There's no verification of any of this in reality. Scientifically and mathematically, the globe has zero testable, verifiable evidence for it. So there is no globe. So there's no diameter. So they never measured it. You're right.
No. Scientist Eratosthenes of Cyrene, Greek mathematician, was able to estimate the Earth's diameter in 240 BC.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Yeah, you got some kind of verification that this dude ever existed, or that his demonstration actually proved a globe when it doesn't. He was supposedly trying to find the circumference. Yeah, he wasn't trying to prove a globe, but his so-called experiment works perfectly well on a flat Earth. Doesn't prove your globe. He made several presuppositions and assumptions in that he did already assume that the Earth was a sphere. Let's start with that, right?
Yeah.
To search for the diameter, you're already assuming that it was a sphere.
So
how would that?
How are his numbers so? If he's making these assumptions, how are his numbers so similar to the modern estimates?
Because you're assuming that it's right, because you think you live on a globe. So then how are you verifying these numbers?
No, I mean, he just used one method. Why would if someone tried another method, why would the numbers line up?
Why do you believe? Line up with what? Line up with what? When do you think it was confirmed? Post in the side chat when this number was ever verifiably, independently demonstrated to be the case. Please put the evidence in chat for your Greek myth. Thank you.
It's called cross confirmation. If multiple.
Yeah. Okay. So post it. Yeah. Show me, please. By all means. Can't wait.
Okay. I'm just gonna link the Wikipedia to his to this scientist, and you can read about it.
So if multiple people throughout history are taking elevation angles that prove a flat Earth, therefore the Earth is a globe, correct?
Say it again?
Multiple people throughout history are taking elevation angles to the sun and other celestial bodies, which are flat Earth angle measurements. So all of those measurements, therefore, we live on a globe, correct?
No.
So we don't live on a globe, correct?
No.
Hey, before you post that Eratosthenes link, I just put 6 refutations to Eratosthenes, so you might want to check those out before you post that link in the side chat there.
So, okay,
what did Eratosthenes do? Just explain to us what Eratosthenes did. Just go through that.
Okay, he knew that I'm not sure exactly what he did, but he got a value that was similar to the modern estimate. That's evidence right there. That's evidence, not proof.
I'm guessing you're an intelligent sounding guy. You do know what an angle is, yeah?
Yes.
So an angle is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex?
Yes.
So if I'm looking at the sun, so from my position to the sun or another celestial body, right, that's one line that we're going to draw up to that particular body. And then we're going to draw a line straight down from that body to its GP, just like Eratosthenes did with his well, because the sun was directly over the well. Then there's a 90-degree angle back to my feet. That's a lot of flat Earth there.
Okay. I mean, didn't the other person just say he assumed the Earth was spherical?
Yeah, so after you take all these flat Earth angle measurements, then what you do after it is you just assume that you live on a globe.
Yes. So why wouldn't his number be way off from the modern estimates? Just a cosmic coincidence?
I think you're missing the point of what he actually did. What are we doing when we're taking an angle measurement?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I know what you mean. You're taking the angle measurement. You're measuring.
Is any part of an angle got a curved line?
No. An angle is. What do you mean?
So what I mean is, an angle is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Yes.
So when we're taking these measurements of the Earth by using angles to celestial bodies.
Yes.
And over time, what we've done is we've developed where the ground position of these celestial bodies are. Right, and we can use that for lots of things, such as celestial navigation and other things. And so what we do with that angle measurement is we work out the ground position of that celestial body.
What do you mean the ground position of the? What do you mean the ground position of the celestial body?
So let's take the sun, for example. So if the sun was directly over your head, that would be your noon.
Mm-hmm.
So the ground position of the sun is directly over your head. So that's your vertice. That's 90 degrees to you. So if you were going to draw a line under your feet, all right, now if we move away from the sun, let's say we move 45 degrees away, all right, so 1 degree is 60 nautical miles. We're taking an angle measurement. Now we've got an angle of 45 degrees. We need that baseline that we're standing on to be horizontal, otherwise it's not an angle. So what we do then is we take all these hundreds of thousands of angle measurements to celestial bodies all around the world throughout history, and then what we do is we just assume it's a sphere that we live on, even though we're measuring the Earth flat.
Okay. How does this compromise his calculation?
Whether he existed or not, it's what he's doing. He's taking elevation angle measurements. Yeah, elevation angle measurements. One of those angle measurements was the sun's solar noon.
His method didn't prove the Earth was a sphere. He assumed the Earth was a sphere, and he came up with the number.
Yes, we agree on that. Yep. So what we do is we assume the Earth is a sphere. The only way the sphere can exist is we assume it. Whereas we measure everything every day flat. We use it to build, navigate, map, fly, transverse across the ocean.
I don't think that's true.
So we don't build with assuming the Earth is flat.
We may build assuming the local area is flat because we can observe that directly, but I don't think we travel assuming the Earth is flat. For instance, are you saying pilots and planes assume the Earth is flat when traveling?
Well, they must. So if you take a plane, for example, a plane when it reaches its cruising altitude, let's say 38 to 40,000 feet.
I don't want to get off topic. Let's stay on.
You asked about a pilot. You asked about a pilot, so I'm just going to briefly explain.
No, I'm saying if I look up, obviously, I'm saying what pilots. I mean, this is not really. Yeah, we'd have to get into the science of it, but let's just stay.
This is not a scientific topic.
No, I'm saying
science deals with cause and effect relationships that we study in nature. Geometry has got nothing to do with science. We measure geometry.
Yo, guys, what's up?
We measure geometry?
Are you still measuring geometry, dude? That's crazy.
Yeah, we're talking to Darnell right now, Anon, so just put a pin on your question and we'll get to
I'm sorry. I thought on a flat earth multiple people can talk at the same time, but
how do you let's talk about this number by this Greek guy. He came up with a number 40,000. Why would he come up with that? Why would his number be cross-confirmed by different methods?
Because to assume a sphere, you have to put that into a position where you could cross-reference to your measurement, which was your angle measurement. We measure angle measurements in degrees. A circle or a sphere, you would assume, would have 360 degrees. So his offset angle, which was 77.2 degrees, he worked out that the distance between Syene and Alexandria was so many stadia, and then he times that distance by 360 to get his outcome. Now, that's the bullshit story that we're told. But it doesn't take away the fact that the thing that he was doing was measuring the Earth flat, then extrapolating it into a sphere because he assumes a sphere.
Yes. So if it would be very easy to debunk him if someone used a completely different method and got a different value.
No, you're missing the method point. The method is he's measuring an elevation angle. So as soon as you do that, you're done. That's it.
Okay, you're not answering the question.
The first part of the process is proving that the Earth is flat. Because the only way you can get curves from angles is to assume that there's a sphere and then transverse that horizontal plane into a tangent. But the problem with doing that is we rely on ground positions of those celestial bodies to be from their position that we're standing on to their GP. It must be flat, because if the ground is curving away from us and we're drawing a tangent out to the GP of the celestial body, the GP would never be in the position that it should be in.
Bro, it's just like blah blah bloop. That's it. Bro, you are talking crap, dude. It's crazy.
I just want to know why. Okay, for instance, you can estimate the Earth's diameter using Newton's law of universal gravitation. Why is that number equivalent to the Kyrene guy's method?
Well, the problem you have with Newton's universal law is, first of all, it wasn't a law, and it's been superseded by the pseudo-Riemannian force space about 113 years ago.
Okay.
Gravity is not a force. End quote. George Musa, Scientific American. Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. End quote. Brian Cox.
Okay. But it doesn't. I mean, it still has strong explanatory power, in many different circumstances, and it can predict most. It can predict 99% of things to do with gravity, whereas
sounds like wishful thinking. You need to have some evidence to back up these claims. I mean, you just please.
I mean, isn't the story that?
Can you further explain what explanatory power?
It couldn't predict the path of certain planets like Mercury until Einstein was able to expand the theory or build a new theory. But it had enough explanatory power to predict the path of every single other planet.
What's that? What is that explanatory power? What is that?
You can predict the position of a planet.
What's that got to do with Earth curvature?
Because his theory.
Do you have evidence that 6 mile wide lakes have 24 feet of curve across? I mean, this is about Earth curve, not predicting something Mercury did. It's about
it's related because you can use those.
Not at all. This is about Earth curve. Well, what about Mercury would give us a radius of the Earth? Don't even answer that. Just we need some Earth curve evidence for Earth curve. That would be great.
Yeah, you've gotten really far from what we came in here, which was explaining to you how the geometry of a sphere predicts the drop over distance, which is never actually measured in reality. So do you have any counter to that, which is the main function of what we're talking about here? Besides your Greek myth, which was just shown to be irrelevant.
Well, I don't see how it's a myth. It's history.
Okay, well, I guess you didn't read what was put up there by Travis earlier, 27 minutes after the hour, which he referred to you. Number one, not one single... Since you didn't read it, I'll read it to you, then the audience can at least hear it. Number one, not one single book exists from his time era ever mentions this experiment being done. Number two, how did he coordinate the timing of this test with his partners who are 500 miles away?
Do you know how much history is not based on primary?
Number three, none of the books written by his apprentices at the Library of Alexandria. Hold on, it got jumped away from me. Ever mention his name? Eratosthenes' name didn't appear in school books until the 1980s. We can't even be sure it exists. Number four, the light shadow angles from a smaller and closer sun will give the exact same angles as a larger and distant sun. The math can work for both models, flat or globe. I mean, should we go on?
You're saying he did not exist. His name never appeared until the 1980s. I feel like that could be very easily disprovable.
Yeah, well, disprove it. I mean, you keep making claims. I haven't even seen any evidence. Have you even given us even one piece of evidence? Other people are giving piece of evidence after piece of evidence, backing up everything they're talking about. I've seen nothing from you except wild claims with no evidence to back them up. Yeah, these are the things you want. We get it. You want to be on the globe. I don't even know why, Darnell. What's your big attachment? Why do you love the globe so much?
I'm just wondering how people from 2,000 years ago were able to come up with values that cross-confirm methods that we use today. Sounds like a big coincidence.
Okay, so now we're back to that circle. I already asked you, where have you seen it measured today? Post the verifiable, testable, repeatable measurement of the diameter of the Earth, when we just explained to you that mathematically we don't live on a globe. So we keep going back to the same thing. I showed you the measurements. I showed you one laser test. We can show you more. We can sit here all night long and post long distance observations and laser tests. But you're going to have to start examining them and learning how to refute them.
NASA's ICESat and ICESat-2 uses lasers to measure Earth's surface elevation with centimeter level accuracy, used for land, ice sheets, and even ocean surface mapping. So why would their measurements cross-confirm the ancient measurement?
And why is it that anyone, me, you, any ordinary person, can go out into the real world and observe that there's no curve? So all of your claims, because your claims are unverifiable, and you also still have not posted any data about how this information was collected and so on and so forth.
Okay, but you're not.
But whatever it is that you're putting in there is contradicting what I showed you, which are actual measurements that you could also repeat and test for yourself. How many tests for curvatures? How many tests for curvature have you done?
I don't care about those.
So you don't care about reality. You don't care about reality that you could replicate yourself if you care.
I'm asking you a question that you refuse to answer. Why did those two methods cross-confirm each other? You could just say it's a coincidence.
No, I threw both of them out. No, I'm throwing both of them out.
How are they?
Not being properly documented and clearly wrong, because we observe in reality that curve that you are claiming is not there. And you haven't done either of those tests.
Why are you
claiming those for your evidence when you don't know? You're just trusting these other sources.
I'm just wondering why they're cross-confirming each other.
Because they started off with a number and they back-engineered their way to.
So they started off with a number 2,000 years ago.
But you know what the Greeks actually thought? The Greeks actually thought that Mount Olympus was the center of the earth where all the gods lived and the suns went under it. So it wasn't like it was just one guy.
That's what every single Greek thought.
No, it's not. Yeah, well, they did not all think it was a globe.
Well, this guy did, and he came up with a number that cross-confirms measurements.
That doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, but why is it equivalent to the modern?
Because when I walk outside, brother, it's flat.
The Earth is a globe.
It's flat when I walk outside. Whenever I look around, it's flat.
Yeah, it must be flat.
So far, the answer I've gotten to my question is they started off with a number and they stuck with it.
Well, to be fair, all your current newer models, those are based off of the older ones, right? But the problem for you is that these older civilizations didn't think it was a globe. They thought it was flat. Just like the Phoenicians, they tracked the stars, and they had, a whole trading route system based off of navigating with those stars, and they thought they were on a flat stationary plane, even to the extent of them being able to track the eclipses using serocycles. But now all your new modern day things that were adapted off of the serocycles and those other practices claim that it's a globe. So you have to go in there and do the research and see that at one point the information would switch.
As far as I'm concerned, we are much more technologically advanced than the Phoenicians. So I don't see how we can have such horribly wrong models about the diameter of the Earth, yet we are so much more technologically advanced than those ancient civilizations, of which their scientists still came to numbers similar to the ones we have today.
Yeah, and what you're saying right now doesn't even make sense because you're saying that we're so far technically advanced beyond that civilization, but for some reason you're also turning around and claiming that that civilization also thought it was a globe and confirmed it way back then.
No, you said the Phoenicians thought it was flat.
Correct.
And I said the best scientists at that time, not the Phoenicians, came up with a value that was similar to the one we have today.
Oh, so you mean like the best pseudo, just the best thought practice? Because the Phoenicians were using it practical in reality, actually applying it, not just doing thought gymnastics. So where does that fall into play for you?
How are all these different thought gymnastics just coincidentally landing on the same number?
Because the numbers made up, Darnell. Please.
But they're different methods.
Oh my God. They're different methods that you believe in because you are a brainwashed, indoctrinated globe zealot.
Well, are you saying the methods don't exist? I'm saying the methods.
What are they?
Right
What
or
are
wrong.
the methods? What are
saying
they?
I listed them. There was a Newtonian method using Newton's.
So do that real quick. Walk me through it. Walk me through it. How the Newtonian method proves an Earth radius. Walk me through it. We got to Google it real quick.
Why do you need me to walk you through it?
Because I need to know that you understand it. If you're going to make a claim about something, you should be able to explain it yourself in your own words and understand it instead of just regurgitating what you're reading.
Well, I know someone used this method to come up with a number.
So explain the method to me. Walk me through it. Walk me how it's done.
I don't know the exact method.
Okay, so why are you bringing it up?
He knows it's legit.
Because I know someone did it.
Yikes. Clip it.
So are you okay? So are you? I thought we were in agreement that someone came up. Are you saying that
what you're saying is what ChatGPT said, and what ChatGPT said, you don't know what they said.
No, I'm saying. Are you saying that this never even happened? That no one even came up? Like no one even did this calculation to begin with?
The practical use was already happening. They studied what was going on, all the information of these people that were in this trade, and then they started thinking and they inverted the numbers. How hard is this to understand? It's literally in chronological order.
Why would every single scientist in civilization?
You don't know what every single scientist in every single civilization thought at all.
Okay. Well, I know that like the mainstream course of human progress, pretty much all.
Name 5 of these people.
Name 5 individuals.
Yeah,
okay, the Greek guy, Newton, probably all the contemporary scientists of his time.
No, stop making ridiculous claims. You don't know what all of the.
Are you okay? Are you arguing that? Are you arguing that all?
I'm arguing with your ridiculous claims about like.
Are you? Wait, can I just clarify? Are you claiming that all the contemporaries, or that most of the contemporary scientists of Newton's time did not believe that the Earth was a globe?
Okay, and
that's at least 5 people. So why would they believe this, and ancient Greek scientists from 2,000 years ago come up with the same number?
Are you under the impression that these scientists have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I'm just asking you why they have the exact same number. That's what I'm asking.
It's not the exact same number.
Okay, it's like within a percent.
And it's one guy.
It's within a percent. So I'm wondering, so the answers I've gotten so far is it's a huge conspiracy. I guess across civilizational.
So tell me this, how did Eratosthenes and the guy helping him communicate 500 miles apart and figure this out at the exact same time in a day and age with no clock or cell phone? How did they organize the timing?
They probably documented it somehow. Like he wrote down.
Tell me how.
I don't know exactly how they did it.
500 miles apart. How did they know the exact time to do that?
Wait, why can no one answer the question? How did all these people come up with the same number?
No, it's not all these people. It's one person.
No.
You don't know even know these other people.
Eratosthenes, and all the contemporary scientists from at least Newton's time.
Nope, not
most
all
of them.
No, stop making claims you can't back up. You don't know what
Are you okay? Okay, fine.
There's no science. Hang on. There's no science here first. There is no science. We're talking about an aspect and geometry. This is maths. This is not science. And first of all, there's only been two people. I'm nearly done. There's only been two people in recorded history who've done this. One was Eratosthenes. The other was Al-Biruni. So if you can give me the other three, I'm quite happy to go and look up what they did.
Wait, do what? This one specific method that I mentioned that Eratosthenes did?
You keep chucking the word science in there. Just drop the science word.
No,
this ain't science. And these people aren't scientists.
Okay, if I look up right now, did Newton believe the Earth was a globe or flat? What am I going to find?
What do you think Google's going to tell you?
What do you think?
If you looked up the document that Newton wrote after people tried to ascribe force attracting force to him, would you believe that I'm going to tell you that he didn't want anyone to ascribe force attracting force because it was absolute nonsense, even though it's called the Newtonian gravity?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, we're just talking about how the Earth measures flat, how the radius of the alleged globe has been debunked thousands of times over, but some people just stubbornly cling to it because it's their, they got faith in the globe.
Yeah. No, I joined like once before here. I'm new here. And I find it fascinating. Me personally, I believe that the Earth is round. But
what makes you believe that? Why do you believe that?
It's just what we've been taught, So I just believe what they say. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, so blind faith. Yeah, same as the last dude. At least you're admitting it. I mean, Darnell's the same. He's accepting all of these claims on blind faith with no evidence to back it up when presented with the mathematical evidence that clearly debunks the geometry of a sphere claim. He's going to still pretend that somehow it's been magically determined when it never has been. So at least you're admitting it's a faith.
There's science behind it, I believe, right? That's why.
Where's your science? Where's this alleged science? The only thing having to do with the globe where you can even pretend to call it a science question is the question about whether it spins. If it was indeed determined to spin, in which case you would have to make a natural observation of this motion, then you could try to determine a cause for it if you wished. However, since you're never actually able to make the natural observation of the spin, you can never get to step 2 of designing an experiment with an independent, dependent variable. Therefore, you can't use science for that aspect of the globe, as Jado mentioned earlier. You definitely can't use it for the geometry portion, which is looking for the alleged curvature, measuring it in reality, and finding that it's not actually there. It's been debunked. It's a faulty mathematical conjecture that only requires one counterexample to dispute it. With the FE core test that we posted earlier, those are 7 measurements. And also, here's another one. Travis has an 8th one, which is the lake that he's looked at. And I can keep going all night long if you want, but you only need one.
Yeah. So what's like the model that you guys are working with, like, of the Earth? Like,
why do we need a model? Why do we need a model? Elite. Why do we need
I'm
more?
just curious.
Well, you're asking for it. You want it. Why do you want it?
Yeah, like the reality of the Earth. Like what's
Yeah, the reality of the Earth. Yeah, what'd you do today? When you went outside, you walked around. There's the reality. Every day, you wake up on a flat Earth. You watch the sun come up and go down at the end of the day.
So where's the Earth located?
That's the reality. It's relocated under your feet, is it not?
Not like that. Come on, you know what I'm talking about.
Can I ask you a question, Lee?
I want Dandelion to answer.
I've answered multiple times. I'm sorry you don't like my answer. I
Like cousin.
just told you. It's not in outer space. Is that what you want? Is that what you're confused
Yeah,
about?
like where is it? If it's not in space, like where is it?
It's just below you. Yeah, it's just below you. Yep. Just like it appears.
But what's it confined to? Like,
why does it have to be confined? You have this mind virus where you think everything should be and can be determined. You have bought in to the cult of pseudoscience where you think there's some great scientist in the sky somewhere telling you exactly how everything is. They're omniscient. They can explain everything even though their explanations are shit and don't actually explain stuff and are full of holes and inconsistent within themselves. But you still believe in them. You still believe in great white coat pseudoscientists in the sky who can explain all and see everything from a God's eye view. I don't make that claim because it's stupid.
do you know how deep the ocean is?
I mean, to some extent, you're going to have better luck with the ocean, than the ground. I mean, if you exploring the ocean, I mean, you can go, you can more easily, and physically, we have, technology that we can get to a certain depth in the ocean. When you're talking about the actual Earth, there's never been a hole dug further than 7.6 miles because at that point the equipment failed and, that they were not able to dig further. So for this reason, we would make no claims as to the depth of the Earth. If you're going from the outside and trying to find the outer limits of the Earth, we're also not going to make any claim as to that because past the 60th parallel, travel is extremely restricted and you cannot just freely roam. But the thing of it is, once you have debunked... All right, I'll just finish that sentence and I'll tell you why it's restricted. Once you've debunked the globe and realized it's complete nonsense fairy tale that has absolutely zero bearing in reality, then you realize you don't have to replace this fairy tale garbage, nonsense toy globe with something else because it's not necessary. You can just accept the world the way it actually is. You don't have to farm your brain out to low budget NASA science fiction anymore. But the reason you can't travel is because of the Antarctic Treaty and the environmental protocols following the Antarctic Treaty of 1991.
Why is that treaty in place now?
Oh, you tell me, Lee. Why do you think it's in place? Why do you think governments? Why do you think that over 50 nations who can't agree on anything supposedly suddenly agree that no one should travel past the 60th parallel? Why do you think they came up with that? I mean, there were some, maybe ideas at first of why it might be, but then they upped it in 1991 with the environmental. Then they upped it in 1991 with the environmental protocols, pretending that it was to protect something down there. Yeah. They don't got to protect stuff other places, right? But they got to protect it all down there. Yeah. Other places is fine to just do whatever the hell you want and kill everything. But down there, we got to protect it all. No, I'm not claiming an edge. I mean, I don't know what's down there. You go tell me, see if you get shot. And if you don't get shot, come back and tell us.
Do you think there's an edge because the Earth is flat? There's an edge.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. No, I do not think there is an edge.
Do you think that's why they're hiding it?
How would I know that? Do I work for them? Am I them? No, I can't answer that question. But your line of questioning makes me think that you have fallen victim to, the meme wars and the flat Earth memes that show.
I don't look at any memes. I'm just.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, then describe. Okay. Well, then describe in your brain. Or, if you can find an image on the internet, I'm sure you could. Just do a simple Google search. You could find it in approximately 5 seconds. Well, okay, don't look then and tell me, just describe to me in words what the flat Earth looks like to you.
I mean, first, let me just clarify a few things really quickly. So I just joined because I don't really join the server much, but I joined this channel and I've never actually looked into Flat Earth, and I don't even know about the memes. You know, I don't really know about,
okay, so
when I think of Flat Earth, I just think I don't even know why I think it's just weird. It's strange to me. It's just flat, I guess. I don't know where it could be. I don't know where it could be. It's like a flat Earth in space.
Right, yeah, that's the meme. Yeah, but you claim never to have seen. But
no,
anyway, we don't.
I promise I've never seen that. I just thought of that myself.
You just exist in the world and you've seen the propaganda. All right,
genuinely, I've never seen that meme.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And it sounds funny. Wait, that was the meme? That was is that the meme?
Yeah, let's call it propaganda then. If you don't like the word meme. So
the
anyway,
meme is flat Earth in space. Is that the meme?
That's what people assume. I mean, I don't know how you got that in your head, but the reason why you assume that is because the globe propaganda was placed into your brain when you were very young, when you were still in the concrete
So you're saying space doesn't
operational. When you were still in the concrete operational stage, you got that pushed into your mind. So it's possible for you to get it out without a concentrated logical effort to use your rational thought and will to rise above the propaganda that was inserted into your brain when you were told as a child, when you were still in the concrete operational stage, that the thing you saw.
Shut up. That was brilliant. You ruined it. That was being really well said. And you just had to fucking ruin it.
Okay, Mr. Simp. Anyway,
oh my God,
actually,
this guy! I can tell I'm not going to last long with this guy.
No, I'm not.
You don't know, So you don't have a rational thought in your brain, so you can't even handle the fact that the guy comes in and says you're being rude.
I wasn't rude.
Because I am a female, you have to call him a simp, which is absolutely absurd and disgusting. Maybe you're feeling
you said that
a little bit. Maybe you're feeling a little bit inferior because you are. You're brainwashed with propaganda, and you don't seem to be able to examine information. You don't seem to be able to examine information and evaluate on its own merits. And you keep asking more and more ridiculous questions and not listening to the answer.
And I don't know where it is. We don't know how the sun works, apparently. We don't know anything about the moon.
God, you are spiraling. This is a spiral on arrival. Is this not a spiral on arrival? My God.
No, you're not telling me anything. You're not telling me anything. Tell me something. Tell me something.
Time out, Leet.
My God.
Yeah, Leet.
Can I ask you a question, Leet, please? If you are
okay, all right, bro. People are not ruining the server. I swear to God. I don't join these servers.
Okay, Leet. No, Leet, you're the problem here. Before he keeps going, you are incapable of having a normal human civilized conversation where you ask a question and then you listen to the answer. You keep talking over it, which is what T-Dub is a moderator here who was trying to tell you that you were talking over me when I was trying to answer the question that you asked. Because every time you ask a question, it's like
all you said is propaganda.
No, because what I'm saying can be tested for yourself. You could go out if you cared enough and you can make a long distance observation. Do you ever go to the ocean, for example?
Why would I go to the ocean?
To bathe.
Who bathes in the ocean, mate?
Oh, Lord. No.
You would go to the ocean because the ocean...
I want to die.
You would go to the ocean. Do you want me to answer your question? You said why. The last question on the table, Lee, is why would I go to the ocean? Question mark. Yeah. You wonder why people are getting frustrated with you because you ask these questions. If they're rhetorical questions, just go ask them in the mirror and answer yourself. Okay. If you would actually like to talk to the people that are in front of you, at least give them a chance to answer each question that you ask before you jump on to another one. Vocally, I am in front of you.
Vocally, I can hear you. You're not in front of me. You're in the same channel as me, but go on, make your point.
My God, you are so frustrating.
Can you make your point?
I'll try if you stop interrupting me. I mean, I've tried to make several points. I don't think I've gotten to the end of even one of them. I know because you are acting like a child. Yeah, that's why I'm being condescending. Would you like to act like an adult?
I'm older than you.
And would you like to
God
listen
dang
to
it.
the answer of one of the questions that you ask? You would go to the ocean. Okay, then try your best. You would go to the ocean because the ocean is a flat body of water where you can make observations that conclusively demonstrate that we do not live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. That's why you would go there.
I'll just pretend that you have like some sort of control over the conversation because like it seems like that's what you like doing. Because I don't need to prove myself.
I play too.
I'll just pretend that you have control over the convo. But anyway, so when in the ocean, what do we test for? What are you trying to say? Are we just looking at a straight line? Oh, there's no curvature. Is that what I'm looking at?
This guy's an oxygen. This guy's an oxygen.
I just look straight. Like
this is what he did last time he was on. Absolute wanker.
I mean, she's being very rude.
Feelings.
Just because she's a mother, that doesn't mean she can talk to people like they were their kids.
Well, maybe
I'm not your son, okay?
Elite, may I ask you a question?
20 Cups has a question for you, Elite, so why don't you listen to it?
Elite, can you hear me?
It was really frustrating me. But anyway, go ahead.
Dude, what did you use, or what do you have to prove to yourself that you live on a spinning ball?
Sorry, say that again?
What evidence do you have that you use for yourself to prove to yourself that you live on a spinning ball?
I believe, based on the evidences, that we are in space.
Okay, what evidence?
And all the scientific, evidence points towards all the things that we believe in, right?
Okay, so there's a lot, right, that you believe in, right?
Just look at the read what the scientists have to say about it.
Right. So can you provide your top number one, please?
I mean, I haven't studied the science, but if you want me to look it up for you?
Or you mean to say you haven't even scrutinized the material that you cite, that you use to prove to yourself?
I don't need to. I mean, I know I'll believe it because it's like,
So what are you believing?
Okay, do you believe it?
You've told us about this preponderance of evidence that's out there that we should look into.
But why do you guys doubt everything that the science
shut the fuck up. I haven't finished asking yet.
Whoa,
please
that's rude.
Post up. You gone rude. You wait for it, boy. Please post up one of, if not the top evidence that you are using. Because there's so many of them, this should be quite a simple task. Please post up your number one evidence.
Lee,
no,
you said
my necessity to explain earthquakes is not you posting up your number one evidence now, is it?
Yeah, Lee, you said there's a lot of it, but then you did just say that you didn't look into it, you just believe it because it comes from individuals who allegedly studied it. And
you saying that you've debunked it.
I'm asking you whether or not you can affirm that you did not actually scrutinize any of the material that you believe in. Right? True or false? Did you not just say that? I asked you, give me the material. You said, I don't have it. I didn't study it.
I mean, I'll get the material for you right now. Is that what you want?
Okay, material that you've actually scrutinized.
When I read it, it makes sense to me.
Now, I'm asking you for the material that you scrutinized yourself because you have faith in it, right? You must have actually looked at it.
Yeah, a long time ago when we were kids, man. It was so many years ago. You think I'm going to remember all that shit?
Okay, so when you were a kid,
yes,
you looked at it.
We learned this stuff in school. Did you not learn this in school?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and guess what? When you grow up and you look at it, you realize that it's full of holes.
So you're lying to us in school, is what you're saying.
So you mean to say you didn't actually re-scrutinize it when you were an adult because you took it at face value?
I don't need to.
When you were
it won't make sense.
Right? When you were impressionable, of course it made sense because you're a kid.
And I got older and it still makes sense.
Oh, it does make sense. Okay, which bit makes sense? The bit that
Can you tell me what? Okay. Can you tell me what you decided to stop believing?
So you're not going to waffle. You're not going to waffle around, and you're going to provide the bit that you actually scrutinized when you were an adult, able to cognitively, go through all this stuff, right, and not just be an impressionable fucking sponge.
Okay, but here's the thing, right?
All right. Here's the thing, right? You're going to provide this bit that you did.
I'll tell you, look, you're in this channel, right?
Right, so you're actually going to provide. So you are going to provide the bit that you did scrutinize when you were an adult after you're actually able to review the material that you took for granted when you were a kid because you're an impressionable kid, right?
Yeah, so I just muted you for a minute there, so yeah, somebody could actually, I mean, at least one person in this conversation could finish a sentence. 20 cups managed to get to the end only because I muted you, because you don't seem to have any self-control at all. You can't even let somebody talk for 10 seconds. Like, so take your time, go get the evidence that 20 cups is asking for, and post it in the side chat so we can analyze it. So you asked, did we not go to school and see this? Yeah. And so what we saw was a thing that was presented as, already decided and established that there was this globe, but we never were shown how was this determined, where's the evidence, and so on and so forth, because that evidence does not exist. So the way that all of us got to where we are now is because when we went to try to find where was it that this alleged curvature was actually measured and verified and tested, we found that there was no time that the curvature was verified and tested, and that when many flat earthers all around the world have gone out to make their own observations, they have found that to the contrary, the evidence that is out there when you objectively test and measure and look for curvature, the evidence disproves the globe. And that's why we have thrown out the toy globe, because it doesn't even rise to the level of a model. A model would have to be modeling reality. So it's just a fantasy science fiction toy that you still believe in and cling to like a child with a security blanket. So we're asking you to rise above that and to actually look for some objective evidence. So when you find that, post it in the side chat and we'll all be waiting.
Okay, well, can I speak now?
Apparently you are speaking, and it is very clear to you that you are. So, and it's unnecessary to discuss that because, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again because you don't understand why it happened, because we're trying to have like a coherent conversation and you are incapable of self-control, right? That's why. Yeah. So if you want to start actually listening to the answers to the questions that you ask, then we won't have to do that. But you were supposed to be using that time to find your evidence. I still don't see any. And when I unmute you, you don't have to give commentary about it because I already told you I was gonna, did it, told you why, you whined, I told you again. So there doesn't need to be any more commentary about it unless you want to prove to the group that you're capable of keeping your mouth shut for more than 10 seconds at a time. Then we could stop doing it.
Okay. I have the evidence.
Excellent.
All right, let's see it.
Okay. I'll read it out for you. Okay. The biggest evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Hold on. Yeah. Also, you can read it out, but also we want to post it because we want to see the source. So even if it's just a screenshot of your chat GPT results, to see any sources. We need to see it. The sources. Yeah, we need your source. Yeah, we do. Yeah, because you're going to I know you're now just going to tell us a fairy tale. Yeah. So we want to know where the fairy tale comes from.
Do you feel happy when you have some sort of control over a Discord voice channel?
I don't need your psychoanalysis, kid. Give us the stupid evidence. Kid. Yeah, you're a kid.
All right, little girl, let me talk, okay? Let me just
English, please.
Okay, just read your stupid thing. If you're not going to post it, just read it then.
Space
Go for
exploration. Photographs and videos from satellites and space missions show the Earth as a blue sphere. Okay. Satellite technology. Can I finish?
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Okay,
so you guys are going to go through the whole
a giant list of bullshit.
It's going to be really quick, though.
All right, no, thank you very much. Right, so how about you give us that first one again, and you give us a source, right? Not ChatGPT, right? Go ahead.
gravity. The force of gravity pulls everything towards the center of the Earth, which is a characteristic of a spherical mass.
No, thank you very much. Right, let's go to that first one that you pointed out, right? Where'd you get the source? Right? Probably ChatGPT. So go to the link. So assuming it's actually giving you a hyperlink to the material. Right? And let's look at it one by one at a time. Please.
Let's see.
Number one.
Weather patterns.
About?
High-powered telescopes.
Leet, can you hear me?
Satellite technology.
Leet, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm not the nice one, remember? Excellent. Your list you've got there.
You guys are so cringe.
Yep. What was the very first one on the list?
The first one was space exploration.
Right. So, how are you going to verify, validate, or prove this is proof of curvature?
Okay, I'll post it.
People go up into the sky, proves the ground is curved.
I posted it.
How are they linked together, please?
Yeah, I posted it. You can read that.
Well, that's even better.
Read that, he says. I love it.
I mean, you guys wanted to know, right? You wanted the source. Yeah. Disprove that. Go ahead.
Disprove that.
It's just a story. So the source is nasa.gov. History, 90 years of our changing views of Earth. So basically, you're just a NASA fanboy. That's what this translates to. And you are
probably the first time I ever went on the website.
When we say it's not a ball, you get highly offended by this because you've got these lovely photos.
Well, you're offended when I say it's not flat.
Well, I'm not actually offended because we've got measurements of it. So you saying it's not flat, I just think, well, you're a fucking idiot because we've got measurements.
Even honestly, I genuinely think that like you guys are not real people. Like,
dude, no one's offended by your confusion.
Like when I think of flat Earth, I feel like you guys don't even wake up in the morning and have breakfast. Like, I don't know how you guys function in society. Like, I genuinely think you guys are not real. Like,
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Lee, here's the reality.
I can't believe people like you guys exist.
Check this out. Lee, check this out, dude. Either you're going to go into that link that you provided and show us where NASA demonstrated the claim that they're making, or you're just going to take it on face value, just like you did when you were a kid, right? And cite NASA as a source, say,
disprove anything that I've said.
Because NASA's saying it, and commit an appeal to authority fallacy. So it's one of the two.
You guys reject everything. There's no hope in you guys. I feel sorry for you guys, honestly. You guys reject it. You guys, everything is a conspiracy theory.
Okay,
even in what you posted from NASA, it's admitting that it's been wrong for 90 years, and its view is constantly changing. So they've been wrong for 90 years.
You have to give us something to reject first. Hey, bro, 1 sec.
Look in a straight line and point a laser to it.
Hey, fuck's sake, bro, shut up for a sec. You actually have to give us something to reject for us to reject it. Not just stories, not just you saying something and just expecting your opponent to just accept it to be true. Right,
all the scientific advancements, none of it is true.
Yeah,
none of it.
What?
Oh my
like
God,
what? Like what?
You guys don't believe in anything. You
like
guys are
what?
So crazy.
Like what, dickhead? Like what? Give an example.
Do you guys get paid for this though? This whole thing, like.
Give an example of scientific evidence we're denying.
Everything, gravity, weather patterns, all the technology.
All buzzwords. Give details, bro. Give fucking evidence. Support it with something of substance, not just single word buzzword shit, right? Back it up.
How do weather patterns prove a globe?
Scientific advancements that prove a globe is gravity. Are you fucking kidding me? Did he actually say that? Does he honestly believe this shit? Leet, what are you doing to yourself, mate?
Bro, there's no way I'm getting gaslit by a flat earth.
They don't cause anything. They are just states of matter.
Yeah, but you can cause anything. Okay, you can
run very fast on the ground, can't you? But why can't you run equally as fast on the water? Same way that maybe.
Well, yeah, there's because I changed the medium, right? The medium has different properties, right?
Yeah, okay. Same way that gravity is not as powerful on a medium. It's water. Why is that?
What gravity? You said it was a concept. There's no gravity. You said it was a concept. In fact, I think from this point in the conversation, what I would need you to do something is, instead of taking the effect and then through circular reasoning say that gravity exists because of the effect, I want you to show me that gravity is the cause of something. In an experiment would be the best.
You want me to show that gravity causes something?
Yes.
But you don't.
In an experiment, a scientific experiment.
Yeah. But you don't believe that throwing an apple and it coming down is not due to gravity.
Yeah, I know. You haven't proven that to me. All you are showing me is that the apple goes down in one particular medium, and then you're declaring that that is because of gravity. That's called affirming the consequent. I'll give you the logical form. If gravity exists, then apples will go down. Apples go down, therefore gravity exists. This is an illogical proposition.
I don't think so. That makes sense to me, though.
Well, I mean, to you, it makes sense if you've been trained to always affirm the consequent in your observations, then I'm sure it makes sense to you. But that's what most people have been trained to do. If you see something happen and someone else makes something up, you believe what they've made up. So let me change it from gravity to invisible fairies. I believe that invisible fairies make things go down. And my proof of that is that things go down.
Yeah, but invisible fairies don't exist in another equation, which the equation won't be complete without.
I can do that, no problem. I can put f as a value for fairy and put it in an equation. There you go. Now it's everything's good. As long as there's an f in the equation, we have fairies.
Yeah, but that equation isn't for anything useful. But whereas the existence of gravity is very, very useful in
what are you talking about, big G or little g? Are you talking about big G or little g? Because big G in any equation, well, dude, come on now. If you're going to make a claim about the equation and you don't even know if they're using big G or little g, why are you making this assertion?
Yeah, hold on. What about escape velocity if the gravity doesn't exist?
Escape velocity? That has nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah. You're never going to use that, bro. No, you're never going to use that, ever.
I know, why not?
Well, what are you escaping?
Gravity.
Oh my gosh. What's gravity again?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, why is it that after some point why does the escape velocity work without gravity? That's
prove it does. Prove it does.
I can't prove it to you, but this is my question.
Well, then let's forget about that. Let's go for something both you and I, and Sezu and everybody else here can actually validate.
I don't understand what you say.
Why don't you show us something that we can all validate, such as gravity being some kind of independent variable in an experiment?
I don't know any.
Well, see, there you go. So, like I said, gravity is only conceptual. The globe is only conceptual. It only exists in math. And those mathematics are not used in a practical way, in any way, sense, or shape or form.
But that is how it is used in space research and stuff like that.
Remember, space doesn't exist. The space that you're thinking of is also a concept.
Exist, but okay. Space doesn't exist, but rockets do, satellites do. And
rockets do exist. What a satellite is, if you think a satellite is something that is tethered by gravity to a sphere Earth, you would have to prove that. It's only a claim. It actually only exists in concept.
No. This is what I'm trying to say, okay? If all the concepts that space research is based on is untrue, then the space technologies such as rockets and satellites would crumble to dust. They won't work, but they are working. You have GPS.
No, GPS. Once again, it's the same problems. I'll tell you what. Invisible fairies are the reason that I have GPS.
Hold on. The satellites work by revolving around the Earth. That is the basic.
They don't do that. You haven't proven that to me. What you are doing again is showing me something like the GPS on your phone or your Garmin or whatever doing what it does, and then you're claiming or asserting that there is some kind of machinery falling around a sphere Earth. You have no evidence for that.
I can't give you some sort of evidence that your naked eye can see because the scale is too big. But I'm telling this. If you look at the mathematics and the science behind the sending satellites up into the space.
Show them to me. Show me the orbital mechanics and where they came from, and the measurements that were taken to get those orbital mechanics.
No, I can't show you. I don't know them. I don't know, the.
Bro, listen. This conversation will go a lot further if instead of you just making some kind of assertion about what you think exists, but you actually don't have any evidence for it, we could get a lot further. What you're trying to tell me is all the same things that I know. I know all the same things, the stories that you know. These are stories, but the evidence for them does not exist. You understand? It's kind of like Santa Claus. You can tell me about all the things that Santa Claus does, but in reality, Santa Claus does not exist. The cookies can be eaten, the presents can be under the tree, okay? But it doesn't mean that Santa Claus exists.
Hold on. I can't bring you. I'm not an astronaut. I'm not a space researcher. So
it wouldn't matter.
Yeah. Hold on. What?
It wouldn't matter if you were an astronaut or not. What I would need is still the physical evidence. I don't really go by hearsay, because see, that's called hearsay. You can tell me something, but I actually need the evidence of the thing. I'd like firsthand knowledge in real life of the thing existing. That's what I would like.
Yeah, it's just asking for too much. If you want first-hand knowledge, you should. Have you seen the calculations for the escape velocity or the satellites evolving around the Earth and disproven them? Can you disprove them?
Yes, easily. I already did.
No, you can only dispute the. You have only been able to disprove the
if you say that
have been made.
Are you telling me that just because the equation exists, are you telling me because the value exists means that the thing exists?
The equation exists. I'm telling that because these equations are able to make the satellites work, because these equations.
There's no satellites. What satellites? What satellites?
Okay, what do you mean, what satellites?
I have never seen a satellite in my entire life, not one time. Not as they're defined, at least, or as understood as these pieces of machinery that are orbiting around a sphere Earth, tethered by some kind of force called gravity that's not a force. So what am I supposed to believe? If my GPS works, the satellite exists?
Okay, you can just go on Google or use Google Maps and see the entire map, and how do you think all that works? How do you think what we have?
How do I think what works?
GPS technology.
So if I see aerial footage of the Earth, does that mean it came from a piece of machinery tethered to the sphere Earth falling around it? No. It means that these images can be taken from high altitude balloons, high altitude airplanes. There's a lot of different ways to get a picture or a video. Doesn't mean it's a satellite.
Yeah, but can you do that for years? Like
for what?
Like that's been yes. Yes. Am I audible?
GPS?
No, years. Days, weeks, months, years. So many years. How long will you fly?
Years.
Yeah, years.
You don't need to have a balloon up there for years. I don't even know what you're talking about. Do you think that GPS works based on a satellite hurling around a sphere Earth tethered by gravity?
I do.
Okay, so these are beliefs of yours. Great. All we need, first of all, instead of getting rid of, let's just go to the very base assumption. The Earth must be a globe for this to occur. But the problem is that the Earth is not curving. It's not measured to be curving, so we don't have any globe to start with.
Yeah, my problem is with all your arguments is that you're just trying to defeat the assumptions, but you're not defeating the results that came off your assumptions.
Well, I don't have any assumptions. I'm wanting to see Earth curve as a measurement. That way we know the Earth is curving. Where is that measurement of Earth curve?
I don't know. I don't have the knowledge to understand what question you're asking specifically.
The Earth is supposed to be a ball or a sphere. That sphere is supposed to have a certain size. That certain size has geometric consequences. That means that in 10 miles, we should see 66 feet of drop, like a 6-story building. Well, we don't have any measurements of that drop over distance. That means if the value is incorrect, then all of the subsequent values or calculations that you would make, formulas, equations, blah, 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 are all no good because the Earth is not a sphere of that size. That means that the distance to the sun, presupposed in the medium of the vacuous region of space, is debunked. That means that the distance from the Earth to the moon is debunked. That means the distance to the Earth to any other celestial body is completely debunked if the Earth is not curving in reality.
Oh, you don't believe humans went to the moon?
No, heavens no, that's ridiculous.
Okay. You don't believe in the assumptions, you don't want to believe in the results that came off these equations.
What research? Can you show it to me?
You can just Google them. I don't have the knowledge.
No, you Google them. I'll tell you what, why don't you Google them? Because you're appealing to something that you're not even sure exists. As soon as I asked you about one of these claims that you make about the calculations and the research that's done, I'm going to go ahead and ask you what research specifically, where do the values come from, and how is this used in practical reality so that these calculations and research have some form of benefit for any of us. Because a lot of people can make a lot of claims and they can make a lot of equations. Doesn't mean that any of the values for those equations or formulas are true. It's just something that people do. I have not seen one thing that requires, as far as technology or practical application on the surface of the Earth, that requires the idea or even the value of the radius of the Earth. Not one.
You don't want. I literally have no idea how to prove this to you. If you,
I know. Don't you think that's a problem? Instead of you thinking that I'm wrong, have you ever considered the fact that you can't prove any of the claims that you've made today? Is it possible? Is that because that the globe doesn't exist? Is it just a mathematical concept? Like the title of this event that we're holding right now is that the globe is a mathematical concept and it doesn't exist in reality. Is it possible that you've been believing in something that in reality does not exist?
Not for 1 second. I don't think. I thought.
Okay.
Just no.
Okay, so you are not going to allow yourself to consider that the globe is just an idea and not in reality.
Every time I try to even think of it for a second, I'm just immediately driven back with the incredible amount of other evidence I've been convinced by before.
The evidence that you don't have any backup for, the things that I've asked you for, how the values are used, how the equations are used, what this research is, all of those things that you told me that exist, you actually have never researched any of them. So what you believe is a concept based on things that you don't know if they exist or not. So you believe on a concept on top of a belief.
Now, because I'm not a scientist, I don't need to have all the knowledge to know how the equations work, how this works, how that works. I just need to know that there is a result, and the result is because of all these equations that don't make sense to me.
Okay, so what you're saying is that it's kind of like the fairies or the apple falling down. Because there's research being done, the globe must exist. That's once again circular reasoning.
No.
Yes.
Keep going back to the fairy analogy, but the fairies don't produce any result, but concept of, let's say, a concept of gravity produces result in various research areas.
Well, listen, friend, I have it on good authority that there are a lot of fairy researchers out there. There's a lot of people doing research on fairies. So does that mean that fairies exist all of a sudden?
No, but if there is a research that...
No, wait a minute. So you're telling me that there are people out there, I know of people that are doing fairy research, and that means that fairies exist, and you say no. But when I ask you, just because there's people out there doing research on gravity, that all of a sudden gravity does exist?
No, you're framing the question, you're framing the latter part.
No, I'm not framing anything. I'm just pointing out your logic. Your logic is because people are doing research, this thing does exist.
That is not my logic at all. Because people have
Okay, well then what we would need is the actual evidence of the thing, not the second-hand conjecture, like somebody is doing research, therefore it exists. I need the thing. I want the gravity. I want the spherical consequences. I want the radius of the Earth and how it was measured in physical reality. That way we can skip past all of this circular reasoning.
Now, I want to go back to your first point first. I said that because there's something that's being researched on, then that is true. That is not what I believe in. Because there's something that has been being researched on for many years, and that research...
Oh, so many years.
No, you're not letting me finish my point. That many years, and then that research has been used in other research, which in turn produces concrete results.
Okay, show that to me. Just show that to me, please. I'm asking for the concrete results based on the research.
Open your Google Maps, Mike. You don't want to believe in the Google Maps. What can I do? You don't want to believe
Google Maps.
Yeah.
What does Google Maps have to do with? What does Google Maps have to do with the curvature of the Earth?
That is, you keep going back to a point that is not being, that is not being in the argument just now. The point being that.
No, the argument is whether or not the Earth is a globe. You are telling me that global positioning systems require that the Earth be a globe. So I want you to get me from A to B. I want you to connect the two. What does GPS have to do with the Earth being a globe?
Okay, I have never personally looked at the research, but I have heard from this. This you can. I am sure you'll just claim this as hearsay and just ignore my point. Anyway, if all the scientists and researchers that have ever worked,
bro, you're kind of sounding like a brokered record now. You keep repeating yourself, and we're going to go back to the same question. What does the GPS have to do with the Earth being a globe?
You want me to get my point in a fraction of a second. I'm not in the. I don't operate in the speed of light. Give me a couple of minutes to get to my point. Okay. So
go ahead, but if it's a repeat of what you've been saying, if you're going to appeal to, but I have a GPS that works and there's been a lot of research done and blah, 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 that's how I think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
then it's just a repeat. What is the crucial point?
Yeah. You're missing a point that I made between those lines that you just said. I'm saying that like I said, I'm not a scientist. Okay. But
yeah, I heard that. That's another repeat. I don't care if you're a scientist or not.
Yeah, I keep repeating myself because you don't seem to hear my point at all. Like, listen. But the scientists and the researchers have been using these equations that you deny to get to the perform what is being done.
Okay, show them to me and where they got the values. That's all I need from you.
Yeah, but you're asking a random guy from somewhere or scientific research. Can you prove? Can you look at the equations that was written to for revolving around?
Then don't defend it. Then don't claim it.
Yeah, okay. Just because, listen, you're saying that you're trying to disprove something, but you're not doing it right. Not looking at the actual equations and disproving them.
We don't have to disprove anything that hasn't been proven in the first place. The thing that needs to be proven is whether or not the Earth is curving. That's the first thing you're going to need. Then you can put the curvature value in the formulas or the equations. So, where did that value come from? Was it measured?
Yeah, it was measured, but you don't seem to,
No, it was calculated based on the assumption. The assumption is incorrect because if the assumption were true, then we would be able to measure with the technology that we have today, lasers, very good zoom cameras, telephoto lenses, telescopes, all that stuff. We would see the geometric consequences of that value. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just okay. I'm going to sleep now, but you don't seem to.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't seem to come to terms or come to an agreement.
Yeah, we're not going to agree. This is not an agree-disagree topic. What we would need, and I think you should just think about this before you lay your head down to sleep tonight, is why can no one measure the Earth curve? Why is it only calculated? Why did the flat earthers on the title of their live event say the Earth is just a mathematical concept?
Yeah, I think that's because of the scale. Is it not?
The scale doesn't matter because on the scale of the Earth, we have these things called Earth curve calculators, and they tell you that you can see the Earth curve. But when we go and test the Earth curve calculator, the curvature is not there.
I'm Googling the Earth curve calculators. What do you mean by Earth curve calculators? Are they like physical instruments?
No, these are just, they're the formulas that you're talking about, right? The equations. It's based on observer height and distance to the horizon, which apparently, according to the Earth curve calculators and the Earth curve mathematics, the horizon is the physical tangent of the Earth's sphere.
Yeah.
So we've measured this, and it's not there.
Yeah, okay, listen. I think you want to physically measure using some kind of measuring instrument to prove that the Earth is round.
Yeah, we have all kinds of technology right now. It's 2025. We've got even AI and really great lenses and lasers and all this stuff. And there's no Earth curve with all this technology that we can measure. We don't even have to rely on sticks and shadows.
Yeah, but you don't seem to be agreeing with anything. If you bought in a really good computer vision model and then it calculates the measurement.
So back to the concept. So we go right back. So yeah, you're right. I don't seem to agree, or I don't seem to understand. Right. I don't want to believe the mathematical model. I want to see the curvature in reality. Don't you?
No, I don't think it's possible. No, I don't think it's possible.
So if you don't think it's possible, you are saying that the Earth curve calculators are wrong.
You just keep cutting off my points and breaking it to little pieces with which you can argue with and ignore the other.
No. Let me ask you a question. This is a serious question. Are you saying that the Earth curve calculators are wrong since you don't think it can be measured?
No, you are saying that, not me.
You said it can't be measured.
I said it cannot be measured, but it is. I did not say it cannot be measured. Right now, we don't have, we don't have the capability to create instruments so big that it can.
What would you need? What kind of capabilities do you think you would need to measure that curvature?
Dang, we can 3D print houses, but we can't do that. Huh.
Yeah, maybe we have a vernier caliper that can measure up to 6,378 kilometers.
Now we need a caliper. Dude, come on. Now, see, you've kind of abandoned all reason and gone into the absurd. I don't know why you're doing that.
I think that's what you've been doing since the starting, because you're asking.
No, I'm just pointing out that in reality there is no Earth curve that can be measured.
Yeah, I don't understand. You want it to be measured by some sort of physical device, but I'm saying it's
right.
Simply to.
So, well, I didn't even say physical device. I would probably accept a laser test. I think I'd probably be okay with that. But the thing is, I don't even need the laser because the water's flat.
Laser test. What do you mean by laser test?
Well, we have multiple laser tests done over long distances. Okay, we're talking 26 miles. I forget what that is in kilometers. But people have been shining these lasers over the surfaces of lakes, frozen lakes, middle of the summertime, all kinds of stuff, and they are hitting their targets on the other side of the lake. There is no measurable Earth curve across the surface of any lake, any body of water that we can shoot that laser across. There is no curvature. Now, the ocean is a really big lake. That's all flat.
Why do you think that is? That is because the earth is flat. But have you considered?
No, I think it's because the water is level and it's measurably level. We've used lasers to measure it.
I don't understand your point.
The point is that 70% of the Earth's surface is water. Are you telling me that 70% of flatness is all of a sudden a ball?
No, I'm just trying to understand why you think a laser. What distance do you say a laser can, point up?
26 miles.
Yeah, 26 miles. And should theoretically, you think should prove to you if the Earth was not flat?
Yeah, there's supposed to be somewhere in the ballpark of, what is it? How many feet of drop, guys? Is it 500, 400 and some feet of drop? For the laser test?
Over how far?
Over 26 miles, that 26 miles?
That's around 300 feet, I think.
300 feet of vertical drop, at least. So yeah, I think 300 feet of vertical drop should be pretty easy to detect, don't you? I mean, that's taller than any skyscraper I'm aware of. Well, no, that's not true. That's 3 football fields. So are you telling me that a laser that is shining across the surface of the lake for 26 miles and is parallel, are you saying that that's consistent with the globe geometry?
How long you know it? While sorry about that.
Get back to your mic, brother. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got it.
That's okay.
While I look at this, your point, look up the stuff. What do you think causes the solar eclipse or the lunar eclipse?
Those are all predicated on the Earth being a sphere in the vacuous region of space, with the sun being over there and the moon being over there. What you're observing is something occurring in the sky. It does not mean that the Earth is a ball. The sun gets dark, the moon gets dark. Doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. There's no way you could even prove that the Earth is the thing that's creating a shadow or a blockage of the sun, especially because it's underneath your feet and it's flat.
But what about the fact that people are able to calculate the exact date and time which
it's called post-diction. They recognize patterns. These patterns repeat. They have over the centuries, thousands of years. People have been cataloging these cycles of the stars. They're not predicting anything. They just recognize patterns and let you know when the next thing is supposed to occur. It's not predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
I think that this, like the solar eclipse or the lunar eclipse, happen periodically, and then we just measured the period within which these things repeat, and then use that to calculate the next solar eclipse.
Right. So it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being a sphere. It's just pattern recognition.
So if you're again, I don't know this. I don't know this. I'm asking you. If your theory is true, then the next lunar eclipse would happen after the same period that the last lunar eclipse did, right?
No, not all of these cycles are uniform. Sometimes, I mean, they don't happen. What I'm saying is that between one and another, there's not an equal distance all the time. There's still a pattern, but the pattern it's not always just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not even between cycles.
Yeah. So, but if it is a pattern, then there should be a sub pattern. It should,
But yeah, there is. That's what they've observed. They've already observed this. That's why they're going to tell you when the next eclipse is going to occur. This stuff has been cataloged, like I said, over thousands of years. People have been observing the sky for thousands of years, and they've been cataloging all these patterns. That's how they know. It's very simple.
Can you give me a source that shows what you're saying?
Yeah, you can look up the Saros cycle. It's as ancient as Babylon. They already had these cycles figured out. This is at least 6,000 years old, 4,000 years old.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's the spelling? Pharos? P-H-A-R-O-S?
Saros, S-A-R-O-S, I believe.
Pharos, I think. Oh, S-A-R-O-S, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I still don't buy that the solar eclipse theory. That
Well, see, look, at this point, it's just about you believing something, right? And I'm not asking you to believe me, but I'm hoping that you'll actually critically think about certain things and apply some solid logic to them. Instead of just looking at an effect and then someone telling you why that happens, but they can't prove it to you, maybe there's a problem there, right?
no, I don't see
no
problem there, but I do think. I do think that I should maybe look at the equations more closely, understand how really they came to it.
Well, if you look at the equations and you come across big G, I want you to put an F in there for fairy and see if it changes anything.
I'm sorry, what?
So when you look at the equations and perhaps there's gravity in there, just change the G out for an F and it's going to be the exact same. The fairies made it happen, right?
Yeah, I got it. This already.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, you were going to go to bed. Go to bed. Mull it over. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm definitely not your enemy. I'm not trying to get you on my side of anything. I'm just hoping that people will start to consider certain things, that maybe you would appreciate a little bit more proof for your worldview than you've gotten so far. Let people explain stuff to you and let them prove it to you using some kind of logically consistent or even an empirical method. That would be the best.
Okay, I understand your point. I do think I should look at stuff more closely, but I'm still convinced by what I believe. I do think that the results that I'm getting can be only if the basic assumptions were true. Although that maybe,
that's fine.
Yeah. Although I think maybe there may be some wrong, and that's science accepts the wrongs, and there have been many instances where the wrong has been, recalculated and stuff like that. But I don't believe that case with this. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good day.
All right, man. Well, yep. Sleep tight. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah. All right. Good night.
Bye. Anybody else have any questions? Any newcomers?
You figure that guy would have some more questions. rather than just saying you were wrong. Pretty interesting.
Yeah. There's a cycle there, like you kind of make a point, but I'm still going to go back to the programming. No, that might be true, but I don't agree. It's just strange. It's hypnosis at the end of the day. That's the way I see it. People have been very well hypnotized. Unless any of the new folks in the VC have some kind of evidence for the Earth being a ball, I'd love to see it. Like I said, I'm willing to bet that you and I both experienced the same thing, which is a flat and stationary Earth that has gas pressure. We got Abraham. We got Ihan. We got Hamza. How about Hamza? These are all new folk in here. V97. You look new. Lyle. Any questions? We've got Don Pachiro in here. He's spiraling. I can tell by the memes he's posting or the GIFs. I ain't talked to you in a while, Don Pachiro. How you doing? Don Pachiro, I haven't heard you mic up in quite a while, dude. You all right? Do you not want to talk? Oh, the trick is to not involve in voice chat. Yeah, and when you say things like that, is that a win for you, Don Pachiro, where like if you don't involve yourself in the VC, then somehow that's a win? It's a win if you hang out in the side chat and just kind of spam. That's the W. Come off mute, man. Certainly the globe will hold up in an exchange of evidence in a voice chat. Yeah.
Hello there.
Axum, it's okay. We don't bite. You can have a conversation with us. You won't die. I'm not going to try and get your credit card number or your blood type or your mother's maiden name. It's okay. We're essentially just trying to get people to think a little bit more seriously about things that they wouldn't ordinarily. Less surface level thought and more of a deeper thinking. Who here is afraid of thinking deeply? And why? I can understand you're scared. Gonpachiro's very scared of it. He had some conversations with us, I don't know, a few weeks ago. Hasn't come off mute since. Weren't trying to convince him of anything, just trying to present information, facts. He didn't like it. Now he's spamming the chat. See, Gonpachiro, that's poisoning of the well. Do you see me? Which one do you see me as? The dog that's calmly sitting there while somebody else is yelling at him? Kind of like what happened a few weeks ago. You got real excited. Listen, Gonpachiro, I'm pretty relaxed. Usually, unless people just become annoying. You're becoming annoying. If you're going to be combative and say this is not, spamming or whatever, if you're just going to hang out in the side chat, bro, and not engage, then there's no reason for you to be here. Well, you're engaging with me right now. And unless you can prove gravity, it remains to be just a fairy tale.
What is this obsession with gravity?
I don't know. Other than it's like one of the linchpins of their religious system, it's kind of like their Jesus. You know, gravity's like Jesus to them. So if you say that global Jesus doesn't exist, they lose their cool.
Waiting for a globe. You want a Hello? Can I give a globe?
Yeah, hello.
Proof?
What? Got a globe?
Hello? Wait, T-Dub, can I ask you a question?
You just did.
Yes, but I talk about the next question and not the one I did. So you're contradicting yourself because you're trying to go
You didn't
against
ask me.
the physical second question, which
You
contradicts
didn't ask me if you could
yourself.
ask me if you could ask a question.
Well,
I'm kidding. Just go for it, man. Go for it. It's all good, mate. Just ask your question. What's going on? Everyone's leaving. Spoil sport. Party poopers. Why don't you guys mic up? Like, there's a few people in here. I don't recognize these names. Look like new people. Lyle, Tagurian, the Yagurian, Hafid, Doog, Abraham, welcome in Brahim. Mic up.
I guess there's this cool new fad where you join a text chat or a voice chat, actually, and don't use your voice.
Right. What's the point of that?
I don't know. I mean, they already got Facebook out there. You guys can type away all you want. There's chat rooms everywhere you can do that. This is Discord, man. It's a VC, voice chat. Come on.
It's not called listen chat. Sorry, what?
Yo, what's up, guys? Why I get muted? I think like I sent a joke video and DJ was mad about it. He cried.
What video did you send?
Look the YouTube link, and he was mad about it. And he muted me for no reason.
So, what is that supposed to prove?
Nothing. It was just a joke, and he was mad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the right? So, you know, are you not saying that this isn't some kind of backhanded slight to the people in this VC?
What? Do you guys believe really in flat Earth, bro? Hell no.
No. We don't believe in it. It's our experience, and the Earth is measured flat.
Yo, what do you smoke? I want the same thing.
So, do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
Oh my god, bro.
What's a simple question?
I'm sure I'm more young than you, but how can you be that old and don't know? Like, come on. That's crazy.
Well, believe me, I was taught all the same things that you were taught. I bet I know more about the globe than you do. I know all the claims. So this is not a situation of like I haven't been exposed to it. This is more of a question of, is there any evidence for it in the reality? So what I'm asking you is there any evidence of the Earth curve?
No, you should give me the proof, not me, because
no worries. I'll give you the proof. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Are you ready? First question is, what is the proof that you would need? Would that be no Earth curve?
Bro, you look like those religious people, like when...
Yeah, I know. It's really tough. I know you want this argument to be about me. So what I'm asking you is the thing... Okay, so what proof is it that you would like?
No, give me everything.
Everything? Okay, no problem. Should we start off with the fact that the Earth is not curving? Because that's really all this is about.
Bro, you say that with no proof whatsoever.
No, I'm asking you, is that where we should start?
Bro, just give me the proof. Bro, you are yapping for nothing.
It's already up here. No worries. At 13 minutes after, brother. 13 minutes after the hour. Do you see it? The image that DJ posted.
What? He posted nothing. Bro, that's
he posted an image at 13. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. You want to talk about it?
That's the proof.
Yeah. Do you want to know why,
Do you
or do
have,
you
like,
just
scientific articles?
do you understand what it is? Do you understand what that image is of?
No.
Someone can post another one.
Bro, that's bullshit.
Okay.
Like, oh my God, guys.
Why is it bullshit?
How can you be this old and believe in that thing?
Why is it bullshit? Excuse me. Why is it bullshit?
Nah, bro, that's crazy. Bro,
Okay.
do you have like serious scientific things, multiple studies, photos,
Yeah, these
videos?
no. Yeah, we got it right here. I got another photo for you. You want to look at it?
That's the proof. This.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it? Do you know what it's supposed to be showing you? Bro, do you know what it's supposed to be showing you? Do you know what it's supposed to be showing you?
No, that's just.
Okay, well, then let's talk about it. You asked for a photo, now I'm giving it to you. Let's talk about
I didn't
it.
ask for this. I say give me links, like studies of scientific research, videos.
Studies of what?
Give me like videos of the Earth into space.
Space? What's that?
Oh my God, bro! You should be joking. What the?
No, what's space? Tell me about space. Have you been there?
Oh my God, bro! That's not.
I know it's crazy. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. Have you been to space?
No, but you're gonna tell me that all the videos.
What is space? What is space? Can you tell me about it? It's a simple question. I don't know why you're running away from simple questions.
But you're gonna tell me like it's fake.
No, I'm not. I'm not telling you it's fake. I want you to tell me about it, and I'll have you prove to yourself that it's fake.
What is the space for you? Tell me. I want to know first.
I don't have space. I don't. What is space? You have to tell me about it.
Right. Why don't you show us your photo? Show us your photo that you took from space.
Oh my God.
Can you tell what space is?
Do you have a photo that you took yourself from space?
No, of course.
No. Okay. So what have you got? You've got a photo from someone else that said they did it, right?
I'm curious. What is space for you? What is like?
Space is three dimensions: height and width and length.
Yes, but I'm talking space like outside the Earth.
Outside the Earth.
Outside Earth. Yeah, you don't know that there's an outside of Earth, bro.
But you have plenty of videos, or do you think it's
videos from you? From
NASA, of plenty of short
so other people.
Do you think like it's like a comparison of like?
Right. Is it something that is easily replicable? That you can you repeat it? Right. Okay. Right. So anything you'll be able to do, any photography you'll be able to achieve will only show a flat Earth.
Bro, let's.
You have to rely on some sort of authority figure, some government entity that says, "Oh, you can't do this, son, but we can, and you believe us, we did this."
Okay. My question is, all those videos and photos, do you think it's fake? Yes or no?
I don't need to think anything about them. Experience. No, I don't need to consider them at all. I just need to consider what I experience and what I can achieve.
Okay, but it's fake then. Like all those.
I don't need to make a claim about its authenticity. I don't need to make a claim. I just need to go and view the Earth myself.
Also, like if you go to like mountains, you can see the curves of the Earth. Like
no, you can't. I already told you. Any altitude, anything, any place you can go to, you yourself, me and you, not NASA, not government entities, right? You and me, any place that we go to with a camera or with our eyes will only show a flat Earth.
Wait 2 seconds.
There is no
There is
okay,
no
but
observable curvature.
2 seconds. DJ is being mean, but he don't talk that much. Maybe he has no balls. And by the way, I'm
no,
not
I'm
French.
here. I'm right here.
Yeah, but talk to myself.
Whatever you are, it's annoying. Yeah, I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't talking about you, but you're annoying too.
Maybe I'm annoying.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Wait, let me
Close.
talk. Maybe I'm annoying because I against.
Yes, because you don't know what you're talking about, right? And
I don't know. Okay, tell me.
Here's the top of Mount Everest in the side chat. Top of Mount Everest, right? There's no curvature, right? So there's no. So we can cancel that one off your list of claims.
Why you want to? And why do you talk shit like?
Well, you just said, right, didn't you? You just said
because
that you can go up a mountain. You can go up a mountain.
Facts, and you are mad about it.
Well, I just debunked your fact, didn't I? It's the top of Mount Everest. Is there a higher mountain than this one that you can see the curve from?
Yes. But
which one? What's higher than Mount Everest?
It's all fake, like all videos, photos, it's all fake. Like,
oh, okay.
You're gonna say the same
you're
argument?
A conspiracy theorist that you think all videos are fake. That's what you just said.
No, it's like
you wonder why you're not being taken seriously.
Bro.
And I didn't want to deflect from Says Who's like wanting to go along with the space, go down the space path, right? But I just wanted this guy to just realize that he's relying on something that he doesn't observe and he doesn't experience and he can't replicate, right? And he's realized that. Now he's appealing to, seeing curve from the top of a mountain. Okay, we've dismissed that. Do we want to go back to the whole space thing? Or do we want to continue on with the no observable curvature?
But which give me more proof, like, of flat Earth. I'm curious. Because, like, random pictures like this means nothing. Like, I want studies.
You sure you're going to be able to follow along?
Just give me, bro.
Okay, let's see. Let's test out if you can follow along. Okay, so this is an observation taken by a guy named Dr. John D.
Bro, you just give me.
Yeah, see, you're already unable to follow along, right? So I'm trying to explain it to you. So you ask for it, and then as soon as I start explaining it, you start whining because you can't focus.
I repeat like 5 times. I want like studies, serious stuff, scientific things. You keep.
This is. Do you know what? Geometry is not science, right? So if someone tells you something's a certain size, then it has to have certain characteristics that match up with the mathematics.
Geometry.
Okay, so if someone says that they're 6 foot tall and then you measure them and they're 5 foot tall, right? That's not science, right? That's just geometry, just measuring them. Okay, so you can.
Why you keep talking? Just give me scientific proof. Like
it's not science, right? It's a category error that you're talking about right now. So you have faulty thinking. I told you, I warned you right when I started, right, that you're not capable of following along with a normal conversation.
No, that's not the case. And by the way, did you go?
You're gonna have to be silent. You're gonna have to be silent long enough for DJ to present something to you.
I have one question. Like, I will use the same argument. Did you
already asked a question?
Mountains? Did you go to the mountains to see by yourself?
Yeah, I've been to mountains.
Yeah. So
did you?
Believe you like
But that wouldn't really matter, would it? Because if you do the math, right, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height anyway, even if it was a globe. All right, so that's a silly argument.
Okay. Another proof? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Only pictures.
I'm trying to show you a long distance observation that debunks the globe, but you don't want to see it. Right?
2G links.
So why did you ask me to present evidence and then you don't want to see it?
Because
you're not really here in good faith, are you?
You talk shit before, so I need to speak with you. Like, why you?
You called me out. You said I have no balls, right? So now I've come in here to teach you a lesson and show you that you don't really know anything.
Because I was debate with your colleague, but you didn't talk. You scribe like no balls, and now you are here.
Oh, I'm here right now, but you're unable to have a normal conversation.
Wait, bro, I just repeat. Give me studies, like link, serious stuff. I just
yeah,
have
I was
like
trying to, but it needs to be explained, right? You want me to just send you stuff and you can go off and watch an hour-long video that explains it all?
You are random on Discord. Why I should believe you? Like, explain.
I didn't ask you to believe me. I'm showing you evidence, right? You asked for evidence, and now you don't want to see evidence. Yeah. Evidence.
Okay, I will send you real studies. All right?
I didn't ask you for anything.
But it's a debate, or it's like one
it's a
way
debate,
around.
is it? Okay, so what's your argument?
I will show you serious studies, not me, not you, not like.
Okay, explain it. Explain yourself. What are you going to send me?
But for me, like, it's basic, like, it's common sense. Like, of course, the Earth is round.
No, it's common. Our common senses, right? We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You've never seen the curvature of the Earth.
How can you believe
So you don't need to believe it. You experience it every day, and then you can go and measure it very easily.
Oh my! How can you believe this in? Like,
no, you believe, right? You believe you're on a spinning ball floating through space at millions of miles per hour with water stuck to the outside, right? That's crazy.
Bro,
that's what you believe.
You are more old than me, and you believe in this, like.
No, it's not. I went out and tested the Earth. Yeah, no, I used to believe when I was your age, right? I used to believe in the globe as well. No, I'm not American. Doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, only Americans believe in this. I swear.
No. All sorts of people believe in this. Anyone that goes out and checks, right, or puts in honest research will easily realize that there's no Earth curvature, right? When you go to the ocean, you see a horizontal horizon. You see flat water, and then you can go and measure it, and there's no curvature over huge distances.
How do you explain all photos, all data? Like, it's all fake. Like,
no one said that. How do you validate it? How do you validate it?
Because it's fucking videos.
We can go put it to the test in reality, right? So if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature, right? So if you go to a large body of water, you can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, and then we can test for the curvature that has to be there if the Earth's a globe. It's very, very simple. Over 10 miles, you should have...
Shit. Bro,
what are you talking about?
Explain me why...
If you have 10 miles of water... Right, I'm explaining to you right now. If you have 10 miles of water, there has to be a certain amount of curvature. If the Earth's a globe, you have to have 22 meters of curvature over 10 miles, right? Which is, 16 kilometers. There has to be about 20 meters of curvature over that distance.
That doesn't explain, that doesn't explain all photos and videos and data.
What photos and videos are you talking about?
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, well, the images that NASA's giving you from space, if you have a look into it, NASA admits that most of the images that they give you are just made in Photoshop. They admit that.
Give me the proof.
Okay, I'll send you the interview. Are you going to go watch the interview? It's just like a 3-minute video with the NASA employee explaining how they make it. All right, I'll find it for you. I'll be back in 15 seconds with it.
Does any guys here believe in this crap, or I'm the normal guy?
I said the same thing. I said the same thing when I first heard about it too.
Bro,
it's not a belief. It's your natural everyday experience of reality.
Right. So
you experience a flat Earth, bro.
Sorry, Tito. Right, so this is the guy in the interview, right? This is NASA.gov.
All right,
this is the guy. Hold on, relax for a second, right? So this is a link to the NASA website about him. Now I'm going to show you the interview video. Okay, so let me find that link.
Bro, that's crazy that you believe this for.
No. This is not something that requires belief, right? The globe requires belief. All right, so here's the video. Okay, Okay, if you want to go and watch it, it's not very long.
Now give me the times spent when he said that.
Yeah, right from the start. Right from the start, he'll explain how these images are made that they're showing you. Right, the Earth from space. How he makes them in Photoshop. Right, how he stitches images together and then wraps them around a ball in Photoshop and then adds in the clouds later on. It's all explained in a short video.
Sure. And what is the source? It's a man with a clown mask.
No, I gave you this. I gave you NASA.gov, right? His name's Robert Simon, Mr. Blue Marble. That's what they call him. He's data visual designer, Robert Simon.
And that is your proof that Earth is flat?
No, this is a rebuttal to you saying the images of the Earth from space, photos of the Earth from space, which you probably think. I'm just showing you that, no, this guy tells you how he makes these images, right? And they make it in Photoshop. I can explain to you how he makes it, but why don't you just go and listen to him? Because you don't want to listen to me.
Bro, it's a fucking conspiracy videos. Like,
how's it a conspiracy video? This is literally a NASA employee telling you that he makes these images in Photoshop, right? There's a link to NASA.gov right there.
It's posted by a YouTube channel with a clown mask. This
is just someone uploading the footage of the interview. Okay, so you can click on NASA.gov link. Right, and it's all going to be explained on NASA's website. If you want to hear him talking in the interview, then you can watch that video clip. Right, there's lots of different versions of it uploaded onto different YouTube channels.
Bro, he used Photoshop because for like better light, better blue.
No. Why don't you watch the video before you lie and make things up?
Of course. Like I just watched the end.
Or why don't you watch the start where he explains how he makes it? It's not a photo. Do you think it's a photo of the Earth from space?
Of course. You're gonna say
go watch the video. No, it's not, right? So they take low altitude strips of data using a radio telescope, right? And then the data gets converted by an artist named Robert Simon into photos, and then they stitch. See, you can't listen, can you? Right? Then he stitches. He stitches all of the images that he made out of data into a big flat map. Right? Once he makes the big flat map that he stitched together, then he goes into Photoshop and he wraps it around a ball. Okay, and then he gets some clouds and he starts adding in the clouds. Right? And then
bro, you believe this?
That's what he says. That's what NASA says. See, this is what you need to realize. People don't need to look into this stuff. So I've given you a video of a NASA employee telling you all of the things that I just said, and you now you don't believe NASA.
Bro, look, like the planes. Why they don't...
See, now you want to get away from this topic. You want to gish gallop, right? That's what you guys do. You come in here.
Just say he used Photoshop.
You want to change topics because this one's not working out for you, right? So you want to throw some more shit at the wall and hope the second piece of shit sticks to the wall. But it's not going to.
Your video is bullshit.
What's bullshit about it?
Bro, it's like conspiracy.
So NASA's lying. So you're a conspiracy theorist now saying NASA's lying.
Or your proof is... conspiracy videos, random.
It's a NASA.gov link. It's a NASA link, right? NASA.gov. NASA.gov.
Yeah. You can go check that yourself. Go fact check it.
Also, why planes when they fly?
So you don't want to put in any effort. So all you want to do is appeal to these videos and photos that you can't prove, and then when somebody shows you something, you want to hand wave dismiss it because we're conspiracy theorists. You're just going to declare victory based on nothing. Nothing.
Bro, you believe in that crap.
Go fact check it. Go fact check it. Go fact check Rob Simon. Go fact check Rob Simon.
I agree with you. But there are many things that prove that Earth is a globe, like planes when they fly. Why they don't go like a straight line?
They do. They do.
No, they do.
Planes fly over a flat plane, and you're thinking about a flight path that's been mapped onto a particular type of projection map, right? The Mercator projection. So it's going to look like it takes a curve because you're putting the data onto a projection. Put it onto a different projection. You can't see. You're unable to listen, and that's why you're not going to learn.
Yeah, you say this with no proof. I don't want to be some stupid shit. Like
no, I can back up everything I'm saying. Unlike you, I can back up everything I'm saying.
Okay, give me the links and not random pictures, conspiracy videos.
I gave you a link to NASA.gov and you said it was a lie. You don't even trust NASA.gov website.
The link doesn't explain, only the videos.
No, the link, you didn't click on the link because you were talking to me, so you didn't have time to go and read it, obviously.
I click, he's talking about the coolest thing of his job, interest, bullshit, like.
He's talking about how he formulates these CGI images of the Earth in Photoshop.
In the link? No.
Yeah, in the link.
No, he talked about his hobbies and stuff. In the videos like, bro, with that conspiracy music, it's not a proof. But I can give you serious proof, serious link.
He says on the first line, my role is to make imagery from Earth sciences data. I turn data into pictures. Right? You need to go and read into this. He explains to you how he makes all of these things. Right? You can click into the different sections. Right? You can click into the 2001 Blue Marble and see how they made it. Right? He explains in an interview how he made it.
Wait.
You know, there's copy-pasted clouds all over it, right? You want to see, let me post some images. Take a look in the side chat. Okay, so when you zoom in to these pictures, you'll see that there's copy-pasted clouds everywhere. Because that's what he says. That's what he says. No, this is proof that NASA makes these images in Photoshop, just like they admit, and they trick people like you that don't look into it.
Bro,
okay, so have a look in the side chat.
That looks like from a conspiracy website. Looks lame.
No, this is from NASA. This is type in 2001 Blue Marble, NASA. Right, and you find this exact image of the Earth on NASA, and you can zoom in on it, and you can check these images are correct. Okay, now
and
look.
Here's that Earth is flat.
No, I didn't say it was. Right, this is me making a rebuttal to your statement that we have all of these images of Earth from space.
I can give you this link, for example, more serious and not. Of course, you mute me. I can't send it, obviously. But it's more serious that are random pictures from conspiracy website. So, give me the permission.
Yeah, so I just posted you NASA's official images of the Earth, right? So look at this one. This is NASA's 2002 Blue Marble and the 2007 Blue Marble. And look, they used the exact same clouds.
Okay, give me the link that speak about it. Like you just keep posting.
Yeah, so look at the images. Can you see that the same clouds are on the 2002 and the 2007? The same clouds? Can you see that?
Yeah, but give me the link like that speak about it.
Okay, so go to Google, type in 2002 Blue Marble, go to NASA, right? Look at it, look at the clouds.
And
right, then type in 2007 Blue Marble, and then look at it and look at the clouds, and you'll see they're the same clouds.
And that's the proof that Earth is flat.
No, I was trying to give you the proof that Earth was flat, right? But you wouldn't let me present it because you were spiraling.
Give me the proof.
Okay, you ready for it now, are you? Okay, so if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, there has to be a certain amount of curvature. They tell us that 72% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over the surface of the water if the Earth's a globe. When we go out, we can test for this very easily because things that are beyond the horizon should become obstructed behind the horizon. Do you know what a horizon is?
Bro, that's the proof.
Do you? Yeah, if there's no curvature, you can't have a globe, right? Obviously. Do you agree with that?
It's not curvature. Yes, but if you are on the ground, you can't see the curvature because the Earth is big. You need to be in the mountains to see it.
Just be a second.
In high altitudes, obviously.
Yeah. So
I think it's affordable. Like you can go to a balloon and like go out in the sky and you're gonna see by yourself.
No. Even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height. We've sent cameras up to 120,000 feet on a balloon, and it's completely flat. Yeah. No, it's not proof. It's not proof.
Can I?
You don't see curvature from.
I can give.
No, I can't. We can't give permission. You have to get that. You get that automatically when you spend time in the server. When you get to level 10, you get image.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. So I can't send anything.
Well, you can send it to me in the DM, but I do have to go soon because I have work to do. But if you send it to me, I can post it for you in the chat.
I think it's funny. Like you guys are funny, but come on, you are in modern world. Like, how can you believe this, bro?
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then once you look into it, you'll realize there's no curvature, just like you experience in reality.
That doesn't make sense. Like, how do you explain that Earth is rotating? You know,
it's not rotating. The Earth is not rotating, dude. Right? The Earth is stationary. Right? The sun and the moon and the stars are rotating, just like you see them rotating in the sky.
It's like
crazy claim, isn't it? Imagine thinking that the sun moves across the sky. What a crazy claim that is.
Bro, it's like belief of medieval age.
Bro. No. This is what we observe in reality.
Yeah. How can you say that what you observe is a belief?
Bro, there are many proof science about...
Like what?
Like what? Like
you guys give
like
me...
Like what? Hey, no, bro. Like
I can send it, but I muted for some reason. I can send you plenty.
No. Say it. Say what the proof is. Speak it.
I'm not like scientific, but I can send you things about it.
Would you understand it if you sent it?
Yes, but it's like
tell us what
sense.
Tell us.
Yeah.
How do you explain days, nights? Like, do you think it's like sun rotating?
The sun moves.
No, explanations aren't proof, sir. Explanations are not proof.
So you guys think
I can explain why the sun appears to move across the sky.
Okay, tell me.
Because it's moving across the sky.
Give me the proof of that.
Because it's moving across the sky. You see it, bro.
No, it's the Earth. I can say the same thing.
Prove what proof is there that
no,
that's,
give me
that's the case?
Because you guys need to prove, not me. Like
you can go out and look at it and see it move across the sky.
Because it's the Earth moving around the sun.
You're saying that. You don't know that.
Bro, are you serious?
You're denying your experience of reality. You are denying your own natural experience because some guy told you a story.
You say that with no proof.
No, it is proof. You go out and you can see it.
Yeah, but I can say it the same. Like, it's the Earth that moves around the sun. Doesn't prove anything either.
Jagarian, how do you separate the sun moving from the Earth moving? So you've got three options. Option number one, the sun moves across the sky as we all witness it. Option number 2, the Earth rotates underneath the sun, which nobody can prove. Option number 3, both the sun and the Earth move. Now, how do you separate the three of them?
You know what? In fact, I think we both can't prove anything. Like, I can prove this.
So let me get this straight.
That.
You
so maybe
witnessed the sun move across the sky.
Wait, I didn't finish. Like, maybe we live in a turtle Earth, you know, a polygon Earth. We don't know. Like, I think we should, like, go to space, like, hide in the sky to see by your eyes, you know?
Go to space to see by my eyes. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Like, if you really need to prove these points, we should all together go to a spaceship, you know?
And what is space going to prove to you? What will going to space prove to you? It sounds like I haven't finished yet. It sounds like to me that you're not trying to sell the globe Earth to us. You're trying to validate it for yourself.
No.
Yeah, it sounds like a concession, bro.
No, it's more like I'm like impressed that some people believe in this thing in 2025.
Well, here's the funny part, Jack. Right? What did you do to prove to yourself or to confirm to yourself what you were told about the Earth?
Because from multiple science, from articles, from scientific proof,
you haven't told us about any of it yet.
And
yeah, exactly.
Why
you got article?
Also, I can talk because
Okay. You said you you read articles published from scientists. Which one? What did you do to confirm what was stated in these articles from said scientists?
Also, like videos, photos, like it's so simple. Like
okay, so you're gonna appeal to videos and photos again.
Okay.
I might have to do it, guys. Jag, check this out. Jag, qu'est-ce que tu as fait pour valider le matériel dans ces articles?
In English better because they don't understand.
Okay, well, it seems like you don't understand.
No,
right?
I understand, but bro, it's logical. Like, if you see all, bro, it's a proof. All videos, photos, you're gonna not say that are fake.
Hang on a second. Hang on. I didn't say they are. I asked you what you did to confirm them.
Nothing, because it's true.
Nothing.
So you just believe it.
Thank you very much. Because here's the thing, right? So, Jack, check this out, right?
Fake.
Check this out. Watch this. Watch this.
Because
Jag, give me a second, dude. Watch this. Watch this.
Like all
Jag,
the videos and
photos. Jag, watch this, okay? If I gave you a photo, okay? A photo of a unicorn or a video of a unicorn, right? Are you going to take it on face value that means that unicorns exist?
Bro, the fuck is this example?
Yes or no, sir? I'm showing you your logic or lack thereof.
Bro, that's not.
Would you or would you not take
Bigfoot?
Because we know that unicorn doesn't. Wait, let me talk. We know that unicorn doesn't exist, but we know that Earth exists. So
here's the thing. No, here's the thing. You don't know that unicorns don't exist because I just showed you a photo of one because I found one.
All right, maybe you are a bunt. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are both wrong. You know, we don't. If you how to say in English?
Here's the thing, right? So the problem is, Jag, you're skirting away from the point. You're skirting away. Jag, listen to me.
No,
listen to me. I didn't finish my point.
I didn't finish.
I didn't finish my point, dude.
No.
Dude, I'm gonna have to put you on mute, dude. You didn't listen to my point.
Bro, I didn't finish.
My point is,
it's 2 seconds.
All right, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. You didn't listen the first time. Okay? My point was photos alone are not sufficient. If you didn't put any work to actually confirm the material in the photo, you can't take it as evidence. Okay? What you should have asked me was, prove the unicorn. Oh, well, here's the photo. Oh, well, what did you do to validate the photo? That's what you should have asked me. And likewise, I would ask you, what did you do to confirm the material in the photos that you're saying are legitimate? DJ went into some effort to try and break it down for you, demonstrating that, there's some, it's kind of sketchy, but you skirted away from that. Why? Probably because you know that, hey, it's actually sketchy, but you don't want to let go of that. Why? Because it's your only material. It's your only evidence. And it's questionable. Go ahead.
Okay, nice. So there are many proof of that, but I don't know. Okay, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't. Let me please.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong. I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are all wrong. If you go deep in that thing, we don't know 100%. Maybe the Earth is a globe. Maybe it's flat. But I think so. Like with all the proof, all the medias, all videos, all photos, all
you just think we should just trust that imagery, right? You just think you can't believe. So what you mean to say, right, is I can't believe that in 2025 people just don't accept these videos and photos.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like for me, like flat earthers.
Wait, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you accept these things? Just accept it. Just believe it. It's that you can trust them, right?
It's a belief, but it's like a belief from medieval age. Like it's
right. And now you have a belief in the modern age. You just believe that these strangers on the internet and on TV are telling the truth.
It's like plenty of photos, videos.
Yeah, plenty of photos that you can't validate and you just trust and believe.
Bro, it's like, come on. How can you're gonna say it's like fake videos or conspiracy things? Or
I don't need to.
But yeah, if you believe that Earth is flat.
But what does the Earth tell? What does the Earth tell you it is? What is the Earth? Your experience of Earth. What does it tell you? Your own experience of Earth.
I don't care. I live my life. I never question myself of flat Earth.
So you never took notice of it, right?
Bro, I don't care, to be honest. But I know that Earth is.
So when you see when you see a body of water, right? A body of water in a cup, what's its surface look like? Does it look like it's curving? Does it look flat?
What is the point?
Water in a cup. Yeah. Okay, water in a cup.
Yes.
When it comes to rest and it's very still, does the surface of the water look flat? Or does it look curved?
Because it's gravity. What is?
Okay, yeah. I'm just asking you. What does it look like?
Wait, the memes are.
It looks flat, doesn't it? Just say it looks flat. Okay, what about in a bathtub?
Because
you fill the bathtub. Does the surface look flat?
But because it's like you compare.
All right. Okay, it looks flat. What about in a pond? Hey, just follow this along. Just follow along with this for a moment.
No.
What about in a pond? What about in a pond? What about in a pond?
Bro, because
is the surface in the water? Is the surface of the water in a pond flat?
Yeah, I agree with you. But why?
Okay, what about in a lake? We'll go to a lake now.
Why you don't let me speak?
Okay, the lake. Surface of the water in a lake. Does it look flat or curved?
Bro, you compare water the size of a lake. You compare
does it look flat?
Of the Earth.
Flat? Does it look flat?
But it's not a proof.
Okay. Now go to the ocean. All right, now go to the ocean. What about the horizon? Does it look flat?
Because you are in the floor, you can see it.
All right. So we've got all these examples of large bodies of water appearing flat to you. Right?
Because you are
now that's your natural experience. That's your natural experience of reality. Now you're going to throw that away for some image that a stranger told you and showed you.
But it's true image, not fake image. Like videos, image.
Is your experience is your experience of the surface of water fake?
But because Earth is
your experience of the surface of water fake?
No, of course.
No, it's not.
And what?
So
and
you've got a choice now. You've got a choice now. You've got this image that a stranger showed you, and you've got your own natural experience of reality.
That's the proof that Earth is flat. Because
it's where you start. It's where you would start.
Bro, that's crazy.
All right. So you've got this experience of reality that the surface of liquid is flat, right? And you've got this image. Listen, now you've got this image that a stranger showed you, showing that the surface of liquid isn't flat. It's curving and wrapped around a ball, right? It's forming into a ball. How are you going to determine whether that image is true or not?
Because
and
there are
whether your experience.
There are plenty of like it's not like niche thing. It's like you're gonna say like all those things are fake or conspiracy.
One of those things is false. Okay, one of those things is false. Your experience of liquid, your own natural experience of the surface of water, right? Or that image is false. One of those two is false. How are you going to tell which one it is?
Bro, use your brain. Like, of course, when you are on the floor into Earth, your experience is flat because the Earth is very big. You don't
know that yet. You don't know that yet. How are you going to tell which one is false?
Because it's logical. Like, Earth is big. Of course, if you are on the floor,
and flat, big and flat, big and flat.
Yeah, but all the videos, photos, scientific link, like, is garbage, is fake.
Okay, so you're just going to throw out your natural experience for that image and just trust the image.
Just use your brain. Like, of course, you don't gonna see curvature.
One sec. Could there be another way that you could tell whether your experience is false or the image is false?
Yeah, I think if I go like very high into sky myself with my eyes to see it.
So you're not going to be able to do that, are you? You're not going to be able to achieve the same vantage point that those people say they did.
It's not. You can put a camera on a balloon, like. You can do.
Yeah, that's been done. That's been done, and it just shows flat.
No, I can give you links.
Yes, it does. Yes, it depends on the type of camera lens.
But
depends on the type of camera lens you use.
Yeah. Of course, is fake or camera is.
So, could there be another way?
No, it's. I think it's the best way is to put a camera on a balloon.
We've done that, man. Right? If you put a proper lens on a camera and send it up on a balloon, you're just going to see a flat horizon. I just posted a video of a 360-degree pan. Hold on, just let me finish, man. Right, so if you go and look for these balloon videos, you're going to find videos where the horizon's curving one way, and then the camera will move a bit, and then all of a sudden the horizon's curving the wrong way, because they use wide-angle lenses. Right, when we send up a proper lens, you don't see the curvature from that height. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? Right, the black scientist guy? Do you know who he is?
Yeah. But
just listen really quickly. Just let me finish, and then I'll let you respond, okay? Even he says that you can't see the curvature from this height. He says it's not that high. He said you wouldn't see the curvature from 120,000 feet. He said you wouldn't see it.
Okay, but your photo that you send, for you, is like all the Earth.
No, this is as high as we can send a camera up.
Yeah, but for you, it's like all the Earth, like in this image.
This isn't proof of flat Earth, right? This is just what we see when we send a camera up to 120,000 feet.
For you, it's like all the Earth, like.
No, it's not all the Earth. You have a limited vision, how far you can see.
Bro,
this is what you just said. We should do.
You don't think like there's something above the horizon, like.
No, the horizon is just a vantage point based on how high you are up off the surface and your perspective and the weather conditions. Right? It's not the edge of the earth or anything like that. Right? It's the limitation to your vision, right? And that can be altered by the weather conditions as well. That's all.
All right, so we're still seeing flat.
So we're still seeing flat from that altitude, okay? So how are we going to take this out of the realm of trust? You've got, I can trust my senses, or I can trust this image that a stranger told me. We want to take it out of the realm of trust and faith and belief and put it into the realm of knowledge. How can we tell which one is true and which one is false?
I don't know.
Well, we've got lots of examples of methods and ways to do that. Would you like to know about them?
What?
Would you like to know about them? If DJ's got the time, he's very good at presenting such examples.
Bro, what's like proof of like flat that Earth is flat?
Yeah, he started presenting something to you earlier, and you kind of didn't want to know about it. But if you're interested,
like
he can
the
present
link
to
of
you
NASA guy photoshopping.
No, that was different, right? This is long-distance observations that have been done by professionals that disprove the globe, right? These observations are impossible if the Earth is a globe. And I can explain why, and I can show you why, if you want to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see.
All right, so this guy, his name is Dr. John Dee, right? He's a PhD in optics, and he set out to try to debunk flat Earth, right? Because he probably thought it was stupid as well. So he went out and started doing long-distance observations and laser tests to try to easily debunk the flat Earth and prove that the curvature is there. But he became a flat earther in the process because he could not find the curvature of the Earth. So this is one of... You go ahead. Right, so this is one of his observations. Right, now let me explain it, because it's quite simple, but I do need to explain it or you won't understand the argument. Okay, so the horizon... Yes.
Bro, what is this image? Like he's zooming? He's doing?
I'll explain it, right? So he's at the shoreline of the ocean, and he's got his camera. He's got his camera set up on a tripod at 3.5 foot high. That's 1 meter. That's basically 1 meter high. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you, right? Because of this curvature of the Earth, right? There should be a certain point where the horizon is because of the curvature of the Earth. Now I have a diagram here to explain how it would work on a globe.
And what that explain nothing. Like it's just a...
No. Let me explain, right? Because you can see when he zooms out, you can see windmills, right? The windmills are about 11 miles away, right? On a globe, the windmills would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a certain amount, and the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Okay, but we see the water is going beyond the windmills, right? There's no horizon at 2.3 miles where it has to be on a globe. And
Bro,
the bottom...
To be honest, like the windmills are not that far away. Like
11.2 miles away. That's like I forget what it is in kilometers, but it's a long way. It's 11.
That's not that much.
Okay, so you can go to Google right now and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, right? And you can pick any Earth curvature calculator, and if you put in the eye height, 3.5 feet, and then you put in the target distance, 11.2 miles, right? Because the furthest windmill platform that we can see is 11.2 miles.
It's like 17 kilometers is nothing, bro.
Yeah,
but of course you can.
Yeah, how much curvature do you think there should be over 17 kilometers?
Doesn't matter. Like it's nothing. Like in the Earth.
No, it's not nothing.
It does matter.
I'll
check. Bro. I'll check. Right. Look, I'm on the Earth curvature calculator right now. Okay, it asked me to put in the eyesight level, 3.5 feet, and then the distance to the object. Right, I'll put in meters. Right, so it's easier for you to understand. Okay, so 17 kilometers. There should be, I'll give you the answer in meters as well. 13 meters. 13 meters of curvature over that distance. Right, that's like a four-story That's like a 4-story building.
And what?
Right?
Like when how to say in English? When something they're very tall. So what is?
Yeah. So the bottom 52 feet of the platforms. The windmill towers. The bottom 52 feet should be hidden behind the horizon. Right. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles, but we don't see a horizon there. On a globe, you have to have a horizon at 2.3 miles, which is 3.7 kilometers.
Bro, how is this in kilometers?
3.7. Yeah, I'll take us. I'll put it all in metric for you.
So you should see the horizon at 3 kilometers.
If you're 6 foot tall, then it should be at 3
That's very short.
Yeah. That's the distance the horizon should be. Sorry, I'm getting confused between metric system.
I think it's very short.
Yeah. So that's what I was taught at school. I remember them teaching me at school. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. That's like 5 No, that's true. If you can look that up right now anywhere. Right? If you go to Google and you type Earth curvature calculator, you can check right now. You can pick any calculator you want.
Yeah, but
right? You can go on AI if you want, anything, right? It's all going to give you the same answer because it's just mathematics based off the radius value of the Earth.
But he's like on the sea levels with all clear, and he's zooming, so he can, of course, he can see like the horizon more deeply. Like that's not
the horizon. The horizon should be 2.3 miles away, which is what 3.7 kilometers or something like that.
No, that's bullshit.
That's no. That's the correct mathematics. Like nobody disagrees with that. You can go and check it yourself right now. Right, just go to Google and type. Are you on a phone or on a computer?
Also, when you zoom, like when you are on sea level, seeing boat of the horizon, like you can see it like very far away. Like
yeah, so it should be a certain distance depending on the height. Exactly, because the Earth's not a globe. We can see much further than we should be able to see. But we can do the mathematics. It is a proof because if you have a ball of a certain size, it has to have a certain rate of curvature. Right? Over 10 miles, you have to have 66 feet of curvature. Over 20 miles, you have to have 260 feet of curvature. Right? We can calculate these how much curvature very easily. It's not up for debate because they tell us the exact size of the globe.
So, Jag, if you want to check the math at 16, the photos at 16 minutes past the hour, feel free. Or if you don't want to bother with all that, just go to the last page and it's confirmed, man. 6 feet, just about 3 miles.
Wait, all you guys here believe on this here?
Yeah, there's millions of flat earthers, right? This is just a small channel.
That's crazy.
The reason why we're going through this is because these numbers are what they give us. So we're cross-checking it against reality and trying to demonstrate whether or not what they're giving us is legitimate or not. So this is their math.
I have a question.
Right?
I have a question.
It doesn't add up. Go ahead.
I have a question. Why nobody, like astronaut or someone that go like into space, say anything about this? Like, why nobody speak about this? Like, very
people do. Yeah, there are numerous astronauts that have said that the Earth is flat. We could send you a video right now of a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth is definitely flat, and another Soviet astronaut as well. But think about this, right? Only 27 people, I think, right? 27 people have ever said to have left low Earth orbit, right? That's to go past the height of the ISS. Okay? Only 27, I think it's 26 or 27, right? And that's all during the Apollo missions. Okay, so you have to just trust in the Apollo missions and you have to just trust in NASA because the height of the ISS, right? You would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height, apparently, right? That's what the mathematics says. If you go up to that height, it wouldn't be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. It's not that high. It's only 250 miles, 400 kilometers.
All right. Can you send me the links of the astronaut?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it just here.
Yeah, you got Kelly, you've got Hadfield, you've got the Polish astronaut or cosmonaut. So yeah,
Buzz Aldrin.
You got Buzz Aldrin saying very strange things. Yeah, so like and plus amongst us there are ex-NASA employees. There's aerospace engineer employees. There's physicists of all different kinds. Yeah, we've got high school teachers, university lecturers, architects. I mean, we've got surveyors. There is a multitude of people from all different types of industry and positions. So that So you said, why aren't people talking about this? They are. We are. People are here, and niche. All over the place.
It's very niche, and it's very
and that's only because it's getting pushed down. People don't want to There's people that don't want this discussion taking place. They can't stop it, but they're going to do their best to try and make sure that it's not very known about, right?
This is what happened, man. Right back in 2015, 2016, Flat Earth was becoming the most popular search term on YouTube, and it became so popular. No, it's not. People were going out making all of these observations that are impossible on a globe, right? Because these amazing cameras came out back in 2015 called the Nikon P900 Coolpix range, and it's like having a telescope that you can carry around that records video. People started doing observations and noticing that they could see things that were 30 miles away, 40 miles away, that should be hidden by hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature, and they're like, hey, I shouldn't be able to see this island. And they started posting all of these videos, and they became a huge search topic on YouTube because people were making Flat Earth content. It was getting millions and millions of views. And what happened was it actually became more popular than Donald Trump during the election, where it became the number one search term and even overtook Donald Trump during the 2016 election. And then Google got together, right? The executives at Google and Facebook, right? They got together with the government and they had a Congress meeting and they said, we're going to censor Flat Earth information. And there's a whole video about it, right? The whole Congress meeting is on video, right? So we can post the video and you can watch them admitting that they're going to censor Flat Earth. And not only did they censor it, they replaced it, right? When you go to YouTube, you type in Flat Earth, it just comes up with propaganda videos like that one that you posted at the beginning where it says, Flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist. I'm from Australia. No, it's ridiculous.
The videos that I sent, it was memes.
Yeah, but people they tried to put all of these... Funny. Yeah, they put ridiculous videos out so people will just mock Flat Earth, right? And just like you did. Just like you did when you came in. But once people actually understand our arguments, you'll realize it's not a silly claim. We're not even claiming... It's not a silly claim, right? You still don't understand it yet. We can prove everything that we're saying, right? You're just gonna be sending us pictures of... from space that you can never verify.
Bro,
we're showing you real-world observations, man.
It's like proof of from conspiracy websites.
No, it's not from. This is what I presented you. Hold on a second. I presented you an observation done by Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics. Right? He goes over all of the details in his video.
Okay,
right? This is. Right. It's not a conspiracy theorist.
Okay, maybe you're right, but it's one against many proof. Why?
Well, that's what I thought. right? Nobody has gone out and actually measured Earth curvature. It's just based on calculations. It's a theoretical, mathematical concept, right? It's not based in reality. It's based on paper, on math. And when we're going to check the math against reality and it doesn't match, they say, okay, you have to have 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. We go out and we check 10 miles here, 10 miles there, completely flat, right? We can zoom in across the lake or across the ocean and we can see something 10 miles away. No obstruction. 20 miles away, no obstruction. 30 miles away, the same thing. Yeah, over 30 miles, there should be like 400 feet of curvature, right? Like the giant skyscraper building worth of curvature, but we can zoom across a 20-mile lake and see the beach on the other side of the lake. It's impossible on a globe. It's impossible because you have to have the curvature if it's a globe. Like you agreed with that earlier.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, the good thing about this.
The Earth is very big, so you can see very far if you are like.
Yeah, so over a 20-mile lake. Yeah, let me show you this one. This is an easy one to follow along with.
But
this is 20. Well, just have a look at this one really quickly, right? Just quickly. It's just one clip. One clip.
Yeah,
this guy's coping so hard, dude.
Yeah, this is a 21-mile lake. Dude, this is a 20-mile lake. Look in the side chat. 20-mile lake, 21 miles. Okay, he zooms across and he can see the beach on the other side of the lake. There's no obstruction, there's no curvature. Over this distance on a globe, there has to be 293 feet of curvature. Right? That means that if you had a skyscraper building on the beach on the other side of the lake, you would only just be able to see the top of it popping out over the horizon. But we don't see a horizon. We see flat water over 21 miles. It's impossible on a globe.
It's nothing 20 miles. Like
200. Do you think a skyscraper is tall? Skyscraper building?
Like if
30 stories?
in a clear day with on sea level,
this is a clear day.
You can see very far. Like of course.
Yeah, but you should things in the distance should be obstructed, hidden by a certain amount behind the curvature of the Earth.
I sort of like experience of this. Like they put like 1 point very far and they calculate the Earth, you know.
That's what we're doing.
You be able to see? Jagarian, how far do you believe we should be able to see? Because you keep saying it is very far. It is very far. How far can you see?
I don't know. I'm not scientific, you know. But
so you're just making open claims. So you're going to keep claim stacking.
But
so how about you look up your weather app on your phone and it will tell you how far the visibility is. So when you're telling me I can see very far or you can see very far and your weather app says you're only seeing 3 miles, you've got a problem.
Yeah, maybe. But, you know, like there's so many proof. Medias.
You haven't put forward any. The only proof you keep telling us so far from what I've been listening to is photos from space. You go to space. Photos from space. You go to space. That's all you've told us so far.
I'm muted. I can't send anything, sadly.
You're not muted. You're talking.
No,
he might be text. He might be text muted. Hey, dude, I'll unmute you in the text. Just a second. Yeah, we got off on the wrong foot, man, because I thought you were trolling with the video that you posted.
Yeah, I was trolling, but you guys are very serious about it. Like,
yeah, you didn't think we were. So it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, you have like some random proof. I don't know, but
we have thousands of these long distance observation. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser. And they're shooting the laser over the surface of the water over 40 kilometers distance, and they're hitting their target on the other side. There should be about 500 foot. This proves the globe, right? Because if there should be 400 plus foot of curvature over that distance, the people on the other side should see the laser beam 400 foot up in the air. but the laser beam's coming straight across the water and hitting the target.
Maybe there was not far enough, you know?
Well, let's check. It's 40 kilometers. Okay, so I'll check how much. Okay, so that's what I thought, right? But 40 kilometers, I'll tell you exactly how much curvature there is over 40 kilometers.
Maybe the laser was not that precise.
Yeah, it's a $30,000 laser. This is a team of field engineers, and they have a 180-page PDF document and a 1 hour-long video explaining the entire process.
Yeah, but also they do the same experience, and they prove that Earth is.
No, there aren't any that prove it's the globe.
DJ, what experiment, Jagarian? What experiment did you see that proves the globe using a laser?
I will send.
Incoming Jaren.
Yeah, I was going to say $20 behind the curve.
Yeah, so Jagurian, 125 meters of curvature over 40 kilometers. That's a huge amount.
I'm trying to search proof.
Yeah, just put the link in the side chat.
Yeah. Give me a sec. Also, I just do a quick search, and you have also someone from NASA saying, "How do we know that Earth isn't flat?" So.
Yeah, so you can pick any one of those. You can pick any one of those arguments. Well, you don't have to believe, right? You ask them, right? Read it and then check it, right? Most of those arguments are just really dumb arguments. We can debunk them in 2 seconds. If you want to go over them one by one, we can easily prove to you that they're really, really bad arguments. It's always the same arguments, right? What about ships going over the horizon? What about...
No, there are plenty good arguments.
Okay, well, you haven't read them yet, have you?
Also, like the ships, like how they manage to back in time to cross the sea. They use stars.
Yeah, okay, let me explain one thing to you really quickly. Okay, so you could think of like the Earth kind of like a big lake, right? Like a giant lake, right? You picture a lake in your head, right? If you've got different islands in the lake, right? Like the land popping up, like an island in the lake, you can sail a ship from place to place. Right? That's, of course, that's
also,
more logical.
Like, the famous picture of the Earth, like of the, how to say, Voyager.
Yep.
Like the picture of the Earth very far into space. Do you think it's false, like fake picture?
Well, we can't validate it, can we? We can't go up there and reproduce it. We just have to believe NASA. But if that was a real photo, then there would have to be curvature when we go and measure for the curvature here on the Earth. If there's no curvature to be measured here on the Earth, then obviously NASA has to be lying about that image.
Why? Okay, let's say they're lying. Why they're lying? What is the point?
Well, maybe, it's very difficult to prove why someone lies, right? I think most people that work for NASA probably aren't lying.
I know, like, why lying? Like,
I can think of one reason.
Yeah, go ahead, Tilo.
I can just come up with one reason, right? Because you need someone else to tell you these things, okay? I can't prove why they're lying. I can only prove that they are lying, okay? I can't prove to you why, but I can conceive of instantly of one potential reason, okay? They're funded billions of dollars a year. Now, it is a good way to be able to funnel money into a clandestine shadow operation, right? Other things that they don't want the public knowing about, because you can't validate that what they're saying they spend the money on is true or not. You just have to trust them. and they'll bedazzle you and make you so impressed but with the imagery that they show you that you won't question it. You're brought up thinking that the Earth is a ball in outer space, and then when they show you imagery that supports that idea, you confirm it even more within yourself, and therefore you don't question whether it's true or not. So you can't go and test that to see if that's what they're really spending the money on.
Bro,
right?
But it's like whatever. Like we don't know. Like why they want to lie about this topic? Like there are no advantage.
Everyone knows the government lies.
Like, looking for an excuse to you're just looking for an excuse to just ham wave everything that's been shown to you. You don't really care why they're lying. You're just looking for a way out, dude.
Yeah, okay. So why Mars, Venus, other planets are round, but Earth is flat?
Where's your laser proof first? You were telling me you were getting that. I was waiting for the laser proof that shows the curve.
Photos, videos of
Let me just. Yeah, while you're looking for the laser test, dude, I just want to explain one thing to you. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape, right? We're talking about the surface of the Earth not having any drop over distance, not having any curvature. We don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space with all of the other round planets and then a flat disk planet. That would be completely ridiculous. Nobody here is claiming something like that. So you need to remember that. Don't try to fit the flat Earth inside the globe model.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Think of the Earth more like the foundation of the system that we live in, right? Like the floor.
Oh.
And then all of the luminaries in the sky move around in cycles like a big clock, just like you see when you go outside. You experience this every day when you go outside and look up. You'll see the stars moving, you'll see the sun and the moon moving, you'll see the planets moving like a big clock in the sky in cycles, and they reset back in each year. All the stars will reset back into the same positions again, and that keeps happening for all verifiable history. It's not a crazy claim. That's what we all see when we go outside, right? We don't experience the ground moving. We see the celestial bodies moving. We see flat water. We don't feel any motion. This is all common sense.
That's logical because you move with the Earth. Of course, you don't feel any motion. That's common.
Did you know? This is, dude. They tell you that the Earth it's spinning, right? They say it's spinning 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then they say at the same time it's also orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. And then at the same time, it's also chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And then the whole system is going around the great attractor at 1.3 million plus miles per hour, all at the same time. Meanwhile, right, we experience no motion and there's no evidence of any of that. All we see is you don't experience that. You experience a flat and stationary Earth, right? And the lights in the sky are moving, taking particular cycles.
You are part of the Earth.
That's what they tell you, dude. That's the story.
And guess what, bro? The motion of the stars only indicates, right? You could only interpret the motion of the stars as Earth rotating. All that other motion, you don't observe. You don't observe anything about the sky that indicates to you that that the sun's going around the galaxy and the galaxy's moving through the universe. None of that. You don't observe any of that. At best, you've got an inference to rotation, and that is it. And then you're not going to be able to prove that that's occurring. Never. And guess what? Nobody has ever observed with their own eyes Earth rotating.
Yeah,
never.
That's the point.
Never in history.
Like maybe you are all wrong. You know, we don't know. We are not 100% sure. Maybe, like you are in a third planet. A sharp planet. We don't know. I don't know. You don't know. You know. I think it's like. I think that we can agree on. You know.
This is what we can agree on.
Yeah. We don't know.
We can agree that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? But they tell you that you're so small you can't see the curvature.
Yeah, of course.
That's
logical.
right. And they'll tell you that you're so small that you don't feel any motion. But what you experience is a flat and stationary Earth. Now,
logical.
when we go out and test the Earth, right, it measures flat because there's no curvature. If it was curving, there would have to be curvature over these distances. Because of gravity, if you have a 10-mile lake, it has to have that 66 feet of curvature over that distance. It has to be there, right? But when we go set up a camera on one side of the lake or a laser, we can zoom across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side, and the water's completely flat and there's no obstruction. And then we go and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it.
Maybe the floor was not, some centimeters more on the other side, the distance was not enough. There are plenty of variables.
No, because this is basic math, right? There has to be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. 66 foot's a lot. That's a high height. That's a 6-story building.
It's not that high.
6 stories is pretty high, right? If I set up a camera on one side of a 10-mile lake, and I just set the camera up just off the surface of the water, right? I shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake,
also,
but we can.
A good question also is why snipers in sniper school, they need when they take a shot, long distance shot, they need to take in count the Earth's curvature. Why?
They don't. We have snipers in our community, right? And they show their credentials and they explain that they never ever take that into account. Listen to this also. There's a guy named Shepard. Listen, I'll post the video. I'll post the video of the sniper talking, right? And then also there's a guy called Shepard Humphreys from America, and he holds the world record sniper shot, 4.4 miles. He hit the target 3 times in a row. He holds the world record, right, for the longest sniper shot ever. We contacted him by email, and we asked him if he takes the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis effect into account. And he emailed us back. He said, no, I didn't take those things into account. He said, I'm not a flat earther, but no, we don't take that into account. So I can show you that email reply from him, and I can show you a video of a sniper who's showing his credentials and being asked questions, and he explains that, no, they don't take that into account. We got tons of ex-military in our servers, right? None of them ever take it into account.
Okay, it's one or two. Why all snipers take this in account? Why?
No, they don't. If you actually talk to snipers, we got tons of ex-military here.
Where are they? Because
I'll post a video of a sniper. He shows you his military credentials, and then he explains to you how, no, we don't take it into account. I can show you the world record sniper emailing us back saying, no, we didn't take the Earth curvature into account or the Coriolis effect for the world record. That's 4.4 miles, right? What's that, about 7 kilometers or something like that? That's a huge distance to shoot a bullet.
But why, when I do a quick search, I can see video demonstrating this, the Coriolis effects, it is fake?
Yeah, there's one nonsense video on YouTube there's only one that you'll be able to bring up where some guy says that he does it. And have a look at the footage closely. I'll show you actual video of a sniper right now telling you. He shows you his credentials as well.
Okay.
All right, I'll bring up the video right now. It's only a short clip. All right, here it is. We got tons of these as well. This is just one.
Yeah, there are plenty. It's an old subject. Nobody is 100% agree on. You're gonna see.
Well, this is what's interesting. There's not one single observation. I've been looking into this for 8 years, and I've never seen one single observation that shows any Earth curvature here on the Earth. when people go out and they actually test for it. We've spoken to physicists, satellite engineers, all sorts of different people, and none of them have been able to provide any empirical evidence of Earth curvature. Right, so there's a video there. There's a video there where they ask a sniper.
So you prove is a TikTok video demonstrating nothing. While I give you a link.
It's not a TikTok video. TikTok's just a video hosting platform anyway, right? This is a video where he talks to a sniper. The sniper shows his credentials that he really is a sniper, and then he explains that they don't take it into account.
He's saying nothing. He don't demonstrate anything. Like, look at this video, for example.
You didn't watch it yet. You didn't even watch it. I know they just posted it. You haven't even had time to. He's talking. He's yapping words, right? And those words is like we don't ever take Coriolis into effect. We don't take Earth curvature into effect. Here's my credentials.
Is a proof. Someone talking because he's quotes.
No. This is secondhand information, right? But you can go and talk to snipers. You've never interviewed any snipers or anything like that, right? We contacted the world record sniper, Shepard Humphreys. Here's the email response from him. You can email him if you want to and ask him the same question. But this is what he said. Right?
Bro, you give me like a video of someone talking, not demonstrating. Give me like 2 examples. Someone shooting with snipers, like demonstrating.
Yeah. So you can look up the world record 4.4 mile sniper shot. Right? There's a whole video about it because it's the world record. It's the Guinness World Record. So there's a whole video on it, a whole website about it. And then we've got a reply here from the man that actually took the shot that holds the world record, saying he didn't take those things into account.
All right, give me the videos, like videos of this.
It's very easy, right? So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to type in world record sniper 4.4 miles. It's going to come up the first link, right? Nomad Rifleman, world record extreme long range shot, 4.4 miles.
What was the travel time? Like 26 seconds or something?
Some long amount of time, yeah. Crazy how it's hard to even think about shooting 7 kilometers or 4.4 miles.
So, just so you know, Jagarian, at 26 seconds of travel time to shoot 4 miles, he would have to aim 7.4 miles offset to allow for stupid Coriolis, if you believe in that kind of thing.
So there's 3 links to the test. It shows them hitting the target. It's got all the interviews and everything. And there's the email reply that I posted as well.
He still hasn't posted up that laser test showing that we live on a ball tard. I'm disappointed. I was hoping he would.
Did he bail?
No, he's just... Yes, he has.
Yeah, it's too much.
Wow.
Yeah, he can't handle it, guys.
He said he doesn't care. I don't care about the shape of the earth, but he's here like passionately defending the globe like it's his wife.
He did leave.
Yeah, he left. He'll be back.
Yeah.
It's going to be on his mind for like the next week.
Yeah, no sleep for you, boy. What I find amazing, you post up a video where a dude actually shows his credentials and explains it, and I'm going to hand wave that because it's just someone talking. But if you have a look at his video, it's just someone talking. Like, just because he says, I'm from some such and such gunnery, whatever, all of a sudden that means he has to take his word for it. Like, if a sniper come up and said, look, bro, this is how you should be shooting, versus some know-it-all kid at a gun shop, I'd be taking the word of the sniper. Because, I don't know, experience, maybe?
Fuck this.
Loading. And he's still demanding more videos. Yet he hasn't posted up his laser one that originally said it proves curvature.
Yeah, the kid's retarded, man. Oh, we're in English. Excuse me. He's slow.
I don't think. Yeah, we shouldn't say it, I guess, too often. You know, it's like a loose no swearing policy. No PMAC style swearing.
PMAC. It's like every second word for him.
Yeah.
Well done, DJ. Thanks for keeping it cool, man. Starting to boil over here. You're gonna turn into Matrix soon.
Good luck. Oh, shit.
Just want some good information. You just go to the home server, search Indio, and then write whatever you need. And then just scroll through his posts. You know, there's going to be some gravy there.
Hi, Tim. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Abraham, what's up, dude?
Hi, Tim. I don't know how is the dynamic about the channel. Can you explain me, please?
Maybe someone else can. I gotta go on mute.
What would you like to be explained, Abraham?
Sorry, may you repeat, please? So because I can't hear you. Maybe I have a problem with network issues.
Your question you asked, what did you like explained?
Oh, yeah, got it. So, what is the dynamic about this channel? We can talk about different topic, or there are specific topics.
In here, very specific. The nature of Earth, the shape of it, why you believe what you believe. Anything Earth related is allowed in here. Bad language, no. Other topics, preferred not. Yeah, and look at this. How do you explain that Chris Kyle used force of Coriolis then? Because it was on one video, because he said that, all of a sudden now it's gospel. I don't know. Use the force, Luke, because that's what you're probably going to have to do if you want to talk with him.
I'd be curious to see what the math was. If any. Or did he just say it? Back of the napkin math in his head type thing. What would the formula be?
Don't know. But long range stuff, they do take into consideration spin drift. So a lot of people seem to think that that's Coriolis.
Oh, I come back. Anyone?
Welcome back, man.
I'll come back about flat Earth. It's so fun to talking about.
Were you the guy that was talking to Says Who earlier?
Yeah, it's talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
So, do you agree that Earth is flat?
Okay, this is a different person. Yes, I agree.
Okay, you agree that. So I don't really. So I just heard that you already have an argument with the other, and you just choose that you believe Earth is flat, right?
No, we have real world tests that prove that the Earth's flat. Right, testing for curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, and it can never be found ever.
Okay. So, where are you from? I think your sounds like American.
I'm from Australia.
Oh yeah. Okay, makes sense. I think the American have a belief that the NASA choose that the Earth is not flat.
No, we have mostly Americans making up our server of 30,000 people.
So, but if you believe, wait a second. If you believe that the Earth is flat, but do you know about the atom? The atoms, the atom.
Yeah. What about
atom is not flat, right?
Okay, so okay, what's that got to do with anything, right? So a banana's not round. Does that mean the Earth's not round because a banana is not round? Or a fish?
Adam, you didn't know about Adam already. I think
I've never seen an atom. I've seen cartoons. Yeah, I've seen cartoons of atoms.
Cartoons of atoms?
Yeah, sure. The Earth isn't an atom, right? The Earth is the Earth, and it measures flat when we go and measure it.
But I think the atom and the Earth is the same pattern.
Really? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is curving?
I have an evidence that because I believe in my religion.
Okay. Well, no religions say that the Earth's a globe, so.
Yeah. So the Al-Quran and NASA before Al-Quran, right? Al-Quran is Islam, and Al-Quran already said that the world is not flat, and the Earth is.
It doesn't say that.
I have an argument that NASA is before Al-Quran. Al-Quran already be in the world before NASA has. So the NASA has a mission to prove that the universe is not flat, have a curve. So I agree that NASA and Al-Quran has a balance with each other.
No.
So NASA before Al-Quran, right? I'm Muslim. I believe in Islam, and I have Al-Quran. Al-Quran has already said that NASA said. You know?
Okay, cool. So how did they prove that the Earth is flat empirically? Anyone from your book, anyone from NASA, how did they prove that there's actually curvature?
I have a proof. I have a proof. You just buy Al Quran in the e-commerce. You just choose the English version. So you just see the a lot of words that comes out in the Al Quran, and you just compare with NASA. So, do you agree with that? If you don't believe in Islam,
no, because you can't validate anything that you're saying, right? It's just belief and faith.
Sounds like you're trying to sell Islam, not globe Earth.
No, I think it's about scientific as well.
There's nothing scientific about the Quran.
The Quran and the NASA is a balanced perspectives.
No, it's all faith. It's all faith-based, right? You can't validate anything from NASA, and you can't empirically validate what the Quran says about the Earth. Right? We need empirical tests to back up the texts or the claims. Right? So we've actually gone out and tested the Earth for curvature, and there isn't any. Have you done that?
No, I haven't done anything.
Yeah. So NASA faked the moon landings.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So why are we trusting people that faked the moon landing?
I think not that the point. I don't just see that's the point, because I see the curve, not the one that you just choose that believe you that have agree with Earth is flat.
Well, you've only ever experienced the Earth is flat.
No, I don't have experience with the Earth is flat.
Okay, so did you see the curvature of the Earth sometime yourself?
I see the mountains. I see the sunrise.
No, I mean, that's not curvature though. That's seeing this. That's seeing the sun. The sun will come, right? It will rise over a flat horizon, completely flat, horizontal.
But I see sunsets in the ocean. So why the ocean? Just look.
But you see flat. The ocean's filled with flat water and a flat horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it's not flat, I think.
Yeah, it measures flat.
You just believe what you believe.
No, we went out and tested it thousands of times.
But I believe that the world is wide, very, very wide. So you just don't choose your perspective that what you see is flat.
Yeah, but you can calculate how much curvature there should be, and things in the distance should be hidden behind it.
Yeah, because we are tiny, then the world is.
Right, but the horizon should be 3 miles away if the Earth's a globe. Right? If you're like 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean, the horizon should be 3 miles away. And then if something goes past 3 miles, it should start becoming hidden behind the curvature of the Earth as it goes further away. But that's not what we experience when we go out and test.
But do you still using Google?
Google?
Yeah. Google Maps or...
Yeah, Google Maps. What about... Well, I use it for certain things, yeah, sometimes.
I think... Do you just using the Google Maps and Google Earth? Do you believe it?
Well, what do you mean by believe it? Do you know how they're made? Do you know what kind of map they use? Do you know how that map was made? What it came from?
Yeah. Do you think that the Google Earth is flat too? But why the Google
Earth is it's like a computer program, right? Google Earth. It's like a coordinate reference system transferred into CGI, CGI like a kind of like a big giant software program.
Why
right?
don't the Google made
a
it
mixture?
as a
It's a
flat
mixture of low altitude imagery and higher altitude imagery and ground imagery, right? All kind of like collaged in with a whole bunch of CGI into like a big computer program, and it goes off a coordinate system, so you can use it to, you know, to test distances and things like that, right? According to the coordinate system. So
you're just
it's just a coordinate system. That's originally the coordinate system is derived from the sky, from latitude.
So why they made as they are? So why they made that the Earth is curved, not the flat one? So if the Earth is flat, why they just made the flat one? I don't think so.
Well, it's a flat map, isn't it? It's just it's a coordinate reference system based off the celestial sphere that's being basically translated into a terrestrial sphere, right? But the coordinate system comes off elevation angles to the celestial bodies based off a conceptual way of thinking about the sky, and the way we view the sky is called the celestial sphere. And they use that, right, to make a coordinate reference system, and then they translate that into a terrestrial sphere. And then that's where they tell you that you live, right? But when we go out and actually test for the curvature, in reality, it's completely flat. Like if you go to 20-mile distance, there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. But then when we go and test it, with high-powered lasers or high-powered telescopes or infrared cameras, right? There's no curvature at all over 20 miles or 30 miles or any distances that we're able to check. Even 1,000 miles, we've got observations, and there's zero curvature.
So why don't we make the end of the Earth flat?
Well, we didn't claim an edge, right? You're probably thinking of a flat Earth floating around in the globe Earth version of space. We don't claim that.
Oh. I just want to know.
You're trying to look. This is what I don't know if I can find a meme, right? Because you're thinking about flat Earth all wrong in your head, right? We're not claiming that we're not. You're thinking about something that we don't claim. You're thinking about a flat disk. You're thinking of like a flat disk planet floating around in space, right? We don't claim that. That's crazy. Like that's a crazy claim. If we were making that claim, that would be a silly claim. But we're not saying that. Right? Here's a meme. Right. This just to illustrate what I was saying. Okay, have a look at this. Right. When you think about flat Earth, right? When someone mentions flat Earth, but due to your indoctrination, right, you imagine it existing within the heliocentric model. So people think about a flat disk planet floating around in space with all of these other round planets. And why is the Earth the only flat planet? Right? That's not what flat Earth is. That's not what flat Earthers are claiming. It's an entirely different system altogether, incompatible with the globe.
Right. Just to sort of help you along a little bit. Sorry, DJ. Just a moment.
No, you're right. Yeah.
What if, right, not only the Earth isn't a globe, but it's not in the universe that you've been told, right? And the other things in the sky are not worlds. They're not planets as in they're round and they have a surface and all that, right? What if the entire universe as you've been told it exists doesn't exist? What if it's not what you thought it was, right?
So I have a perspective too. Why, if the flat Earth, if the Earth is flat, why we have a day and night? Why we have a day and night? So if the Earth is flat, why we are just all dark and all light?
The sun, like, what you're still trying to think. All right, so in the globe, they tell you that the sun is giant, right? Really, really giant, and it's 93 million miles away. Okay, and then you're still thinking about that giant sun that's 93 million miles away, and then you're thinking about a flat planet, right? So if that was the case, then it would always be daytime, right? But we're not claiming that, okay? So we all observe the sun moving across the sky, right? The Earth doesn't move. The Earth is like the floor. And then you've got the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets all taking particular cycles in the sky that we all observe, right? So the sun moves, right? It goes over the surface of the Earth just like you experience, and when it's daytime in America, it will be nighttime in Australia, right? Because the sun's not over that particular part of the Earth at that time. Okay, so it lights up only a specific section of the Earth when the sun is over the top of that part of the Earth, if that makes sense.
So if
it has a limited range.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is flat and the other planet flat too, is the other planet flat?
Earth isn't a planet, right? So when you say other planets, you're still thinking that Earth is a planet. It's very hard to remove the idea of the heliocentric globe model out of your head. Think of the Earth like the foundation, like the floor of the system that you live in, right? Just because you have round lights on your ceiling, it doesn't mean that your floor is also a round light or a round object. Okay, the Earth is the foundation, and then we have the celestial bodies in the sky, making particular paths above our heads, right? And we use it for the seasons and daytime and nighttime and the months and the years, and to predict things and to know when to plant crops and all of that kind of thing, right? The sky's like a big, giant, amazing clock.
Yeah, you have no reason to think that the Earth is similar to those things in the sky, or that those things in the sky are similar to Earth. No reason whatsoever. Except for stories you've been told and CGI images.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not a particular flat is not the Earth is flat. It's a different kind of particular one.
It's a completely different way of looking at this system that we live in. Right, they tell you that you've got this big giant universe, space vacuum, and there's all of these round balls floating around in it, orbiting around each other, and all of that kind of thing. Big balls of gas, and we've been told that Mars is this, big giant red planet, and they've got helicopters and rovers on Mars right now, and all of these stories, they'll tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune and all of these stories. But you can't confirm any of that. It's just something that we were all taught from a young age.
Yeah, it's just part of the story, not the proof one. I just see on the Google what kind of image of it. So I just believe it is what it is. And I don't see the fact one.
Yeah, that whole idea that we're in outer space and all that, it's not self-evident, right? If it was self-evident, it would have been realized centuries ago, right? Thousands of years ago. The first humans would have just looked at the sky and looked at the Earth and their experience of it, of reality, and gone, we're on a big spinning ball in outer space. No, that's not what they thought. All the ancient cultures from history supposedly disconnected from one another, right? No relationship to one another, having formed their own cultures and their own systems and their own ideologies, right? Independently, all thought of the Earth as a motionless plane, an enclosed system, right? They didn't have this idea that they were like in outer space, floating in nothingness and going around the sun or anything like that. They didn't think that.
That's interesting, right? All the ancient cultures. I'm going to put a graphic in the side chat. I'm not using this as a flat Earth.
Did I lose audio? Or did you cut out, DJ?
Damn it, I've been talking for like a while. And I noticed I put myself on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you now. Yeah. The last thing I heard was, I'm going to put an image in that, and then that was it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh, you said it's I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof, and then you cut out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so is this person still here that we were talking to? Or is that Hafid?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, did you see what I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, I see it posted on the side chat. So I see the NASA version is different than the other.
Yeah, so they all have the same general idea, though, right? It's all basically a flat surface inside of a contained system. So all of the ancient cultures, even though they didn't have contact with each other allegedly, right? They all came up with the same depiction of what this system is that we live in independently.
Mm-hmm. So we are just brainwashed by the NASA one.
Yeah, so look, if you have a look into the history of where the globe came from, you'll find it's only been like a tiny, tiny fragment throughout history that people have actually thought the Earth was a globe. And I can show you some videos where it sort of digs into how the globe model came to be, right, with Pythagoras and whatnot, and how it was actually the Jesuits, like the Roman Catholic Church, that kind of were the ones behind implementing the heliocentric model into the mainstream, and the assumptions that they made, and all of these different things surrounding that particular part of the topic. And you'll find it very interesting the way that the globe model actually came to be, and that it wasn't based on empirical measurements and people going out and actually testing the Earth, right? It came a different way. So I could send you a video about that if you want to check it out. But the main thing is, when we actually go out and test the Earth for curvature, we can't find any curvature. And we've had thousands and thousands of different people have gone out with high-powered lasers. We've had teams of field engineers with a $30,000 laser. We've had all sorts of different people, right, trying to find this curvature. And we can't find any.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so, I mean, the globe is more like it's like a theoretical mathematical concept that we're all taught from a young age, but most people have never really thought about it. It's just a belief that people have. Yeah. And most people aren't lying about it. Most people, even like your college professors and scientists and people like that, right? To get their degrees, they had to become very good at memorizing the information that's inside of the textbooks, and then regurgitating that information in their exams, and they're just passing that information on. How many of them have actually gone out and questioned if the Earth's a globe? They probably just assumed it's already been determined. It's already been, someone else tested it. But once you dig in, like who actually went out and empirically tested and validated that the Earth's a globe, that's where you're not going to be able to find anything. You're going to find assumptions and calculations and things like that. Anyway, man, it was good talking to you. I do have to go on mute because I have a bunch of work that I got to get done. But have a good day and thanks for coming past. I'm sure someone else will jump in and continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your conversations. I love it. So have a good day, guys. I just want to move. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for coming past. Hey, you're welcome to come.
Time.
Yeah, come back anytime. Have a think about it. You know, think of some reasons that you think you live on a globe. Do some research if you need to, and come back and have another chat anytime you like. Always welcome.
Brother. Yeah. We don't expect you to disbelieve us. Like,
yeah, absolutely not.
Okay,
we're just presenting you with some information you probably haven't seen before, and then you can use your own critical thinking to see if if you want to look into it more or not. It's up to you.
No, I don't have one. I just brainwashed by the NASA one, so I just see the picture that you sent.
Hey, I'll just before you go, I'll give you a video to watch if you want to watch it in your spare time. It's called "Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." It's not made by flat earthers. It's made by a guy named Bart Zabrell, and it's about the fakery behind the moon missions. So I'll just pop that in the side chat if you want to save it to watch later. It's a good video. Right, so there it is. Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you go if you want to go. But yeah, there it is in the side chat.
Oh, it's long. It's very long, 46 minutes. So I just see on the YouTube right now. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just something if you want to watch it in your spare time or something. Up to you anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, you're welcome. Appreciate your being polite and respectful.
Okay.
Why do you think Earth is flat?
Because it's observed and measured that way.
I'm not convinced.
Not convinced of which part? The observation or the measurements?
All of it.
Okay. So when you go out into reality, into nature, right? Do you observe the Earth as a ball? Or do you observe it as being planar, as flat?
I observe it as a flat, but that's because it's very big.
All right. So how do you know that it's a ball and it's just very big, and that's why you perceive it as flat? Short-lived.
So many unknowns. So many known unknowns. So many unknown knowns that are known that are unknown. It's not really beliefs of flat Earth. There's no model or physics for a ball. Explanations aren't a model. Explanations aren't a demonstration. Incoherent ideas that can't coherently be put physically together to physically demonstrate the physical idea or physical attribute are incoherent ideas. They're not, globes aren't coherent. They say, don't trust your eyes, but then they say, look what we observe.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Globe science. I observe a ball does none of that.
Would have been so much easier for them if the moon was covered in water.
Or air. Where's the 6% gas or whatever 1/6 gas? Where's the gradients we see? Like the thicker, denser gases and then the less ones. Where do we see that on any planet? The sun, anywhere? The sun's not even putting off any gases. Isn't that weird? The sun's supposed to be a big ball of gas, not putting off gas. The sun should have the biggest ocean on it. If the principle of weight is based on water in Archimedes, then all the weight of the like in that went for like gravity, then all the water would be on the sun.
Too stupid in here. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys have a good evening.
Hello, Dilbert.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
What you working with?
Nothing, dude. Just chilling.
Thoughts, ideas?
What?
Thoughts or ideas?
Nah, man. I'll learn by listening. I'm trying to listen to some arguments here. I enjoy that. I might get some new information, some intels.
Horizontal is a good word. Parallel, perpendicular, vertical, diagonal. Yeah, these words, they're all their self. Not to ever be confused with each other.
Yep, that's true.
And on the same principal basis of that, if everything's based on a horizontal plane of reference, no matter what you do, no matter what you test, from every gyroscope to every light test to every speed to everything that's ever been tested in a flat stationary lab, give it up for the flat earth.
That's good.
I mean, what we're up what 1 billion to none. Everything's tested on a flat stationary thing, and no one's ever seen anything tested on a spinning ball. So I'd say the conspiracy people are up 80, 100,000 to 1, and the flat earthers are up 1 billion to 1, or none.
What does that prove?
All that it can prove.
Yeah.
All that it can prove. If something proves what it can prove, that's all that it can prove. That's all that it'll be.
What is it?
I mean, until it's not that thing, which I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think things change. A horizontal line doesn't become a wave tomorrow. It'll always stay that. Like measurements, the way we do stuff, the way we, derive, calculate, understand angles, all that. Like the way we do our things, we've already proven things to ourselves. It's already a set knowledge. The firsthand experience, flat, stationary, everything.
I saw like a video about like some like someone who opened the a water sink and let the water drops, and he kind of manipulate the water shape or the water horizontal shape by putting some waves or sound waves, and the water was like breaking in the air. Like I don't know how he did it, but I saw that.
Manipulated the frequency, which causes a resistance. It's a medium. Sound is a medium. So what he did was put it in a medium of sound. Sound created a medium, an actual medium that the thing could hold on to or have resistance in, right? Because the sound is it's voltage being shot from a direction, right?
Yeah,
so it's a certain amount of amplified power. So at the bottom, the heaviest thing will be held, then the lightest amount or whatever, or like a little bit smaller amount, like you could pile them on. Pile the drops on, bigger to smaller.
Yeah, that's too much for me. But like the thing is, I just saw him, change, change the horizontal line to some lines,
Yeah, but you can't. You can't do that with gravity, though. You can do it with sound. You can freeze the balls. You can magnetically manipulate the water with the balloon and make it move away from your balloon. Static.
But like how planes work, they manipulate gravity.
What is it? What do they manipulate?
Planes, like they fly, they go against it.
What do they manipulate?
Gravity.
What are they manipulating?
Gravity, dude. They like that kind of power that pulls you out,
what
like
power?
pulls you down or something. Oh, maybe you don't believe in gravity, maybe.
Power?
Like something, like something, pulling you out or something.
Something.
Yeah, like you can sense it. Like if you drop something, like something falls. Why it doesn't stay there? Why that freaky rock?
So I'm in the water.
Yeah.
What do you want me to drop in the water? An apple? The
Why you
apple's
want
gonna
to drop?
float in the water.
Oh, they can't. Yeah, they
You'll
just
float.
float. That's
No, you
crazy.
float. I
Yeah,
let
they
his
float.
balloon go.
Do balloons float?
Helium balloons do, yes. Air bubbles float from water. They will not stay down at the bottom. You will not use gravity to hold a gas underneath liquid. It's never going to happen.
But why is that though?
Why don't they stay down? Because there's no gravity.
But like, why I'm falling down? Why my rocks is
You're
falling down?
not. Air bubbles aren't. Helium's not. Hydrogen's not. Gases aren't.
That's true.
Heat's
Maybe
not.
they have
Electricity's not.
they
Voltage
have
increase. When you fill your cup of water, the water rises, brother. It doesn't sink through the floor. There's no gravity drill bit. Show me the
But why
gravity
I'm
drill
not
bit. We'll be
floating?
done.
But why I'm not floating like that bubble?
Why?
I want to.
Hold
I
on.
want to fly too. Why don't I just go in the sky and float like a?
We need a gravity. No, we don't need to fly like birds. We need a gravity drill bit. We need something that goes to the center of Earth using the thing you're calling gravity. You want an anti-gravity, which is fly around and then say that's gravity. That doesn't make any sense. Why don't you prove the downity down?
The thing is,
where can I go down at sea level and go down along sea level? Where's this at?
Did we reach sea level?
Where, brother? The top of the water. Any top of any water, we're standing there. It's a 10-mile lake in front of us. We're gonna start at the fucking beginning.
Like
we're gonna go out. Where can we drop along the lake?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Where can we drop at 9.8 meters per second, or drop or jump down 8 inches from one water level to the next of itself? Where does the water drop down 8? Just 8 inches. The sea, a lake, a pond, any of them. Where's the 8-inch drop we can drop live, me and you, from one part of water down to the next?
I don't know, dude. Unlike me.
You don't know?
No.
So there's nowhere on the planet you can find an 8-inch drop.
Like I don't get it, dude. That's you put in a lot of physics on me, man. I'm a basic dude.
Well, water is horizontal if you haven't understood what we're doing right now. And you can't go on a horizontal line of water and drop down nowhere. You can't get in an airplane and drop down below sea level and fly down at sea level. You can't live on a ball. Sea level doesn't go below your feet down below itself, downity down. Sea level goes out that way forever.
What? Why though?
Why? Because gravity's not real. You're not on a ball. There's no gravity, brother.
So what is the thing that pulling me
Nothing's pulling on you. There's nothing pulling on you.
But what's the cause of me falling when I'm jumping?
You're not falling.
I'm flying.
When you're laying down in bed, are you falling through the floor?
Like when I jump from the stairs, I fall. Like I feel it in my legs, like it hurts. Why is that?
How come all the fish aren't at the bottom of the ocean in the mud?
Say that again.
How come all the fish are not in the mud?
Yeah, because I don't know, water density.
Because they're not being pulled down by anything. There is no down. You're not being pulled down. It's an imaginated thing by you.
But like if you pull a fish in the sand beach, they're gonna swim in that sand. They're gonna fall in that mud, that dry mud.
And they're not flying around.
But like when I catch a fish, like they're not gonna
be flying around once you take it out of water.
They're gonna be
Hold on a minute. Once you take a fish out of its natural area of where the physics works for it, shouldn't now be now it should be flying, right? You took it out of where gravity was affecting it in the water. Now it should be able to fly like Newton's apple. You said everything should fly with no gravity, right?
Nah,
where do you show that at? Where do you turn gravity off and show apples fly up? Where do we see this?
Yeah, like I wish I can fly like the apple can fly, like if I have the button to switch gravity, but like something is pulling me, dude. I'm really confused. I'm angry too. Like, why
You
am
said
I?
apples are flying.
Like, how they are flying?
If you turn gravity off, the Earth will collapse.
What? The
If
thing
you
is,
turn gravity off, Earth will every
Oh.
atom will like fly away from each other.
You mean like gas does right now? Departs in all directions, away from
Can I,
material.
can I
That's what
turn
gas
gravity
does.
off to fly like Superman?
Do what? No, gas. When you let gas out of a container, gravity doesn't hold it in its container without a lid. So is
Yeah,
gravity a metal lid?
Gravity is definitely losing that match, but like
No,
it's
is it
not
a metal
losing.
lid?
Yeah, but like that metal lid doesn't fly though. Like only
So
in
gravity's
that.
not. What is gravity, brother?
Like something pulling me. Like
So
in
what?
the.
So you're driving your car down the road.
Something, but I don't know what
Yeah,
it
you're
is.
driving your car down the road, and
Yeah.
something's pulling you. What stops you before your gas runs out? When does gravity grab you before your gas can run out and just stop you from moving? When does it? When do you experience this?
Maybe if I was like really light, like a small leaf, leaf fly sometimes. But
I'm asking when gravity's going to grab you, not let you go.
I actually work as a truck driver, so my truck is really heavy. I don't
So
think
you
I
don't
can
need
fly.
brakes. So you don't need any brakes in your truck. Gravity stops you, correct?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't
You're
let me
saying
fly.
gravity's pulling you from somewhere, brother. Prove that.
It's definitely keeping me in ground. I'm not controlling that. I'm not
Can
controlling.
you fly into gravity?
If I can
You
fly,
have your
I'll
friend
fly.
come the other way. But while you go this way into gravity, can he come this way into you, and like you guys both hit the gravity wall together?
What's up, man? Can you repeat that question one more time? I know I'm confusing me a little bit, but like I'm not that smart, dude.
Yeah, you're driving towards a big cliff.
Okay.
And there's lots of lead behind you, like trillions of tons of lead. And the gravity and mass behind you is so great. When does the lead and the gravity stop you from going off the cliff without any brakes?
It doesn't, dude.
So
If I fall
gravity
from
never
the
grabs
cliff,
you.
I'm doomed for good. Like if I
So
fall
gravity
down,
doesn't grab you.
it doesn't grab me. It pulls me. Like it pulls me.
No,
down.
it doesn't.
Okay,
You just
dude.
said-
So Dilbert, right? Why is there people like theoretical physicists on your own side, people that think that the Earth is a globe?
What's my side?
The globe side.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Sorry.
So, theoretical physicists such as Michio Kaku, right? You heard of him? Renowned
Einstein.
science communicator.
Isaac Newton, like he.
Okay, so in modern times we have theoretical physicists, right?
Oh, yes.
Right. Okay, they're the guys that apparently know all about gravity and stuff.
Yeah, they know a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Michio Kaku will tell you that there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. He thinks that space is pushing you down.
Damn.
So why are you going against what he says?
So I'm against space, not gravity, when I'm falling from the cliff?
No, you're against theoretical physicists who disregard that old, out-of-date notion that something's pulling you down.
Like you know what? Like I don't know this physicist, but I can feel myself falling from that cliff if I did that. I don't need to name it gravity, but like I feel it though. I don't want to be doomed though.
No, you only have the sensation of falling, right?
But like I tried go like in that kind of parachute. Yeah, I tried that. Like we were like flying a little bit when we did it.
Brother.
Okay, so let's say I agree with you.
I felt myself like a bird, free bird.
Let's say I agree with you that there's a reason why when you jump up in the medium of air you return back to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the gravity.
I agree with you. Okay. Right. How are you going to test the cause?
Well, maybe if you put some, like if you like throw something in the air, something fragile, something like glass, you can feel that he's gonna be broke. He's gonna be doomed when he reaches the ground. He's gonna be crashed off. So
Yeah,
you're gonna lose your glass.
You're still just appealing to the thing that's happening. So you're throwing a solid object up into the air and it's returning back down. All right. How are you going to figure out the cause?
The cause of it, yeah. I mean, you cannot see, but like, I don't think you should believe in everything you see. Sometimes you can believe in things that you don't see, like God, dude. I'm a religious person. Like.
Oh, so you think that the cause is like a god or something is making that happen?
No, I'm not saying that. Maybe it is, but like, I'm not going through that. Like, I'm being, neutral, not religious into my talking here. But I'm saying like you don't need to see gravity to feel it. Like you're just gonna see through their cause. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
all right. So there is no way to test for the cause.
No, there is no way to see it, but you can test it. Like through that glass, he's gonna be, he's gonna break.
No, that's just experiencing the effect, right? Is there any way to figure out why it's happening?
Yeah, but like when they go to like from the outer space, if they throw a glass, that glass is gonna be flying. So it's definitely something in the earth, something like maybe a curse or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. When did you do that?
Like I didn't, but like I saw some like NASA things. They threw water. It kept flying. They threw their bread. He like had a toast with honey butter, and he threw it. It was just flying though, and he catched it with his mouth like crazy.
So that's a cool story, bro.
Yeah, dude, it is.
Yeah. You believe it?
I don't know. Like, did they fake that too?
Well, I don't know. If you can't validate it, then how are you going to know if it's true or not?
Like I watch a lot of AI like videos. I know like it's not that. I know AI and I know like the real things though. It's you can still like.
If you can't validate that video, if you can't replicate that video, if you can't go and do that, how are you going to know if it's true or not?
But like, I can trust that dude. He pulled the video. Like, I mean, he pulled the video. Like,
why can you trust him?
I mean, video is so convincing. Like videos are so convincing. They catch like a criminal in my city these days, and they catch him with videos. So videos are really good for justice and for science, maybe a lot of things.
Yeah, down here. But there's people that say that they can go really high up into the sky where things work differently and you can throw things and they don't fall down.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
it's a cool story. You can't validate it.
I heard that like to send one dude in the sky, they spend like $20 billion. So I don't think no one can spend that much money on me. So I don't think I can try that.
So it's just a belief you have, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, just believe it. But like I saw it though. I didn't see gravity, but I saw that. I saw like there's no such.
You saw something on TV. Yeah. So you just believe whatever you see on TV, right?
No, it was on YouTube, but like I don't believe everything on YouTube, but like it was so.
So why do you believe that then? Why do you believe that then?
Because I told you, like, I know AI, like, I know videos, I watch a lot of AI, so I think it's not AI.
So there's absolutely no way that they could have fabricated that.
Also, like, I watch like Star Wars movies, so like you can see the fakeness in when they pull some videos with no gravity or something. You can see but that video was so convincing that I swear.
Is it convincing when they show you them just teleporting in? And it just materializing from nowhere?
Nah, that's so fake. Like
Right. So yeah, they show that to you.
But like it looks like a bad, montage. They don't do like good,
Can you
CGI.
repeat what they're doing? Can you go in a vacuum and repeat what they're doing?
Like the CGI is not good. Like you can see.
So all you have is, oh, it looks real, bro. Oh, I trust them.
You know what? Like sometimes I just trust some things. Especially the video that they shared in my neighborhood about that criminal who stole the car, who hijacked the car. He was so convincing. Like I know that dude. I saw him before.
Yeah, that's down here. That's not in some place that you can't go to.
Yeah, that's firsthand experience. Firsthand experience is not, I believe Tom told me.
But like, trust me, like no one gonna spend $20 billion on me, though. I think so I cannot do that.
On you? They spend it on dirt.
It costs $20 billion to throw a piece of toast.
Here's the thing. Like, do you believe in World War One? Do you believe in it? If you say yes, like, did you went to war? He did it, but like, you still believe in it. You see, you don't need to experience it to believe it. There's another ways, like history or like.
How do you know it? How do you know something?
Yeah, a lot of like journalists wrote about the World War
I'm asking,
One.
how do you know?
You know it.
No, how do you know? Not somebody else, not a piece of paper. How do you know for a fact? How do you know things?
Like in general, like maybe by experiencing them, or maybe by reading about it from really good sources, or maybe watch a video on YouTube. Some videos are convincing.
So watching a video is going to give you knowledge on exactly how to do something. So if you watch a video and I said, I'm going to pay you to build this thing now, since you watched that one video, you can't get anything wrong, or else you have to build this for me and everything has to be correct and I don't have to pay you. And it's going to be like a motor from scratch.
I actually fixed my car with a video on YouTube. I swear, dude. Like it was.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. What?
Looking at a piece and saying, I'm going to go to this wire and do this thing, that's one thing. So you experience cutting that wire, doing that.
Like I fixed it though. If I didn't watch that video,
you don't know how to build a car. You don't know how everything works on that car though, because you watched that YouTube video, correct?
Sure. But like I know how to like install some like things and stuff.
Can you know gravity and what gravity is by watching a video?
Well, maybe I can like learn about it, like 9.8 meters in second, things like that. But like
a number,
I know.
It's not a force.
Yeah, you're gonna know things, like I watch some religion videos sometimes, but they never show me
a number. You repeating that number is not you knowing anything.
But like
I can say 52.5, and you could go repeat that to someone. What's that mean?
You know what? That's the only thing that I technically know about gravity. Other than that, it's just experience a rock or glass falling from the sky, or so videos on YouTube about like astronauts pulling the catching the bread with their mouth. That's the only thing, man. Like I'm not that smart. I'm repeating myself.
Where from? How high? How high were they? How far away from Earth were they?
I mean, they were like in the dark, beach dark, kind of vibes, like skies, like you could pull.
How far away? How far away?
No, I don't know, dude. I'm not an astronaut.
Okay. All right.
Your model is weird, though. You get closer to the sun, away from Earth, and it gets dark. Isn't that just weird? The big ball of fire.
Yeah, dude, that's actually really weird. Why everything is not laid up? Crazy. But like they say, the sun is too far to catch it, or to see that.
Too far, then it would never stop being seen, ever. It'd be brighter and brighter and brighter as you got close to it every inch. That doesn't happen when you go up in space.
You know what?
Where's that big ass sun go?
The sun is so hot, dude. If the sun was a chick, I'm definitely gonna hit on it. To be honest, it pulls a lot of light to the earth.
The sun is so hot. That the top of
Yeah,
the mountains are frozen. Yeah, it's so hot. That's cold up there.
maybe like the sun is not that. It's not that. Maybe those mountains are hiding somewhere. They're not experiencing sun.
So the sun is so hot, you're going to be frozen getting close to it. Is that what you're telling me?
But like, say that again.
The sun is so hot, when you get closer to it, you're going to freeze. Why is that?
No, I don't. You're gonna turn to a shawarma, like if you went to the sun. Like, come on, dude.
Oh, go on top of a mountain. It's the closest thing to the sun, and you're going to freeze. What are you talking about?
But like,
do it right now.
Maybe that kind of mountain
No,
is
there's
not
no maybes.
facing the sun.
No,
Yeah, it's
this
not.
is first-hand experience you can do. Get closer to the sun, and you're going to get cold. Get
But
further
here's-
away from the sun. It's called Death Valley, the lowest point on Earth.
But
What you're
here's the
saying
thing,
makes no
like,
sense.
when the sun, give us light in the day, that light is not burning light, it's just, light that keep the light, keep the sky shining to see or something. But it
Can you
doesn't
grow-
burn me though. It's
Can you
not
grow
that.
some plants on Earth with sunlight?
Say that again?
Can you make some sunlight in a lab and grow some plants with it?
On lab, like sunlight?
Yeah,
Nah.
the thing you're talking about, the thing you know what it is.
Like, I was not talking about plants, I swear. I was saying like sun is not,
I know, because it debunks everything you're saying. It means you don't know what the sun is. Because you can't go get any gas, balls of helium or hydrogen, and grow any plants with it.
But like,
it's not going to work out.
I saw some people, use lamps like as a source of light to the plant.
Those are electricity. Yeah, you plug them into the wall. Is your sun plugged into a wall in a vacuum?
Maybe there's something source of that power of the sun. I don't know.
So it's not gravity powered; it's electric powered.
The sun is. Does the sun have gravity? Yeah, I think they have gravity there. The people of the sun.
It's what it's supposed to. It's what it's supposed to be made out of is gravity, a gravity ball of gas.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of gas for a planet.
Where else do you see balls of gas just ignite?
Yeah, that's
helium, nonetheless.
Yeah, they ignite actually. Wow, helium is a
helium is inert. No, helium doesn't light up. Sorry.
It blew up.
Helium does not light. If you try to light helium with your lighter, it doesn't light up. It doesn't light.
It burns. It burns. It doesn't light.
No.
Maybe if you put like a helium balloon in a dark room, it may be like give you some smirk of light.
No.
I'm not sure, but I think
it's gonna make a sound. It'll make sololuminescence with a sound, but it's not gonna. Helium's inert, brother.
Maybe we're confusing ourselves with a helium balloon. Maybe just try a lighter in a dark room. It will light. You're gonna see some. You're gonna see something when you use a lighter. I'm not using the sun though. I'm using a gas, like burning gas.
We're just trying to figure out what the gravity is or what your stuff is.
I'm fooling your regime. I'm just going with the flow, dog.
Okay, well, where's any curve at? Has any guy measured any water curving on Earth?
Nah, that's. I mean, they tried that boat kind of experience, but it's not convincing for me. Like the boat experience when they let a boat, just go far away, but like it's disappear or something. I mean, they just do some things, man. I don't believe in that shit. Stupid. I don't like. I have like a phobia of seas or something. I don't want to drown. Go drown or something. Yeah, dude. Like, did you hear me? Like, did I repeat myself?
Yeah, you talk a lot about beliefs, right?
Me?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a believer, dude. God is good. I love God. Do you believe in God though? Or maybe we're out of the discussion. Sorry about that. I'm just going with the flow, like I said. God is good.
Which one? Which one?
Like the God, like the one who created the sun, you know, to give us some gravity, something.
Who's that?
You know, the God, like.
Yeah, which one?
Like you know, like the one who created, you know, the things, the universe.
Who's that? Who's that?
Like the name of that God?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like yeah.
His name is on your lips. In fact, it's in within your very breath.
Yeah. Wow, that's legit, man. Did you take that from the Bible?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. That's amazing. You're way religious than me. You're religious, that's right.
I'm Christian. I know a bit.
Yeah, dude. Wow.
Cool.
Yeah, dude. That's the God, the Father.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's quite interesting. Take 2 breaths, right? In and out, in and out. On the out breath, yo. On the in breath, ah. On the out breath, oh. On the out breath, on the in breath, ah. So it's yo, vard, hey. In, out, yo, hey, vard, hey.
Like that, dude?
Yod, listen, yod, hey, vard, hey. In, out.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying the Jewish name, like
Yes, the God of the Bible, right? Same as the Christians.
That's why God is good, dude. That's why, man.
The host of hosts.
Yeah, that's the name for it. That'll do too.
Above which is no other.
Wow, dude, you enlightened me a lot, man. Chill out. You're much hotter than the sun right now. Chill out, dude. Not in a section. I'm just saying, like you have a lot of. But yeah, dude, that's why gravity is something. You know, like that's why I'm going down from that cliff. I don't want to do it though. I'm just going with the hypothetical. But it was a good hypothetical.
Yeah, but what you're calling gravity is just an effect, right?
Maybe it's the cause though. Like, yeah, sure. Like it does that thing.
Well, you're saying, or you're saying that there's a reason why when I jump up, I return back to the ground, and I'm going to call that reason gravity, but I don't know what it is, and I don't know why it's happening.
But like, I can experience it, dude. Like, I can experience it. Like,
okay, that's a cool story and everything, but what does it have to do with what we're talking about here in this channel?
Some members here mentioned about beliefs or something. I was just, like I said, going with the flow. I don't want to go different from the, the discussion here. But I'm just, if something mentioned about something, I'm just, if something mentioned a hypothetical, I'm just, putting myself in that. Right. I'm a good mouse, yeah.
All right. So we're here to discuss the surface quality of Earth, right? We're told that that we live on a big giant ball, and that would necessitate the surface of the Earth having curvature, right? But we observe and measure and experience it as flat. Right? Yeah. So what is your idea of this reason why you return back to the ground after you jump? What does that have to do with the surface of the Earth? What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Like when I jump, I go down into the Earth.
I'm just asking you why it's relevant. Why would this be a topic of discussion in this room?
Yeah, that's why it's confused, because I just, when I jump, I just go down. That's it.
And what does it have to do with Earth, the shape of it?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But like they say.
Then why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about it then?
Yeah, maybe because let me just try to be smart. Maybe like if the Earth it was flat, like you're gonna feel some different gravities from other places because it's not gonna be in the center, or something like that. maybe if you were like in the edge of the universe, if it was flat, you might like that jump gonna take a while to reach the ground. Your jump, but like if you were like.
Did you know that on flat Earth the air is the same?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
That means no other things is the same air.
It is the same air, but like I'm not saying the air is the one who's making me full or go up. I'm saying there's something like that power thing.
What will happen if you jump in the air?
You're gonna fall if you like. If you like.
Is it that something strange because you're doing that in the air?
What, like jumping?
Yeah, because if you're jumping in the water, will not happen the same thing.
But like air is air and water is water. Like if
Of course, air is air and water is water. If you jump in the air, of course that you will go down. Do you know why?
Why?
Because you're more dense than air.
More dense than air. Yeah, it's about density. Sure. Yeah.
That's all.
I'm like heavier than air or something like that.
No. Yeah. Let's say yeah.
Although like I'm not that. I'm a skinny dude though. I'm just saying.
So can you show me the G in the density equation?
Nah. That you lost me there. Well, I got nothing for you. Like
there's no G in the density formula. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that. Sorry about that. But like,
so what you experience, right, is just going up, straight up, and straight back down, right, and up and down, right. That's vertical. That's perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is how you experience the surface of the Earth, particularly water, right. So at the moment, all you have is when you do that, when you observe that happening, right, you imagine that you are being pulled towards the center of a giant ball. You imagine that, but you don't experience that.
Yeah, I didn't see the Earth from the space, So I'm not seeing that roundy shape. But like if I fall from the cliff, I'm going. I'm not going in a horizontal way. I'm definitely curving until I reach the ground.
You're curving?
Yeah,
you
if I fall from the cliff, it was like going. If I was going like 80 miles an hour.
You fall in a curved line to the ground?
Yeah,
no, you don't.
Let's go.
You might if you were ejected from a cannon.
Oh yes, that's actually a better idea. Like it's more. It makes sense more. Like my kind of hypothetical is difficult to get. Yeah, so that's you're gonna fall in a curve kind of line. I don't know. So yeah, that's maybe that's a reason that I should include why the Earth is round. I don't know. Is it?
No, bro.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even if you're being shot from a cannon, the Earth underneath you as you're flying through the air is still going to be treated and measured and calculated as flat. And the only thing that's going to be solved for is the arc of you coming out of the cannon. You're going to make an arc as you're coming out of the cannon, right? And nothing about the ground being curved. It's not. It doesn't prove that the ground is curved. So
I don't think that the cannon example is good to prove the Earth is flat. Maybe we should go with the throw in a glass.
No. I think I have a better idea. I think we should go with going to large bodies of water like big lakes and going out to the beaches and seeing how far we can see across the surface of these large bodies of water. Right, and if we see things that we shouldn't see for certain distances, then the Earth is flat. How about that?
No, yeah. Wait. Like if you see that boat just going to the horizon without like you still see up to the horizon. That makes the Earth flat.
Yeah, so the horizon is simply the apparent line where the Earth and the sky appear to meet, right? So, and the horizon is horizontal, right? You can't, and that's 90 degrees to vertical. You can't have horizontal on a curving surface. That wouldn't work.
Yeah, I mean, but like you know, I think I saw a video about that kind of experience of the boat. You know, they just let the boat go and just stay in the beach, seeing that boat until it disappears. And they say, "Oh no, it's not flat." I don't know why they say, but they say like it's not going, you know, in a straight line. Is it's curving or something.
So let's figure out where the horizon should be, right? What's the limit? What's the distance to the horizon from a 1 foot observation height above sea level at the beach, right?
Wait. You're telling me that my eyes are the limit in this experience?
Yeah, your eyes, or even a camera or a telescope, because we're trying to resolve a geometric issue, right? As well as the optical issues. I wouldn't even call it an issue, as well as solving for why we see too far. So yeah, your eyes have an optical. You got a limit or a range to how far you can see. So whether it be your eyes or whether you have a camera that can zoom in, there should be a limit. There should be a limit because of the geometry of a globe Earth. There should be a limit to where the horizon is. Okay, do you understand?
Yeah, I completely, get your point. But here's the thing, like I'm good in hypotheticals because they broke the physics though. So let's just imagine that we have a really big telescope that is just, always, goes taller when we go far away. Can we still see that boat?
Let's set up. Let's do a hypothetical. Let's really set up. Let's use the globe math, dude. And you set up your telescope at like 3 feet above sea level, and you point it straight horizontal, level with the water.
Are we talking about my telescope or like the normal telescope?
So if Earth is a globe, right, at a certain point, there should be things that you shouldn't be able to see from miles away, right? And these tests have been done. Laser tests, long distance measurements and tests with telescopes and lasers and these high powered zoom cameras, and they're not finding any curvature. They're actually finding things. They're seeing things in direct line of sight that should be hidden below curvature.
If I had like a really good laser that goes miles away, like let's just imagine, like I'm in Spain and I'm having a big laser that can reach up to Morocco because they facing it. They are so near to each other. If I went to Spain and get that giant laser, am I still gonna see it in Morocco if I aim it? Like when I'm standing in the beach, can I still see it?
I don't know how many miles is that. I mean, I know that there's some really awesome high-powered lasers, and they go really far. Here's this one here.
Choose that
let me show you
because
one.
it's not that far. It's like 10 miles maybe. It's not that far.
Yeah, you can see it without any laser. You can see Morocco from Spain. You don't need laser. You can see it with your own eyes.
You don't need.
Exactly. That's why I mentioned that.
Okay, so
what you are mentioning, if you can see it without anything, you can see it with your eyes.
So maybe
you don't need
any. maybe that's not a good example. No. That's a bad example. Yeah, I can see it with my eyes. Maybe. Yeah, that's not a good example.
Or maybe you should try this peer-to-peer. Can you see the text chat?
The what?
Can you see the text chat? The typing chat?
Yeah, I can see.
All right. Do you see Level Lioness? Do you see what I just posted here?
Yeah, like Pierre.
Yep. Peer-to-peer.
Okay.
Okay. And I recommend you go through that and check it out because it's over 20 miles.
Oh, what does this feed you like include?
This concludes that the globe mathematics, right, the geometry, their calculations are wrong, and that Earth is not a globe. This would calculate that it is measuring flat, level, horizontal, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% beyond what a globe Earth with a 3,959 mile radius would ever allow for. So it's either flat or it's an even bigger ball that you guys can't prove, and then you gotta make a choice.
Maybe like I can just debunk this video right now and say that laser is not that good. You should bring a bigger laser.
Yeah, well, you'd be the first person to debunk it because nobody has yet.
You know what? I don't know if I can do that. Like I have a job.
You sounded so confident just a moment ago. What happened?
Yeah, but I'm good.
Did I call your bluff?
I'm good in hypotheticals. I go with the easy mode. I don't like
Okay, but we don't. I understand. Okay, I get what you're saying. And we don't deal in the hypotheticals here. Okay, we deal in what's objective, what's observable, testable.
Are you telling me that Isaac Newton, Einstein, whatever, like Smoke Shalok, every one of them are wrong? Nah, that's a big deal. Like a lot of people believe in those people.
Even Einstein said that he would leave it to the opinion of his readers. But that Newton was superseded by Einstein, and Einstein's his is still just a theory. It's not any law of physics. You can't demonstrate the bending or warping of a concept as time. Okay, you can't physically represent that. There's, you can't see it, you can't observe it, you can't feel it, you can't measure it, you can't test it, you can't do anything with that. It's a special theory of relativity, right?
Let's just say that like Einstein is a crazy dude. He created some theories that had the possibility to create the atomic bomb. So he did some really bad, like really great or bad stuff. You name it. But like I think if he had like $20 billion from the government, he might make a rocket and see the Earth himself.
Well, I think that's besides the point, and it doesn't matter. You can try to go up as high as you want. You're not going to see the Earth in its entirety. There is no point in space where, I say space in quotations. There's no point in that where you're going to see the Earth in its entirety. Okay, the ISS is said to be 250 miles above the face of the Earth, and it can only see 3% of Earth's surface at any given time.
You know what? I never seen the Earth round, but I never seen a border of the Earth. I never seen the edge of the Earth too. I mean, how can you...
Well, I mean, I've never seen the edge of a ball edge horizon either. Nobody's ever seen the edge of a ball.
A ball doesn't have an edge. Come on.
Think about it. There would be an edge, like your horizon, that would have to bend and make an edge for things to drop down behind, to block things off, right? For boats to disappear behind. There would be that edge. You could call it an edge, right? So there's not that either.
But like you can like fly from.
Can I ask you something? Who teach you about that edge?
Who, me?
Good point. Good question.
Yeah, I was watching a Teen Titan episode, and they was spoken about a flat.
You know why? You know why I'm asking this?
They said the edge is a cheese, and they start eating that cheese.
You know why I'm asking this question? Because there is no flat earther who claimed any edge in the last 10 years.
Why is that though?
I don't know. I'm asking you, where did you learn that? Who told you that about that edge? Because there is no flat earther speaking about edge.
He told you, Sasha. He said it's the cartoon Teen Titans taught him.
Okay.
Teen Titans.
Look, man, I have a bowl in my house. I don't think my bowl have edges, but I have like a good room. My room have edges, dude.
Okay, I will ask you one question. What is the edge of the lake?
It doesn't have like a really like 90 degrees edge, but I think they have a limit. You know, like it's a lake though.
Yeah, and what is the edge of the lake?
What's the answer that I should give? It has an edge.
Does water need to be contained?
Yeah, contained in like a bowl kind of shape earth.
Okay, what is the edge of the ocean?
Nah, the ocean is you know, all the oceans are one ocean. Like they just
one ocean. Yeah, one ocean. Yeah. What is the edge of the one ocean? Is there like one lake? One big lake. Is that one big lake, one ocean?
Yeah, one big lake that doesn't have an edge.
Okay, what is the edge of one big? What is the edge of one big lake?
No. You twisted my, you twisted my thoughts.
No, I didn't twist your thoughts, man. I'm only telling you what I experienced. If I experience the lake has a shore, you experience the big.
A lake is a limited kind of water. Like it's in a bowl.
It's like a one big ocean. In this case, it's small. Yeah. What is the edge of the what? What are you talking about?
You should stop comparing. You should stop comparing a sea to or an ocean to a lake. They're not the same, dude. Come on.
Why?
Because the lake is a finite kind of water or something.
An ocean is not. Ocean it's like a river. It's going somewhere away.
No, it's not like. I'm not talking about.
Is it ocean contained?
I'm not talking about the density of like the.
No, I'm asking you: is it that water contained?
Yeah, it is. Like
with what? With what?
With gravity, dude. Crazy.
With the land, man, not with the gravity. With the land. With the land. With the land, like a lake. With the land. Did you get that?
But like, there's 71%.
Do you know
water?
Yeah, 70% of water. Yeah.
Yeah, you should definitely have more land than the sea to contain it.
Can you put water in the air without containing?
The water in the air without containing, like in a glass of water, like put it in the air.
Yeah, glass is something like a land.
No. Let me just catch some water with my hands and just throw it in the air. There is no containment.
Yeah, your hands are now. Your hands containing. Your hands are land now. In this case.
Yeah, it was my hands, but I throw in the air.
Yeah. What is the edge of that water in your hand?
The edge of my water. My hands are the edge.
Okay, the same thing is the shore of the ocean is the edge of the ocean. Did you know the shore of the ocean is the edge of the ocean?
No, the shore is not an edge. Come on.
Yes, it is.
An edge mean like the finite limit of that.
So the edge of the shoreline, right? Like the shoreline, the shore's edge. Have you ever heard the water's edge? That's where the water meets the land on the shore that it's contained by. That's what it's contained by, is a shore. The water's edge is contained by the dirt around it.
But we can pull this like another argument that the land is contained by the water. Crazy. Nah, I'm being smart right now.
The land is not contained by the water. You're just trying to be a contrarian.
Okay, we can speak about another argument. It's called elevation profile. Do you know what's that? Do you know what is elevation profile?
Nah, dude, light me up, man. I'm not that smart. Like I said, I'm not that smart.
That means the land, land above the sea level.
Above the sea level, like a mountain.
Like let's say continent. All US, all the South, North America, okay?
Damn, nah, that's a big deal. You can say a mountain of Everest or something. That will make more sense.
No. Elevation profile. That means all the mountains in the distance. Let's say you said whatever. Let's say mountains in USA, from the East Coast to the West Coast.
I'm burning a lot of calories right now, man. Chill on me, gang.
Or that land, man. Do you understand? The continent. Or that land, its elevation profile above the sea level, from the left to the right, from the east coast to the west coast. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, that's measurable, and it's measure only height above the sea level. That means you have in the middle of the continent 20 meters height hill. 20 meters, and saying this hill is 20 meters height above the sea level, but sea level is 2,000 miles away from that point.
Maybe that's the distance between land and sea, but like
And the
not
sea.
the height, not the height though. The height
Yeah, when you have a height in the middle of the continent, that height is reference to the sea level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. Now I'm telling you, you have some height, let's say 100 meters, doesn't matter. 100-meter hill somewhere, let's say in the middle of USA, but that hill is in the middle of the USA. It's 100 meters above the sea level, but sea level is 2,000 miles away from the sea, from that point.
Look, there's like that's the distance 2 miles, but like I'm talking vertically. No, I'm talking
vertically it's 100 meters above the sea level, but sea level is 2,000 miles away from that point.
What's the issue there? I don't get it.
How you can have 100 meters hill 2,000 miles away on the sphere above the sea level, and sea level is 2,000 miles away.
Okay.
Do you have a curvature on 2,000 miles?
2 miles? I don't know, man. I
Can
never
we give him the
been in-
triangle?
Does Earth curving in 2,000 miles?
Like, do you see the Earth curving? Maybe? Are you saying that?
Man, I'm explaining you what is elevation profile on the land.
Yeah, that's too much for me, man. I'm trying. I swear, I'm trying, man. I'm
It's too
trying
much
to
for
listen.
you. Look at like this. Dig one big hole, you know, and that big hole put the water, and that water is zero. And everything what you put on that water, it's a land, and then you measure from the left part of that water to the right part of that water. And it's only the height. The base, it's always flat and level.
Okay.
Excuse me, Sasha. Maybe we should explain it to him with angles, right? With the simple geometry. Okay.
Yeah, thank you
so what Sasha is trying to get at is that sea level is an elevation of 0 degrees. 0. And so no elevation, okay? It's a straight line. It's treated as a straight line. And what he's saying is from off of that straight line, all the points that are above the water, you're going to make an angle that's going to come up off of that straight line for elevation of land above the water. Okay, now here's what he's saying is that you cannot have that 0 straight line, right? You can't get an angle to elevation of things above the sea level if your bottom line is curving. Okay.
I think I get it, but that looks like an exception, you know. It's
No, it's just not an exception.
Can I post you one elevation profile of the Chile? You know, the Chile is long. Chile is long. It's like a 4,000 kilometers long.
Yeah, maybe like it start from a minus point, you know. That's why I like it.
Yeah, I will post you the elevation profile of Chile, and then you will maybe get it from the north to the south.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like,
Look at it's only you need to turn around the camera, and you will get elevation profile, and it's from the left to the right, 260,000 miles flat.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Chile is there. On the left side is the sea. You can see, you know, the sea. And on the right side is elevation profile.
Can I see the sea from the cliff of
So
Chile?
look. No, look it, okay? You look at Sasha's image, okay? And you see the one on the left? Look at the graph, okay? In the blue, in that turquoise blue, and that green, it says 0. Look on the graph on the bottom, okay? It says 0 in green, okay? And if you look at the shape of Chile, you'll see the green. That's the water. That's the 0 elevation. That's what I was telling you about. That's the 0 degree elevation. And then from there, they get the angles, okay? So you can't get an angle on a curved surface, Okay, that's the problem, is you cannot get an angle on a curved surface. Can you tell me which one of these is a triangle? I'm sorry, tell me which one is not. Tell me which one of these are not triangles.
Like the cubes, like the rectangles, like this. The
No, I just
northern
posted it. I just posted it in the text chat. Which one of these are not
a
triangles?
triangle. Maybe the one who's not finished. You know, like the D one.
Okay, which one of these figures? Which of these? I shouldn't say one of these. Oh, let's read it carefully.
Guys, don't test me, please. I'm not this one.
Yeah. Which of these figures are not triangles? Yeah, you're correct. D is one of them. D is not a triangle. Which other one is not a triangle?
All of them are triangles. The three of them, because they
No.
have like three angles.
No.
What?
There are two of these that are not triangles.
Okay, Shinta here saying is B. I don't know why, but like it seems like a triangle is just
Because the definition of a triangle is a shape with three straight sides that connect.
I thought a triangle is just like a 180-degree shape. That's it. You don't need a with three angles or three. Yeah, that's what triangle means to me. I don't think that they should like go in a straight line.
So you're just deciding what triangle means to you. No,
I'm not going with subjective morality here. No.
That's what it sounded like. You're yeah, B,
I'm not
B
trying
and
to
D
be.
are
That's my smart level, okay? I might be wrong, but that's what I know, though.
Yeah, that was very very difficult question. That triangle with the curved line. That's very profound triangle. Because any kid would say this is not a triangle, but you are adult. You cannot answer that.
Sorry, dude. Look, I'm gonna go with your flow.
I'm saying every kid will answer. Every kid will answer. This is not a triangle, but you are adult. You cannot do that.
No. I'm going with the flow. This is not a triangle. B is not a triangle. What's my thing? What should I do next?
Okay, what you should do next is go look up the definition of triangle.
Okay, now I'm feeling. Like I my day went so great. But now I'm. I just got decreased in confidence. That's. Come on. You made me sad.
Here, I just looked here. Here, I looked it up for you since you're still yapping and you don't want to go look up the definition of triangle and read it off to the class. I'll do it for you.
No, please don't make me. Please don't
I am going to embarrass you like this. Yes, I am going to. Yes, I am going to embarrass you like this.
Don't make me your
triangle.
enemy. I'm just trying to chill out here.
No, you need common sense. You need common sense. You need common sense, and you're struggling. So I'm going to help you. Okay, a triangle. The definition of a triangle.
If you're gonna insult me,
you're gonna let me finish
it doesn't
this.
work like that. You're insulting me.
Yes, it does work like that. It does work like that. You need common sense, so I'm going to help you. A triangle is a plane figure.
Like chill on me,
Somebody
though.
mute him, please.
You can teach
Somebody
me
mute him.
Chill on me, like,
Somebody mute him.
Why?
So
I'm learning here.
Because I'm going to say the definition because I've got it right here in front of me. Okay. I know you don't want to listen to it. Okay, a triangle is a plane figure with three straight sides and three angles, like an equilateral triangle to the sum, which is to the sum of 180 degrees. Okay, so that's what a triangle is. Three straight sides that connect. Therefore, B is not a triangle, and D is not a triangle. Did he leave? Did I just cook him out of the chat? Oh, he's chat skanking now. Nope. Oh, okay. Morvis muted him and he bailed. Yeah, because he didn't want to listen to what he gave his own subjective definition of what he thinks a triangle is, right? So, no. Yeah, wouldn't let me talk. It's crazy.
Well, there couldn't possibly be anything anybody could learn from you because you're a flat earther.
Nah. Hello, yo. Come on,
Hey,
guys,
back.
chill on me. I'm being chilly. I'm trying to learn something. Trying to be smart at least.
Yeah, okay, so learn what a triangle is then. Learn what a triangle is if you're
He
trying to
forced
learn.
it me. Like I felt like she's putting a sword on my neck, dude. Like, oh
Yes,
my
sir.
god.
Yeah. You see? Did you see my profile picture? Right. Level Line is here. Hi. Nice to meet you. Okay.
I don't appreciate your teaching skills. It doesn't work for me.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm being very real and I'm being very honest with you. And if you can't appreciate that, then I don't know what to tell you. Okay, you gave listen. It would be no different than if you were getting a lecture to college. Okay, your professor would be so embarrassed for you. You gave the wrong definition of a triangle, and so all I was trying to do was point you in the correct direction and get you on the right track. Because a triangle is a plane figure with three.
You didn't do it good. You know, like you said, you yap and you said you silly. I mean, that's not how you teach people, though. If my teacher said this to me, I'm gonna get out of class. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I mean, I've had teachers yell at the class to shut up before. It's fine. Get over it.
My teachers are soft ones. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Hold on.
Low key, bro. Like, okay.
Are you gonna listen?
Why am I back here?
Will you please? Will you please let me speak?
All right, go for it. See,
It's my turn now?
Not that hard. Okay. Okay, sure.
Okay. All right. So, just so you know, a triangle is a two-dimensional geometric shape with 3 straight sides and 3 angles, 3 verticals. Okay, points where the sides connect. All right.
Okay.
You don't be coming in here and giving subjective definitions of what you think or feel like, of what a triangle is. Okay.
I said I don't want to go with subjective morality. I said that. Like, I don't trust myself.
All right. So then now you know what a triangle is. Now you should understand that when you're trying to get an elevation angle, okay, and the definition of an angle is 2 straight lines, okay, that connect at one point. So if you're trying to get an angle to the height or the elevation of something, an elevation angle, you will in fact be treating the ground as flat and level. You will be using sea level as your 0-degree point for your elevation angles, okay? You will be treating the earth as flat. You will be measuring it as flat. And that's the end of it. Unless you have any measurements of curvature, that's the end of it.
Okay.
If you have any other questions about it, I mean, absolutely feel free to ask. So we've established it's flat.
I want to listen more right now. You know, I don't think I have the capabilities or the facilities to ask more questions. Thank you, though. You answered me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you. I mean, thank you for coming back. I mean, and let's try to be respectful and try not to
I
talk over
believe,
each other in debates. Okay.
yeah, I believe I was respectful all the time, and I'll still be. That's me. I'm chill, dude. I'm being chill.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. No, the whole members are roasting me, man. W triangles weird.
Yeah,
Come on.
them weird triangles. You got them silly not triangles, man. It's a silly angle. You can't even have a silly angle because an angle is two straight lines, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
So B in that example would be an angle and not a triangle, you see, because it doesn't have three straight lines, it has two straight lines.
Yeah, that's crazy. Is there like a biangle?
A what?
A biangle.
No, that's just called an angle because it has two straight lines.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. But like lines doesn't have an angle though.
No line, just one line doesn't have an angle. You're correct. A line is a line, but a line in geometry also doesn't curve.
There is also four. There is also four angles. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's a rectangle, rectangle.
No,
I consider a straight line as 180 degrees.
We learned rectangle also today. Oh,
That's
great.
true.
Let's go with 5 angles.
No, now you're questioning my integrity. Now I know was a four angle.
Do you know what is flatness?
Like straight lines?
Yeah. How you will know that something is flat?
Like it will be smooth, maybe.
Why smooth?
Like my table is flat. It's smooth as silk.
Yeah.
And I love
But how you will know that, let's say, that 10 miles is flat?
Wait a second.
Yeah. How you will know that 10 miles is flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Maybe they are not flat. I don't think you can.
No, I'm asking. Maybe they are not. I'm asking how will be if 10 miles is flat. How that will look like?
It will feel like a stadium, dude. It will be good. You can like.
And what if we have something like that we can see 10 miles of flatness?
That'll be awesome, dude. I don't know.
Do you know who has that?
Like Einstein?
No.
Who?
Earth has that.
Earth?
Earth. Yep. Reality has that.
Nah.
Yeah. In Bolivia, for example. Do you know Bolivia?
Bolivia, yeah.
They have salt flat lake called, it's a strange name.
The salt lakes. Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah. That's 60 miles per 60 miles.
Yeah, that's
flat.
cool and stuff. But
that's not 10 miles. That's 60 miles flat.
Yeah. What are you trying to conclude with this argument?
I will tell you something very, very. Do you know what is basketball?
Like the sport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot have 10 centimeters of the flat surface on the basketball. Do you know that?
No.
The same thing is for this big sphere, big ball. You cannot have 10 miles or 50 miles or even 5 miles of flatness on this sphere.
Wait, what is this example? It doesn't look right.
Yeah, because of the size of the earth. Because when I say basketball, I said 10 centimeters. If I say ping pong ball, I cannot say 10 centimeters. Ping pong ball is so small, it's like a 1 centimeter,
Yeah,
this big ball, this 24,000 miles ball, almost 25,000 miles, cannot have 10 miles of flatness.
Sure.
But we have 10 miles of flatness. We have 20 miles of flatness. We have 100 miles of flatness.
Do you have a million miles of flatness?
No, because you cannot. We don't because
Now we're
because
talking. Now we're talking.
because we don't have a.
Well, you only got 39.59 for a radius. What do you mean now you're talking? You can't even find that. Start talking at 39.59 first.
Like, yeah, sure, 39.59.
Yeah, where's that at? What is that?
Like the shape of the Earth, or like the
No, it's 3,959 miles from the center of your Earth out. That's supposed to be the size. So from where you stand, if you went 3,959 miles in a horizontal line, the edge of the Earth is supposed to appear to you right there.
like
The
back to
edge.
the same position, like back to the same position.
No, that's
No.
25,000 miles.
I almost got you there.
No.
About the radius of a sphere or the radius of a circle. Do you know what a radius is?
Oh no. Yeah, how did they know the radius of the Earth? How did they know that? That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Good question.
That's why I said a mile, because or a million. 3,950 miles.
They've only dug 7, supposedly.
Guys, forget the flat.
You're just saying nonsensical things, though. 7 miles is what you got so far, supposedly, in the dirt, and then 7 mile deep ocean, which is weird if you have 20-mile high curves of water. They don't add up. They don't compute. They don't equal each other out. Sorry.
Okay. What did we stop now? Why? What happened?
Hello, everybody. How are you?
I don't.
Hey, did you get any proof?
Sound like you sound like you're talking into a pillow.
What?
You sound muffled. Nobody can hear you.
Nobody can hear me.
You sound
I can hear you. I can hear you. Keep going.
I just was about if you found a real proof or not.
Yes, we hear you clear and loud.
What?
Keep going.
I'm here for lesson actually.
Yeah, we
I'm
also.
not really interested or believe that. But
Why is this guy speaking to us from inside the tunnel?
Somebody's telling them they can hear them loud and clear when they can't. Can't hear you at all, brother.
I understand every word.
No, don't. You're not helping, dude.
Three hundred nine hundred 3,959. Be careful, it's in perfect speed. It's a big squash.
My turn.
Equation radius, polar radius. So it depends where you measure. Flexes a little. You want me to explain why is? I think I'll longer for a better. Photos and something. Let's rotate once every. Planet pulls there at the pull. No outward pull, so it stays tighter. Result Earth in a pull. Yo, guys, like I was trying to know more about the Earth radius, and he says like it can be changed from different places. It can be smaller or bigger. Why is that? Won't be back. Your future.
Why do you have a magic radius that gets bigger and smaller?
No, like it's differentiate from a place to other. Like it's goes slimmer at the poles and flatter at the equator.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Scientists do it. They have
Scientists do it. Yeah, so do
documented.
parents.
What?
Parents do it too. How do you know? Yeah, how do you know this information's true?
How do I know that water boils in 100 Celsius?
You can boil it. You can boil that. That's called first-hand experience.
I didn't
Slow down.
I didn't create the Celsius.
Slow down.
Degree.
You'll need first-hand experience of what you're talking about. Where do you have it at?
It also to be at sea level. It boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level.
What about other levels?
It'll boil at different degrees. It boils at 100 degrees at sea level.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm just saying, what if what I said is true? The poles, slimmer. At the pole is slimmer. The radius of the Earth is slimmer at the pole, and flatter at the equator. If that's true, what do you think? Like, did you guys check about it? It's a news. Reality is a mystery. Mm-hmm. Serious and important. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's why Earth is spheroid. That's what ChatGPT told me. Easy playing the spin. Yeah, it said my ChatGPT said blame the spin, dude. This is what he said to me. Rotate once. That spin throws stuff outward a little bit. At the equator, the outward pulls is stronger, so the planet pulls there. At the poles, no outward pull, so it stays tighter. Damn, that's a good reason. That's a good reason why you should believe in Earth, as a sphere, as a ball basketball. Yeah, guys, I know I try to come back and talk with you guys. It was a nice conversation. You guys are really good. You know a lot. Definitely know a lot. No, I don't know that much. But thank you for talking with me. I think I'm gonna skedaddle now. I need to sleep. I have a work to do tomorrow. So, yeah. Goodbye. Quick.
Thanks for filling some airtime, I guess.
Yeah. Anybody else who has any questions, comments, concerns?
I have a lot of questions. First one is how time zones work on the sphere. That's the first one.
Oh, I have that question too.
Second one is how the seasons works on the sphere. Third one is how horizon work on the sphere. Fourth one is how sunsets work on the sphere. Fifth one is how eclipses work on the sphere. Or if Globers want to hear how everything what they ask, how it's working on the flat Earth, can they first answer how is that working on the sphere?
Yeah, I've got the same questions. I've got
Yeah,
the same
same.
questions.
Same questions.
If you'd like to ask that question to
How
the
gravity
panel.
works? How gravity works on the sphere? How density works on the sphere? How buoyancy works on the sphere? How you can name it. There is 100 question for them.
Okay, I push. Would you like to ask that question to the panel?
Yeah, for sure. I said, where do clouds go and where do they come from? Just asking.
On the sphere.
On flat Earth.
No. On the sphere.
On the sphere. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
in a vacuum.
You don't know, and you want
Neither.
to know how it's go. Okay, we don't know also.
Yes.
Let
What
me
was the
know
question?
where clouds go.
Clouds?
Yeah.
What?
Does clouds has anything to do with the surface of the Earth?
I don't know at all.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you the simple.
Does it have something to do with the surface of the Earth? I don't know. Let's say I'm
Clouds just move, bro.
What?
They move.
Then move.
They move. Clouds.
They move. But where do they go to?
Well, they also dissipate, I guess. Like they
Clouds are part of clouds are part of a large evaporative cycle and system, and you can't have that without a container. Stop tiptoeing around it, you guys.
Container.
Container, yes. I can demonstrate fog in a jar and rain in a jar. These are containers in a closed system. If you wanted to try to prove that Earth was a globe, I'm just saying if that was your goal here, you would have to try to demonstrate something like that without a container. And let me just tell you, it's not going to be successful. So just think about that.
Okay.
How season works on the sphere?
I don't know.
How sunsets work on the sphere?
I'm not a reference for sphere people. I don't know.
What is different between sphere and flat?
The shape.
How would look like the surface if Earth is flat?
Like a coin, I guess.
No, the surface. How would look like if Earth is flat?
A circle from a top, maybe.
The surface of the Earth. How
He's
would
not
look like?
asking you about a shape. He's asking you about the surface.
Yeah, the surface, like the top.
What quality? What quality would it have?
What qualities would it have? That I don't know. What shape it would have? The surface. From my little imagination, I'd guess like a coin, like a circle.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? It could be. It could literally be
It could be a square. It could be a triangle.
Multitude of shapes. It could be asymmetrical.
Because maybe I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
maybe
used to the round surfaces.
second question is better. How would it look like if it's Earth is sphere? How the surface will look like?
It would be the whole out. The surface. It would be. Yes.
Yeah. How would you describe the surface?
It should be the globe itself because it's a closed.
How would you describe the surface?
If I cut it, it would be
No, don't cut it. The surface, only the top. How you will describe the surface of the sphere?
How do you know a ball is a ball?
By its shape, by looking at it.
What particular quality does the surface of a ball have?
It's round.
Right, it's round, which means it has
Yeah, round shape.
surface is
curves. Okay.
curvature, right? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So flat surface is not curving.
Yeah, it's the opposite, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. And how will we now realize if it's curving or if it's not curving?
There must be just one little not flat surface, so we can say that the Earth is not flat.
Okay. And how of that not flat surface? What that would be? What distance? How long that surface would be?
The whole Earth has to be flat to be considered flat. If there is one little curve,
I'm asking for the sphere.
For the sphere.
Yep.
How much? I don't know. Like 360 degrees? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to know in a size how much is that?
Yeah, go on.
With the radius of 3,959 miles. Did you hear that?
I'm not much familiar with miles. Maybe
6,000 and something. I don't know now, or 2,000 or 300 kilometers.
6,371.
Okay, kilometers. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that's the radius. They're saying 40,000 kilometers. It's all around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can. There is a formula for that, and it's telling you for, let's say, 2 meter height. If you are 2 meter height, how much you can see on that sphere?
How much approximately?
It's telling 5 kilometers approximately.
But you will say that we don't. We can say much further, right?
Yeah, I will tell you something like this. Yeah, with the 6 times less observer height, that means not with 2 meter height, with 30 centimeter height, we see 16 kilometers and more.
But why can't we see further, even more?
We can see even further. It all depends of the atmospheric conditions, but we cannot see forever.
Okay, but I could see further from
and the optics.
And the optics, of course.
Like if I was placed at a certain height, like 10 meters from the ground, I would see even further than 16 kilometers.
They did that.
So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1.225 times 10 were actually in feet. So what's 10 meters in feet? What's that, guys?
300.
That.
10 meters, 300 feet.
10 meters is how many feet? 300 feet? No, 10 meters is not 300 feet.
No, wait. 1 meter, it's 3 feet.
10 meters, 30 feet. Yeah.
Yes. That means 30.
I don't know. I can't remember that.
300.
2 feet.
Just divided by 3. You know, 1 meter is 3 feet. That is 30.
33.33.
But I got a question.
10 meters is 33 feet?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the question. Okay. So you said I can look up to 16 kilometers. Yeah?
With the 30 centimeter height.
With a 30 centimeter height.
With the camera. With the camera, it's on the like a sea level on the beach, pointing out and zooming out and seeing the surface on the 10 miles. The 16 kilometers. Yeah.
But if I climb a bit, I don't know if this is the right word, but if I go a little bit
with your height, it's 5 kilometers.
But if I was, let's say, 3 meters long, I would see even further.
Yeah, with your height, it's 5 kilometers.
But since there is no human, well, let's say 10 meters. I place a camera, not a human this time. A camera at 10 meters.
You can
I see much further?
Of course, with more height, you will see more.
But can I see the whole Earth's surface.
Oh no, you cannot. I told you, you cannot because of atmospheric conditions, because of optics. The other guy told you, because there is Guinness record. People going to mountains and they did the long distance, shot it something about 270, about 400 kilometers, and that's what optics can do. With some infrared from aeroplane, the guy did. I don't know if it's true from let's say 1,000 kilometers, something like that, but
And
not
is it
more
because
than that.
it's only because of weather and conditions? You said.
Yeah, and there is no optics. You cannot go through the air. There is no optics that you can resolve that. And plus, you have angular resolution. Do you know what is angular resolution?
Angle of resolution? No, the angle of resolution. No, I don't know what that is. No.
That's what your angle of view, how much you can see. You cannot see forever.
But if I was on a plane, let's say, for example, not on a mountain, like higher from the weather conditions and everything else.
There was on the mountain, and the shot was 400 kilometers. That's the Guinness record.
And still, because of the weather conditions, they
had the best conditions, and they did that 400 kilometers.
And so, what was the cause?
I'm telling you, with the infrared, not with the normal photo camera, that they destroy all that, things, and they reach 400 kilometers. There is no
400. Damn.
Yeah, there is no camera which did, I don't know, 600, 500 kilometers.
Why not more? Why? What was
because
the cause?
optics, you cannot resolve that. Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes with some cameras, you cannot zoom it even, I don't know, 20 miles, 30 miles, depends of optics. But we have good cameras, that what people use, Nikon 900 or 1000, you can zoom it, that 10 miles, 20 miles. But you cannot have that on the sphere. Everywhere it's measuring.
On the what? Okay.
On the water, yeah.
Okay.
That's the reason why these people calling themselves flat earthers, because there is no measurable curvature in reality.
Okay.
And plus, you can check that for yourself. If you don't believe, you don't need to believe all these people. There is a math, and check that for yourself in reality. If you have
yeah, for sure. But what I was thinking about, I don't know if it's a stupid suggestion or not, but telescopes, like they can see much further than 400 kilometers, 60 kilometers, because you were talking about optical problems or scientific things. I don't much understand. Even with telescopes or like very precise optics, or I don't know, whatever it is, they cannot look up further than 400 kilometers. You're sure? You're sure?
And how much telescope can see?
Outside the Earth, at least, you can say. Yeah. I don't know.
How much? What is the distance for the telescope?
I don't know. I don't know.
2 trillion miles. 2 billion miles.
No.
I want to correct that. With the telescope, with the telescope horizontally, you will find weather conditions like this. Okay, you cannot see forever.
But they would be placed at the same point.
We have infrared. We have infrared photography from aircraft, right? Seeing well beyond the physical geometric limitations of a sphere Earth. Well beyond. So no horizon at its indicated position according to the geometry. I'll show you some of that if you like. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, there is a guy, Jay Tolan, who recorded from the aeroplane, and he's saying that it's 1,200 miles, that's 2,000 kilometers. But you can see the Mississippi River, and you can see Mississippi standing on the flat surface, like going. You can see that with your eyes. There is not curving in that whole Mississippi.
Thank you for the answers, by the way. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you. You know what you can do with the telescope? Go to a big lake and put that telescope horizontally. Measure the height of that telescope and watch through that telescope. Maybe you can see the shoreline of that lake.
What?
The shoreline of that lake.
The shoreline.
Okay.
Or observing some island in distance, or something, but you will know what distance is.
Yeah.
So you have the height of that telescope from water level, and you have a Shiva distance, and you can put on the Earth curve calculator, and you found, how much obstruction, at what distance you should not see, what is beyond, far away. So you should see some, drop over distance. But if you check on the reality, you don't see any over this, drop over distance. That debunks the blow. No curve, no ball.
Okay.
And you come to weather conditions. Less humidity in there, you can achieve more distance, watching more distance. But there's always when you are watching to the horizon, you will see. Sometimes you see like conditions like this, so you cannot see forever.
Yeah, I know.
For example, in the other night, I was watching the moon appearing at east, and it was like orange. There was this orange color. But a few hours later, when it was 40 degrees, up, I did improvise a sextant, with a ruler and 360 degrees protractor. So I know that was at 40 degrees up, vertically. So the moon at that time was not more any more orange. It was white, bright. So looking at that, you realize that looking at the horizon, of the horizon,
yeah,
there's always things there, that change it.
Okay.
So I was watching the moon orange, but it was not orange. It was many things going on, between me and looking the moon far away when it was a little bit above the horizon, at least. So there will be, always things, going on in there. Even at night with the flashlight, I saw dust, there's wind, dust, many things. So sometimes, I live, between Portugal and Spain, the border. So sometimes there's mountains that Spain. Sometimes I don't see those mountains, because they are with this haze, but there are other days, and more mountains that belong to Spain. So it depends of the weather conditions.
I see.
So for example, even a cloud can block the sunlight. Yes, a little
Many
cloud.
things can block the
So when you are looking at the horizon, there will be always even farther away. There will be always things obstruction. Not allowing you to see forever.
Yeah.
you know what is interesting? For example, when there's fog, and there's a lot of fog, and you cannot see let's say
you can barely see in front of you.
Yeah, there's these street lights, at night. When there's fog, you almost don't see it, So, for example, when there's fog, you don't see the lights of a city, For example, so the fog is blocking the light. In a normal day, you see sometimes the light. City is going, a long distance away. You see, in the sky, there's a light coming from the city, the lights of the city. So, but when there's fog, it blocks. So there's always weather conditions that interfere.
But on clear day, you get good, beautiful flat surface.
So where we're now, guys? What we're talking about? Like, what is the least argument we have? Last argument.
There's no curvature.
No curve, no ball.
What?
Can you have a ball with no curve?
I don't know. Let me ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'll ask to ChatGPT. Can I have a ball with no curve?
Bro.
Maybe in, I don't know, fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional, bro. I don't know.
What if you're born in 80?
Yeah, you'll get. Yeah, you could possibly go into some theoretical fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh dimensional garbage.
What do you mean garbage, bro? It's math. Math created everything.
We're talking about reality.
Us,
we're talking about physical reality.
Math is reality. Math is reality.
We're talking about physical reality. So I want you to go tell. I want you to go tell a soccer player
from reality to not reality.
Is flat. I want you to go tell a soccer. I want you to go tell a soccer team to play their match, right, with a ball that's flat.
Wait, what side you on? Like you about flat Earth or you just about ball?
No, we want that 3959 math. What you say, math is reality. Let's see if it's really reality, that math.
You can have a ball with no curvature.
Bro, without math, you can't calculate how long your big is, man.
I'm agreeing with you. Let's now check that math, what they're saying that is real. Do you want?
My math is ending on 2 + 2, bro. It's my, that's it.
Do you believe in a globe?
Yeah.
That means that you believe in a globe math.
Yeah.
That means you believe in the that means that you believe in the radius with 3,159 miles.
Definitely, man.
That means that you believe that a geometrical horizon with 1 foot observer height is on 1.22 miles.
I don't know what's that, but yes.
Yeah, but when we go in reality, our geometrical horizon is on 10 miles.
I don't know what even is that, but yes.
I'm telling you this. Your math, globe math, saying the geometrical horizon, that Earth should start to curve with 1 foot observer height, it's on 1.22 miles. But when we go to reality and do that with that 1 foot observer height, we see that horizon 10 miles and more behind.
And what? Now you're saying that.
Now I will tell you something because I was.
Can you see China from USA?
No, man.
Why you not
tell you? No. Just a second. We were speaking about the math. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I will tell you about the math. That math, what we saw in reality, it's 1,000% off. Not 0.1, not 2%, it's 1,000% off of the size of the Earth.
And what next?
That means that the distance between New York and London, it's not, let's say, 3,000 miles. I don't know how much it is, maybe it's 2 or 3. It's 30,000 miles.
All right, can you just travel around the world and tell us it's true or not? Like, just prove it somehow?
Why you are speaking now about traveling? We were speaking about math. You said math is reality.
Yeah. Math is about reality. Math is the way to look at reality. That's what it is.
Why the globe math is not matching the reality?
In what way? Like where? You're just saying some nonsense.
I'm telling you your math. Your math is telling that with 1 foot observer height, that curve geometrical horizon will be on 1.22 miles. In kilometers, if you want, I can tell you, but this is in miles. When we go in reality and check that horizon, what should to be on the globe, 1.22 miles, it's 10 miles and more.
I actually can argue about the exact numbers or formulas or stuff like that, but you can take the ship and just, you as a person, you can just send someone like in a ship to go like forward, and you will see they disappear, you know? So
we can take the same ship and put on Santa Barbara and take from where was made that observation when I was telling you, you know, that 10 miles, you know. And we can take and see how that ship is going, and it's not, you know, going down after 1.22 miles. He's going passing the oil rigs, and you still see the ship, you know, and the horizon behind the ship.
No, it's bullshit. All right, if you take a really big telescope, will you see like entire map,
just
like
a second,
every
man.
entire city?
Man, did you just say that the reality is bullshit?
No, I mean, we have reality. We have different sciences thing like science that help us to look at this reality, you know, a different perspective.
Are you saying the Santa Barbara in USA, it's different reality for you and different for me? If we go there, it will be different.
No, we observe some reality. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Santa Barbara Beach.
And what? So we have beach, we have man there, right? And we have ship. Ship just go forward. What happens next? It disappears. Easy.
Yeah. In which distance?
I don't know, bro. I don't know exact numbers.
But you said math is reality.
Bro, I'm not math guy. You know, I know there's a lot of people like good scientists. They just
you're not
help
you're
us
not
to
math.
make planes, make ships, make this stuff. You know, build some stuff. It's math. We have phones. We have this thing that we talk to, like PC. You know, and it's because of math.
How we build stuff.
By science, man. By men that wanted to make
by
something.
Science.
Right?
You're building house. You're building house by science.
Definitely.
What do you need to mix to make a house?
Geometry, math, physics.
Oh, geometry,
chemically, and stuff like that.
Geometry is a science. Geometry is a science.
Yeah, it's some part of it.
It's a part of it. Which part of science?
No,
geometry.
Bro, I don't know, bro. Chill, bro.
Geometry is not science. Geometry is a branch of mathematics. Geometry is a branch of mathematics.
I mean, in general, it's just science, bro. Let's not argue about this small things, right?
Not.
Who cares? Who cares?
So the guy who doesn't know anything about the math, anything about anything.
So look, we have big concept, right? About Earth is flat or not. We like hold the chat, right? So if we have whole concept, and I tell you, let's argue about that, and you like, no, I will argue about small things that don't even make sense. Like, who cares about that?
If Earth is flat, how the surface would look like?
What? How surface will look like is if Earth is flat?
Yeah. How the surface of water would look like if Earth is flat?
I can't imagine that. Earth is not flat.
But let's imagine.
Bro, I'm not genius enough to imagine that shit.
Yeah, but you know that it's curving.
Yeah, I know it.
How do you know that?
Bro, scientists told us this shit.
The scientists tell you it's curving, and you said, yeah, it's curving.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
They can make calculations to send people on the fucking...
Can you name it one who did that? It's curving and it's curving.
Name what?
That scientist, what you're saying.
Bro, there's a group of them. There's a lot of people from different countries. Bro, I don't know the names.
Oh, you don't know, but there are a bunch of them.
Bro, I don't know, man. I'm just a regular guy, you know. I just live my life. I'm just going to work.
Do you know that I know one football team? They're winning in every game, you know.
I don't know. And
if you ask me for any football player from that team, I don't know who they are, but I know that they are winning the games.
This is such a bullshit argument, bro.
Yeah. What would be argument about the surface of the Earth? Is it curving or not?
Look. If you take good telescope, right? That means you saying that it means that you will see like entire map. This is embarrassing, bro.
Okay.
So if you bring really good heavy camera that can see like billions kilometers, you will see the entire map of Earth, right? So you can see from USA to China, right? You can see.
Do you want to know why these people does not believe in a globe?
What? Tell again, please.
If Earth is flat, do you want to know that?
Yes, why not?
Okay, there is no measurable curvature in reality. Everything what you can measure is flat. You can check it for yourself.
How?
You can use that math what globe is giving you.
Wait, math is not working. You saying that, no? You said that. Math is bullshit, no? Or what?
No, math is working. 2 plus 2 is 4, man. 7 times 3 is 21, man. That's
okay,
working.
I get it. When it goes
don't
harder,
straw man, bro. We never said that. We never said that, bro.
You know, but 3959. You know what is not working? 3959. That is not working.
What?
3959. That is not working. Your belief does not work.
All right, write me the formula, the exact formula like that will prove your words. You're saying math is working, math is not working. Bullshit.
Do you know what is interesting? That all flat earthers know the size and everything about your belief, and you who believe in that, you don't know anything about.
No, you're just insane person. You're just crazy. You just spend your life on some stupid thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I spend my life thinking how sea level it's so flat that it must be curved.
Okay, how it affect your life? How it is affect your life? Did you get more money of it? Did you know
that's a concession? That's a concession, bro.
It will affect my life. It will affect my life like this. I come to this information, and it was crazy information, like Earth is flat. That was crazy information. And when I realized that it's really flat, I wanted to share that information. And there are people coming like you know, and saying what you will achieve. I am saying I will not achieve anything. I will give you this information. Now, No. Let me finish only. Now, look at this. We can give you this information. And now, you can think about this. Look, this is fucking stupid shit, bullshit. This is idiotic, stupid. Still, it's stupid. That means you realize that something is stupid. You go to live your life. You'd never ever come back here because these things is stupid. Or you go honestly, intellectually into this thing and find to realize what is this. That's it.
Okay. Someone lying us, right? Who's lying us?
Again, man, if you want to find out why these people does not believe in the global, you can find out that, and they will tell you. And on that, when they tell you that, then you can build the question about that. You know, not why would they lie?
Who lied?
Jesus.
Who?
Like anyone claiming to have viewed the Earth as a sphere. That's who'd be lying.
Again, who? Exactly.
You, for example, lying.
Anyone? Well, hang on. No, anyone who claims to have seen the Earth as a sphere with their own eyes.
So why they lying?
Why lie? Ooh, that's a good question.
What they get out of it, like?
You know what? When you ask liar, why am I lying?
Get you.
Now I will tell you the truth.
Embarrassing, guys. We have just scientists that help us to just make planes, make some things, some shit that goes around the fucking space and help us live our life better. And you're like, this is stupid. This is not. They lying us. Why? We don't know, but they lie. It's not working. Math is not working. But math is working when it helps us. This is crazy. 2 plus 2 is working, but integrals is not working. Embarrassing.
You spiral, bro.
I'm relaxed.
Relax, man.
I'm relaxed as
Yeah,
fuck.
that's what you call science. Is that real science or that maybe
Bro, definitely. I can make bomb with science. I can blow up your house with science. You know,
Okay,
this
can
is
I finish,
science.
man?
This is science.
Man,
I can make
just
surgery and help you. You know.
Jesus Christ. Just can I finish?
Okay, you talk like that again, you're going to get muted. Okay.
Okay.
Are you sure that that's what you're saying is science, or maybe is pseudoscience?
Or it's definitely science.
Do you know what is pseudoscience?
What's pseudoscience? I don't know what's this term.
Can you go and see what is pseudoscience?
No, explain to me.
That is something what is opposite of science. That is something what is not based on scientific methods. And science is based on scientific method. You have all, hypothesis stuff, experiments, variables, stuff, repeatable, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's science. But pseudoscience, it's a story that something is proven. And never there is no experiment, there is no hypothesis. That's pseudoscience. And I can tell you what is pseudoscience, if you want to know. Astronomy, astrophysics.
Why?
They have no scientific method in their work or whatever.
There's no reference. There's no ball you can use to go show us how water works on that ball. It's just like a tide works. There's no
It's
ball.
just math models, you know. We just create model of something and trying to predict how it works based on the information we have, right? So we just use it and trying to predict. That's how science works. We have
that's pseudoscience.
You just saying no. You know your method is just saying no when you don't like something. So when you can say something against something, you just say no.
Just let him get it out. Let him get it out. Just let him have his rant.
Hello?
Yeah, put on.
Go on. Have your rant. Go on, continue.
No,
tell us about how science works. Go on. Tell us all about science. Go on.
What do you want to hear? When you have problem with your health, you go to who? You're going to guy who just learned the fucking science, right? You know, the part of science is medicine. Medicine connected to experiments with the chemical things, with biology and stuff like that. This guy will save your life when you have some sickness or something like that, you know? Science works everywhere. You have car, it's science. You have phone, it's science. You have Discord, it's science. Bro. It's all about science.
Watching
Do you know how
watching stars science?
Definitely, bro. It's a reality. We need to somehow examine that reality, to observe and make some things, predict some things. You know, people.
Okay, I observed
thousands times ago. They looked at the.
I'm living on the. I'm living in.
Where I can
living.
One of you stop and allow the other to talk.
He always overtalk me. Always. He never let me to finish. I don't know what. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Sasha.
No, I don't want to interrupt him.
And you always did it.
No, just continue.
I'm finished.
Science. No, science.
Yeah, our phone is science, for example.
You know how science? Yeah, medicine. Okay. That's correct. Now stars, astronomy. Can you do the same thing what you do for medicine? They are saving our lives because they did experiments. Can you do the same thing with the stars?
For example, people hundreds of years ago, just looking by a star at stars, they could say where we're moving, where we're going. It helps to like global trade. People were trading. It was made creating the economy and stuff like that. You know, it was really helpful.
Where are we moving?
Looking at a stationary star.
What?
Jeez. Where are we moving?
Oh, they didn't move.
He's talking about travel. He's talking about navigation.
Yeah, navigation.
Oh, yeah.
Global trading and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Taking the angles in navigation.
Of stationary stuff, right?
Taking the circle of equal elevation at 3 miles, 3,000 mile circles of equal elevation. That stuff.
Just navigation itself, man.
No, I'm saying it to you. Yeah, that's circles of equal elevation. That 3,000, 4,000 miles circles of equal elevation. That stuff in navigation.
So the stars are moving, right?
So the Polynesians were using astronomy, right, stars to navigate, and they were flat earthers.
Some groups could just use your hand and hold them up to the stars. They were flat earthers too.
Or the Phoenicians. What about the Phoenicians?
Yeah.
That when you pirate on the ship and take that compass and put on the map and measure the angles, that stuff.
The level compass? Yes, sir.
Interesting.
So, is there a new argument about the Earth is flat, or no? You're just saying no.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth, measured flat, especially water.
Yeah, there's no measurable curvature. Nobody in history has ever measured the surface of the Earth to be curving. When all attempts to measure it get a nil result of curvature. Nil curvature. Zero.
Embarrassing. And how we should do that? How we should measure the whole entire Earth?
Using the Earth size?
Well, we're not talking about the entire Earth.
Just measure sections of it to see if there's any deviation or rate of change of slope. Any section.
You know, guys, that we don't need to measure like sections or stuff like that. We have math. Math helps us. It's just incredible, powerful thing, you know?
Excuse me. For math to work, you're going to need some measurements to apply the values to. So math equations, in this instance, you can calculate based on measurements that you've taken. So first, you're going to need to measure the surface of the Earth to figure out its value for the equations and formulas you want to take forward.
Yeah, you got to have the answer and then figure out what the answer. Yeah.
I might want to just clarify that the surface of land can measure to have deviation. So there can be sections of land that has curvature, right? Like hills and valleys, undulation, right? But that's going to be with, as Sasha pointed out earlier, with respect to sea level. Sea level being a horizontal plane of reference.
And the dirt being that which holds it.
But when we both look across or shoot lasers or lights across large sections of water, like lakes, we don't find that deviation between the lights, the path of the light and the surface of the water, as there would have to be if it was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, or as you like, 6,371 kilometers. We also don't see a geometric horizon, which would have to be the horizon would have to be at a specific distance, right? If the Earth is a specific size, then the horizon will be at a specific distance based on the observer's height and the size of the ball.
Why are you guys trying to use math to say that something is not true, but not believing to the math? Like,
it's a geometric claim. So shapes.
Who cares, bro? Same thing. Same thing. Just geometry is part of this thing.
Yeah, exactly. So to figure out the dimensions of an object, we're going to be talking about mathematical values.
But why you agree with part of math, but another part you're just saying no, it's not working.
Sorry, no. What do you mean?
Like we can measure.
Math isn't working, dude. That's just a ridiculous claim. We're just pointing out that a sphere is a rate of change of slope. But when we measure the surface of the Earth, there's zero rate of change of slope. So that will be defined as a horizontal line. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure it to lay horizontal with elevation and de-elevation of level from that horizontal. We don't measure curvature. That's a problem for a sphere that's, by consequence, the surface is curved, which is a rate of change of slope. By necessity, the surface of the Earth must be curved for it to be a sphere. But we don't measure that.
Just do more research, guys. It looks like you didn't learn math enough.
More research. What's
Like,
kind of
learn math.
hand-waved? Sorry, my friend, before I lose my patience, what type of hand-wave dismissal is that? Are you not listening to what I've said?
No, just saying no, math. You're saying math is working, math is not working. You're just saying what
When does
helps
math
you
not
to make
work?
argument.
What are you talking about? It's a language.
And what?
It's
Learn
a
math,
language.
Mark.
Well, let's see. What math are you saying that we are not accepting?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's depend on you guys. You're always changing the rules.
So you don't know. You're just making shit up.
No.
Yes. Or give us the example.
You're saying why so horizontal needs to be here. I don't need to see stuff when it's past it somewhere and stuff like that. And there's a calculation that is wrong or something like that. You're just saying like that's what you're saying always.
Yeah. So okay. So what we're saying is the mathematics of a model are not observed and measured. What we do measure is a horizontal plane. So the calculation, 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet is, according to you, what we should see. That should be the distance to the geometric horizon. But we don't see that. So
okay, it looks
when it
like
makes a prediction that's wrong, we point it out.
It looks like you need to argue with some math guy, like some scientist.
Not you then.
Yeah. So why are you not going and doing that? Why
we do all the time. You have maths professors who, that's like, excuse me, I'm answering. We do all the time. We deal with different standards of education, right from the top, math professors who teach at university to your level.
So, and you think they're all wrong?
What? What do you mean all wrong? What maths is all wrong? What are you talking about? Appealing to people? Who's wrong about what?
No, I'm saying that your type of arguments you need to use with the people who are just really good at math that will teach you and tell you how it's working. And you say, and we will stop saying it's not right and it's not working.
We just need to deal with people who understand what horizontal is juxtaposed to curvature. It's very simple geometric terms. Don't need to be a math professor to understand the difference between a straight line and a curved one.
Art teachers know that.
So Jedi, Japta here thinks that if you construct a mathematical model and then use it to make predictions, and that prediction is correct, that your theory about your math is correct. So.
Okay, and we can make lots of mathematical models that all work trying to solve the same phenomena. They make the same predictions. Which one is true? You can make loads of mathematical models to explain loads of phenomena, or just one. Gravity being one of those very things where there's lots of different ideas that go around trying to answer the same phenomena. Which one's real, though, if there's multiple models? It's just dumb.
Yeah, it'd also be illogical. It wouldn't be sound reasoning because you'd be using and affirming the consequent homological fallacy where you go, if P then Q. Q, therefore P. That'd be your mathematical model. So P doesn't necessarily follow from Q, right? Q necessarily must follow from P. So if not Q, then not P. Oh, he's gone? He dipped out. Okay. Oh, he's back. Am I lagging or something?
No, you're good, bro. So the Earth is not a sphere, as we all experience anyway. For all you ball believers out there, doesn't it feel good to know that you're not crazy? The Earth is flat as you experience it, and it's not spinning as you experience it, and you're not exposed to a vacuum as you experience. Don't you feel good that you're not crazy? Doesn't it feel good to be validated?
Yeah. Fortunately, Jupiter's got his fingers in his ears at the moment. Might be on a phone call or something like that.
Well, that's okay. The room's full of people. I mean, I know there's some other global believers in here, and doesn't it feel good, guys, to know that you're not crazy? Isn't that a relief?
Yes.
Yeah. The weird thing about what people call flat earthers is